country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Whoa, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up?
won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, you call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars that all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Michael, a chap on the ting. I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a
my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line.
ever stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own mind. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind.
Welcome to my empire, rising up from the hellfire. I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire, rising up from the hellfire. I take it down to the
met you at some party. You exited the pile, had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You act in the pile of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
帮我找到老南，告诉他，我想吃鱼。哦不，我想看观赛指南了。亲爱的观众朋友们 ，S12一别，好久不见。这不，阿南我回来了。不是敦煌来的，就没那么多屁话。让我们看看这个周末都有哪些大咖。周六的第一场焦点比赛来自巴黎人与仁川人之间的交锋。尽管两队早已物是人非，但小凤凰这边依旧有响掌门留守。至于另一支队伍，历经几年的辗转，却仍旧故意的保留了原本的一部分味道。如今 IG 正统在 IG， 这一切都源于他们的新上单 YSKM。无论面对想要给他上课的胡西哥，还是赛前信心满满的阿乐，根本难不倒他。亮眼的发挥令他直接在首秀之后就让主持人为他打开了通往采访的大门。依旧是本周六，人员焕然一新的 WBG 将面对全面升级的 JDG。JDG 这边，你永远可以信任常规赛的 Net， 再加上 Ruler 接连上演，本以为抓个小贼，没想到捅了老窝。任何邪恶、中枪、绳之以法等名场面，听说下路很难做事儿。走的时候把你 AD 后面那个司仪给我砸了，什么档次，叫得跟我一样。微博这边，帅哥的队友阵容从3个亚军换成了3个冠军。咦，怎么 MSI 冠军不算冠军吗？从前2周的比赛看 ，Light 与松宝的下路组合表现可圈可点。雷达哥在新赛季状态依旧神勇，而中路原创进口的宝虎，丢6分钟不到就来干个上路。也是，对于帅哥来说，爱情和事业都可以晚点来，中单不行。相反，曾经的豪门 RNG 则在新赛季遇上了麻烦。胡西哥在首轮秀了一把肱2投机之后，队伍一度连败，排名垫底。反观 RNG 本周末的对手 WE， 则在新赛季看到了一些转机。毕竟有着上赛季的珠玉在前，今年已经没有了下降空间。没错，真在今年。本周的最后一场比赛将由 EDG 与 BLG 带来。遥想1年前组建的银河战舰，上赛季才加盟的兵哥可能不会料到，本以为是一场普普通通的躺赢局，没想到半年后资历最老的竟是我自己。也罢，反观 EDG， 韩元双 C 出走后 ，EDG 时隔多年再次迎来了全华文阵容。可对于曾经的世界冠军来说，现在的成绩还是远远不能令他们和粉丝满意的。总之，不论未来的走向如何，观赛指南将会始终陪伴观众朋友们冲在玩梗摆烂的第一线，千万不要把锅都甩给阿南。是你，我的朋友，你乐子人，你们才是真正的英雄。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. That was just an intro and a half to bring you in on this Sunday, the last day of week number 5. Mr. Derricks, and I'm joined by Kitty for, Kitty, I think the first time since we opened the LPL for this year. I don't think we've cast together since.
It's been 4 weeks now since I literally casted with you for the opening of LPL Spring Split. And yeah, here we are, ready for another banger series.
Look, let's hopefully that LNG and NIP deliver here today, because opening things up yet again we have to kind of relive what happened yesterday. Yesterday was a banger, and that energy is going to take us forward into today. As we bring that up for you, if you missed on out, Kitty, you even say to me at the start, like, Weibo Gaming and JDG, our match of the week, it definitely delivered with our last series of our Saturday.
Yeah, that JDG Weibo Gaming was definitely a glimpse of what we could potentially see for the Spring Split Finals. It was so back and forth, but in the end, Xiaohu and Light decided to stand up and they took the last game of the series into Weibo Gaming's favor, which was very unexpected. It could have gone both ways.
And meanwhile, look, on the other side, IG delivered themselves a win against FPX, a 2-0 fashion. FPX you might be feeling sad about, but look at Invictus Gaming. They might not have the win streak to go with it, but the 5-1 start to the LPL split, remembering that 9 is usually the safe number, they're already more than halfway there, Kitty, and IG right now leading the charge against some of these big names, big individuals amongst the league.
Yeah, definitely the biggest surprise of Split 1, but
100%.
you know, for YSKM's birthday gift, I think a 2 winning streak and just being first place over all these other super teams is a beautiful gift.
True, I think he well deserved as well, especially that second game of Camille. Again, worth checking up on if you missed out on yesterday as we go towards today. Now, we have bangers for you as well. What we would once consider, you know, some of the older teams in the league. Still the oldest team in the league, RNG, WE, of course, going up against each other over in WE's home arena in Xi'an. Then later on, BLG and EDG. That is one for the ages too, considering that EDG have found their form, and BLG is still considered one of the best teams.
Yeah, my eyes are of course onto this last BLG vs EDG series. EDG, I feel like they probably have the advantage being 3-1 in their scoreline so far, but they have shown a little bit of inconsistency, especially in their series up against NIP, which we'll be watching them take up LNG tonight. But for a super team, I feel like just you have to get that consistency to really challenge the top of the leaderboard like IG and JDG.
True, and I mean, hey, if we're talking about top of the leaderboard, LNG are technically up there as well. I think Lyric last night was cementing the fact that this is also one of the teams to beat. LNG undefeated in series so far. OMG took them to a game number 3, which was surprising. But Kitty, I think just diagnosing what LNG are this split, they are a very solid team. They're a little bit more slow-paced. Tarzan and Scout, really great foundation blocks that LNG have been able to build off the back of.
Tarzan's definitely a big finding factor on why they have been seeing so much success in their previous games, especially in that series up against OMG, right? Because they were on a losing early game for that game 3, but Tarzan single-handedly brought the entire game back with that Maokai, just throwing out all the kittens, and they were exploding, and I believe he topped damage as well.
I think so as well, yeah, I remember. It was something crazy as well. It's like one of those Maokai moments where, you know, Tarzan, it's not unexpected, right? Again, the solid part of LNG, definitely him. And when Scout came into this team, we knew that Scout was going to be a solid driving force as well, considering how he played his role on EDG as that consistent mid laner that was great at team fighting, that had a flexible champion pool, but could also carry every couple of games as well. So really exciting to see LNG come into fruition where, Kitty, the other parts around LNG, is there anyone else you're excited for? I think so far LP has been a nice surprise for me, but where else do you want to go?
Well, I do love the addition of Hung alongside Tarzan and Scout because he is, he's been playing a lot of these melee supports like the Leona, like the Rakan, and also the Nautilus, where I think it links up very well with how aggressive Tarzan is in the early game, especially playing around Scout and finding those skirmishes, just having the ability to set up for those early fights is really nice.
And on the other side, as we look at NIP as we're on stage in Shanghai, just a quick reminder, their coach behind them, you just saw him on screen. It's Duke, the 2018 world champion alongside the Shy. It's Duke. It's big man Duke.
That's where he went?
Yeah, that's literally was a surprise to me as well. Because, Kitty, I was looking at rosters in the offseason, and he was a rumored add-on for NIP. And then I just saw him on camera. It's like, okay, well, we already knew he was there, but finally, this feels like the first time he's actually being shown. Yeah, he's come out of the woodwork here to coach NIP. And as we get into pick and ban, Kitty, I'm curious about what we're going to see the first draft because we have had a lot of priority of things like the Yuumi, the Maokai, right? Still in 13.1. 80 carries roam true. I'm also curious about that Varus pick that has been hitting up the top tier list at the moment in the LPL.
Yeah, the ADC pool is really interesting right now. Zeri does get taken off from the side of LNG because, of course, Photic, he has a 100% winner on the Zeri. I believe he went 15-0 in that series up against EDG, where unfortunately they still lost. But, of course, Varus becomes the highest priority ADC when Lucian and Zeri are taken off the board. Personally, I do really like this champion because of course you can flex the build from either poke or on hit depending on the enemy team comp. It just fits into every single team comp that you desire to have on your team. But a lot of these supports are still open. Yuumi, Sivir still very viable for both sides of the team, but my eyes are on Pout and Scout, and ironically their names rhyme. Both Korean mid laners, but Pout has been playing up against all these tough organizations like JDG, not JDG, Top Esports and EDG, where he hasn't shown us too much. The Silas gets banned from the side of NIP, and I believe Pout, he's looked the most comfortable on this Silas.
He definitely has. As you were saying, a new addition to NIP where Dream was the hyped up prospect. Not even last year, but even coming in as a starting role here, already feels like he's been replaced as he's benched out for the time being. We're going to have to see how Pout goes with his third series on the line against LNG, but furthermore into pick and bans, Kitty, you were talking a lot about supports and about bottom lanes. We mentioned the Varus already, but also remember that things like the Ashe in the LPL right now have been picked to fruition and have been taking over. Is it in Hung's wheelhouse? I guess is the only question to add on.
Look, I think Ashe and Varus is just an unbeatable lane just from the pure poke that you are able to exude in this early game. Sejuani is going to be the response as Xiaolongbao takes this Maokai, but when it comes to this jungle matchup, I feel like I prefer the Maokai a lot more, just from the pure damage that he is able to deal later on in the team fights where it's going to become impossible to contest anything. But back to this Ashe, it's still open and NIP can realistically deny it and flex it to either Photic or Dro, and we know that Dro does really enjoy his Ashe support as well, which does get locked in here.
Okay, so does get taken away again. Curious that LNG would pick up jungle here when the Maokai was already locked in, but still, the option's been made. NIP, their AD carry, might have to get picked up here as well. Now, Kitty, already talking about other things left on board. For Photic, if this is going to be his AD carry picked up here, no, guess not. Forget that. Forget I even asked it because it's a priority in Rise, right? And against Scout, I understand this completely.
Yep, I mean, that just means the entire ADC champion pool is going to get banned out by LNG. What do you realistically have left in this pool? Siva, I suppose. Caitlyn is also a really good answer into Varus, but it really depends on his execution for Photic on how the laning phase goes. But Scout's going to respond with this Yone pick. I think Scout's entire champion pool has been really interesting. 7 unique champions so far, and his most played is the Rise. With this Yone getting locked in, I'm gonna just assume Scout's gonna teach him why he's the OG player out of the two.
I already picked it up once, and again, it was one of Scout's best games. So, throwing the spanner in against Pout with the rhyming mid laners settled out for the time being, let's look at those other solo lanes. Top is what, of course, we're talking about with the Gangplank already banned away, but Kitty, you alluded to the fact that there's no AD carry here on NIP. So I guess we should be expecting LNG to take one of those big picks away. I love that you already brought out the Siva there. You mentioned the Caitlyn too, which works so well with the range that Dwarf is able to provide. But they say, no, forget it. Let's just ban away those top laners against Invincible.
Yeah, Invincible has been the strongest player in NIP for their recent series so far, and I think that just targeting Invincible's champion pool like the Fiora, like the Renekton, where he's a very aggressive laner, is going to really limit the ability that Xiaolongbao is going to have on the map. But a blind Fiora is going to come out of Zika, absolute Giga Chad, egoing Invincible on this side, but I must say that although the Jax has been banned out, I think Invincible, he has that flexible champion pool where he was able to play something like the Camille as well.
Yeah, Camille's a really good answer, right? Again, skill matchup at the top lane. We'll have to see if it comes through, as this wouldn't answer all questions. We'd assume it's a Jhin AD carry. Of course, we have still seen Jhin support in the LPL, so we'll wait and see as Invincible's going to opt into more of the team fighting. Kitty, I'll be asking you about that composition in a second, because it feels like the identity is pretty straightforward. I just want to see what Hung picks, because he has left support to the last. And even with the Leona ban there as well. Yeah, you mentioned Heimerdinger. Any other engage tools that we should be seeing?
I mean, Hung, he does love his engaged supports. Nautilus currently being hovered really good into Ashe because she does not have mobility, especially paired up with that Jhin. But Hysterics, I need to warn everyone that NIP has decided to lock in 3 AP champions in that top side. And
yeah.
I'm getting worried already because you're up against the Sejuani and Yon that can really just opt into those MR items, and you're going to struggle later on in the game.
That's a really good point, considering that, you know, we have drawn out AD, right, Kitty? Like, the Jhin is not constant DPS. We get a bit of burst early. The mid game is the biggest strength of Jhin, as we all know. Or on the other side, you talked about the Sejuani, the Yone being able to opt in as well. And Kitty, we have an engage tool like the Nautilus, which is going to be able to close the gap for LNG so easily into NIP2.
Yeah, a lot of mobile champions coming out of NIP's draft tonight. And with the Sejuani and Nautilus, of course, being in LNG's hands, they're going to have a lot of easier times to execute some of these fights that they want to opt into during those mid-game fights. But I do want to come back to this Jhin and Ashe bot lane because the overall team of NIP, we're kind of lacking damage. I think Xiaolongbao really needs to step up as that Maokai get his items online early, so the Ryze and the Jhin can comfortably scale further on into the game, because you're not going to expect too much from a Jhin and Ryze in the early game stages.
True, it's a good point considering for Xiaolongbao, I feel like he's now the new lifeblood of NIP. This team so far has been a lot about Invincible in this season, a lot about Xiaolongbao with the setup as well, but NIP kind of putting the pieces together rather, where this team has only found one series win. It has been a really rough start considering how many great pieces of the puzzle they lost, where for LNG, they gained one. It's Scout in the mid lane that has seized up LNG into a great position of 4-0, undefeated in series. The firm favourites running in, but NIP running their new mid laner Pout once again. Let's see if it's going to be enough. Let's see if NIP can get a desperate win, and rather an important one in the standings.
Yeah, Invincible, we already see that he has a lethal tempo available with the Doran's Blade start, so that's going to be an AD cannon, which changes up things a lot for the side of NIP, especially when it comes to these team fights. So usually when you pick cannon, of course, you do want to opt into a winning matchup in that top lane, so Fiora's going to get bullied out in those early stages, but yes, once again, once you get to those team fights, Cannon's not going to do a lot of damage when you're up against champions like Yone and Varus that do have the range. It's going to be a little bit tough for Invincible to pull off.
And again, that flash is going to be a summoner then based on that we're going to keep track of here is Kitty, lethal tempo on Cannon. Is that going to be an AD on hit Cannon then?
That is definitely going to be an AD on hit Cannon. Cannon. I believe, I can't remember who did this first, but the AD cannon lost terribly.
Are you thinking about the Shy? Are you thinking about the Shy's rapid fire cannon? Because we've all been there, and it was not great.
It wasn't great. I don't think I've ever seen an AD cannon win in my entire life, but hopefully Invincible can change that statistic and win up against LNG.
Ooh. Ignite comes down, Dredgeline there, as you said, Hung. You know, this is one of his fortes, but he does get punished pretty heavily for it, and Kitty, walk me through this 2v2 in the bottom lane, because already for LNG, the health trade just not going their way.
Yeah, I mean, Nautilus as a counter to this immobile bot lane of NIP, but no summoners spent for both Draw and Photic, so a really good trade overall. Even though Hung had to burn the Ignite, he is missing so much health compared to this Ashe where he doesn't have any health pots left. So I think in the upcoming 5 minutes, Hung really needs to commit to a 100-0 burst, or else you're just going to get consistently poked out by the Ashe support, which everyone knows that Ashe is a little pest in the current meta, and with that Halo Blaze in hand, it's just going to get worse from here.
A lot of CC added in, especially with Deadly Flourish too, so it'll be interesting to watch 2v2, but for now we're going to look towards mid as Pout hits Scout and kind of lets it all out. Now for Tarzan, he's kind of dreaming how he gets into this mid lane as Scout sets up the engage. Pout just hits back and Xiaolongbao is there as well. Tarzan for the re-engage back on it, but Pout holds his ground and this Ryze doesn't burn his summoner in the process.
Xiaolongbao's already pinging on the mini-map that he wants to invade the jungle of Tarzan. Blue buff looking like it's gonna go into Xiaolongbao's hand, but can Tarzan really make up for this invade by making something happen in this top side? Because NIP's bot lane, because of how the first level trade went, they have so much priority.
But Kitty, Invincible, speaking of priority, might be losing his. A flash in the making. Tarzan, is he going to commit his? Yes, he does. But Invincible still going through. Hang on. Zika thought he could get the kill, and that flash maybe makes the trade a little bit lopsided.
A 1-for-2 flash, we take that any day of the week, and you didn't even have to burn anything other than just your own flash, right? Zika maybe over predicting that the stun could have come out earlier, maybe a bit more damage from the Grasp Fury, which is a bit of a, I guess, mechanical mistake, but overall huge things coming out of NIP. Maokai does secure the blue buff where Tarzan wasn't able to venture more deep into the jungle of NIP because of how that gank went.
And so early game has been, you know, pretty reasonable here for NIP so far. And Kitty, we didn't get to talk about laning phase too much. I know you were mentioning that damage source was a little bit sided for the side of NIP with all the AP threats. Of course, AD Kennen is going to change that a little bit, but still against the composition that LNG have. It felt like you were telling me that the longer the game goes on, the less relevant those damage sources would be, and for NIP, the options would get slim, right? So then I feel like we're talking about how NIP use these level 6 marks and really get themselves going within the laning phase in the first couple of neutral objectives.
Yeah, NIP definitely just wants to survive the first 5 levels of this game. Once you get the Ashe ultimate and the Maokai ultimate online, these dragon objectives are gonna get so much easier to contest because you just have so many pull the trigger buttons, right? They're just very straightforward when it comes to a team fight. But on the side of LNG, I do want to highlight that this Yone for the mid lane, everyone's like, oh my god, it's full AD. But no, Yone does 60% AD damage and 40% AP damage. So he does make up for that lack of AP when it comes to these team fights. So do not worry, Twitch chat, I got you. Or maybe Scout's got you. But there might be something happening in this bot lane.
I think Tarzan's got you, Kitty. There's a double flash burn. But this time around, Photic is only going to get the 1-for-1 trade. So Hung with a good dredge line to set up, and Tarzan makes his presence known.
Look, once you get the flash offline Photic on this Shin, Hung is just going to consistently hex splash on him. But Tarzan has been so active in the early game, he wants to look for something.
Woo! Fate is sealed though, Scout ulting in. What is it with LNG solo laners and just thinking they can find the full committal and nothing happening?
Scout just stood there for a good 5 seconds after his ultimate and he was just like, what did I just do? But a lot of aggression coming out of LNG's early game, but the execution just isn't there. And this is just really good stuff for the side of NIP because you want to avoid those early deaths.
Round 2. Well, Pout does have his flash available. Tarzan does not. It's going to be burned before Permafrost can be utilized, and Pout is just out of there. Well, Shalambao has already started up the Dragon here, but LNG are not stopping. Remember, Scout used that ulti, so I'm not sure about this play, because yet again, LNG are walking into the fray. Ignite's there. They're taking a 3 versus 4 before LP can get in. First blood goes over to NIP. It's traded off. It's a 2-for-1. Hung now in the middle as they look for Photic, but LNG, what are you doing? Like, this game so far has been messier than walking into McDonald's at 2 a.m. in the city of Sydney.
Look, they walked in for a Big Mac meal, but they received tiny chips. It's just not what they expected out of this early game, especially when you had the Nautilus, when you had the Sejuani paired up with the Yone. They were just lacking damage. Tarzan already half health from how the mid lane skirmish went. Hung went into Pout. Of course, Pout does fall out in the very end. LP had to commit a flash to really get that final kill, but with everyone dead already, there's just not enough damage to finish everyone off, and you're just a little Barris that is going to poke build, so you're not going to do too much with these orders.
That's just rough around the edges. I mean, yeah, LP was able to get a kill in the end, but look at the response. Xiaolongbao able to pick up those Ninja Tabis, and even though you talked about mid lane covering for some of the AP Kitty, doesn't change back that the rest of the team is AD is going to be relevant in that sense as well. Ninja Tabi early with a Giant's Belt of Health. Xiaolongbao is definitely in a great position where you can say now the bottom lane is too. I mean, Kitty, they got to kill each. And they're approaching that level 6 mark, which we talked about being so important for NIP to just make it to.
I just realized, apologies, LP is going the on-hit Varus build. When you are up against something like the Maokai and Kennen, you are just able to really shred their health when it comes to these team fights. But yeah, I think this is just all a snowball from how Xiaolongbao was able to invade early on in the game at level 4, and he was able to just get so much control in this bottom side jungle where Ashe and Jin won the level 1 trade and they were able to rotate first. So LNG just realistically opted into a bad fight over a 3-for-1 trade, and it just was terrible because you're the ones that's supposed to be winning these early skirmishes.
And look, Kitty, it's hurt them so deep that now 2,000 gold down at 8 minutes. She's starting to think, like, what are LNG's options? Maybe I should be asking you to tell me what LNG move to from here, because it looks like they're going to try at least attempt to trade for the Herald. But with the early game now at that 6 point, with NIP now in a comfortable position, what do LNG need to do to kind of gain control back in this game?
Starting Herald here is really good. Although Hung hasn't gotten there just quite yet, he is arriving just now, but Ashe has the ultimate available while Hung is still level 5, so this is going to be really tough to contest. Like I said, Hysterics, once Maokai and Ashe has these ultimates online, objectives become insanely impossible to contest. But on the side of LNG, when we're talking about win cons, we have a Yone and Fiora this game. And what do they do best? Well, they split push. And I think when it comes to NIP's response to these split push, they don't really have a person that can really stop them from stop the split pushing from happening, because your Kennen's going AD, but it gets to a point where Fiora and Yone just kind of don't care about you since you don't do enough damage.
That's a really good point you put out. So you know, stall out a little bit, get the split push going. I like it from LNG, considering that, you know, Scout has been doing that pretty much every series, every game so far. He's been the solid member of LNG, which is why this game is just so uncharacteristic. Not just from Scout, but the whole team. Decision-making hasn't been their biggest question so far. They have been quite tempered, and they've been pretty solid around how they play out their early games, where they don't panic. They don't kind of figure skate around and twirl about with no clue in the world. So I think the problem is here, Kitty, that LNG, this is just such a rough start to the series, and I think probably their worst opening yet.
You know who has been trolling around like a little ballerina though? Xiaolongbao has had a great early game, and he is getting his items online ASAP with those 4 kill participations. And I think Xiaolongbao has really had a glow up ever since Pout has been subbed in for these games, and that Invincible has become the more reliable solo laner, where he was able to, well, he's been able to have a lot more freedom on the map.
And speaking of, are you about to see Xiaolongbao come in? Plus, Pout moves in as well. Kitty, you're on the mark. Those two as a duo working perfectly together as Chase Corruption uses the disengage. But LNG just going deep on the bottom side of the map. No priority, really. And they pay for it with their life.
LNG's getting a little bit greedy with this early game. You already lost so much vision control, but they're going for more.
Well, Xiaolongbao is the one who's gotten greedy now. Space still beautiful from Scout. It might be retribution, but Scout's committing so hard to get the shutdown. At least it's there, but meanwhile, NFP's bottom lane have joined into the fray, and Scout's going to be left after he goes back to his real body with a dead, whatever Yone is, dead spirit. It's 2-1 and 2 start from Pout.
He's already dead.
He's dead in the ground, Kitty. It was an attempt from LNG, but again, it's just questions upon questions.
Yeah, but very greedy red buff from Tarzan, but just with the amount of CC and global ultimates from the side of NIP, you can't escape once the Ashe arrow hits. Varus uses his ult to zone here, which I think could have been saved up for a later fight in this game, but Scout does find an angle where I believe he ults 2, and it did look like a winning fight for LNG, but I just don't think Varus has gotten to the point where he does enough damage yet to really get rid of Pout and the Maokai in these team fights, because of course Pout is going the role of build and he's all health. So without these items available for the side of LNG, these team fights are just, they're opting into bad ones.
As you said, the on-hit, I think, really necessary to point out, because, well, Validity Varus may be a bit more impact in the fight, but the LP's got a bit of time that he needs to play with. As from that fight as well, Pout was able to pick up the Rod of Ages as we come back to live, and Herald is put down in the bottom lane. As this is turning into a dive real quick. LP not going to be hit by the Bramble, but instead Hung absorbs it up. Under turret, it's Pout who now tanks it through. Well done from NIP. The curtain ball is layering up. Second, the third, the fourth. Oh, it almost hits with a deadly flourish, aimed in the same location. A survival play from LP, but Kitty. NIP came for the turret, and they're sticking around to finish off the job. And Tarzan under the turret, going to ulti through Photic with the cleanse out in the nick of time, but they got the kill. They got the turret plating. It's still a net win for NIP.
LNG reinforcement was just too late to this bottom lane play, but does the arrow hit?
Oh,
He's
the
not
deadly
dead, though.
flourish does. No Dark Harvest, because we don't have as many Chads in the league, apparently. His LP's trying to charge up. He's got Flash, but Photic going to narrowly avoid.
Flash. But yeah, now that you've mentioned that the Jhin doesn't have Dark Harvest, he is going the Kraken build, which we have seen surface in LPL quite recently, and that just means he's trying to do more damage in these teamfights with a lot more added movement speed when he does get his 4th shot. Gale Force, actually, never mind. I take back everything I just said. I do enjoy Kraken more. It's more exciting to watch, but Gale Force also works fine when you're up against champions like the Nautilus and Yone and Sejuani in these later game skirmishes.
It's so funny, Kitty, because like Kraken, as we know, gives you bonus attack speed, and people kind of forget about the conversion. I think a lot of Twitch chat and people online are like, oh, this is so troll, but there is actually method behind the madness where the fast Jhin comes back in big ways. We have to pause Invincible getting close to a solo kill. And the reason is, Kitty, because I think LPL, they're mad scientists themselves, right? You know, a lot of the players here in the league love trying out new stuff. As we're not going to get a dive up in the top lane at the end. But, you know, further onto the game, we got second dragon for NIP. Now, Photic's also going to get solo turret down the bottom lane. There's going to be first turret blood. So with that Gale Force, we are going to be pretty quick to a second item for this Jhin.
Yeah, a lot of Immortal Shieldboats and Mythics coming online for everyone around the map, but my main focus is how Hung is really going to play with his vision alongside the Sejuani and get picked. Because we've already seen the past 2 team fights. They've completely just lost from, I think, overcommitment, but someone just gets picked early on in the team fight and becomes a numbers disadvantage, and they just don't have the damage to finish anyone off. So I think with the amount of force that LNG's team comp has, with the Nautilus ultimate and of course the Glacial Prism, then just look for a pick similar to what NIP's been doing on your side this time.
Okay, I like that, because the pick as well comes through from the side lanes where we talked about Scout, Zika being quite influential in that regard. Now, of course, they are behind in items, only just picking up Mythics quite recently here, with Divine Thunder being one of them for Zika on the Fiora. But Kitty, I want to point out that if NIP are able to match numbers, if NIP are there for a response with the Rise, with the Ash Arrow, even the Curtain Call, right, they've been able to use the range so well, they will have an item up, it feels like. Look at the Jhin again. Look at the fact that this Rise is strong. And now look at Invincible as the flash comes through. Let's get that on hit. Cannon with an Immortal Shield Bow. A kill finally.
A lot of Immortal Shieldboats, Hysterics, but Hung just walked into the bottom side of this map when there are no objectives available, so I'm not really sure what Hung was trying to look for surrounding the Raptors. Tarzan, once again, I just don't feel that synergy coming out of the support and jungle of LNG for this game 1.
True.
And all these early objectives are going into a scaling composition of NIP.
And again, you did talk about how, you know, for NIP as well, just getting to that 6 point and getting through the early phase was enough, but they are 5,000 gold ahead at the 16-minute mark. And even though Zika finally able to get the first turret here for LNG in the game, it's already matched by NIP, who've got 2 themselves. That gold lead still stands strong, with Pout going back now, probably into the Archangels, or at least close to. And Kitty with 2 dragons as well. We know that NIP are going to be able to force LNG around some of these early team fights, maybe more comfortably for them, rather than LNG's, how LNG would have wanted to play it.
Yeah, we've already seen the Maokai and Ashe combos going into these team fights, but I'm getting worried for the side of LNG because you have the Fiora and Yone scaling team, WinCon, but look at the amount of force that NIP has. They have the Jhin ult, Ashe ult, where someone gets caught in that mid lane, they're 2 screens away, safely ulting you, and you're pretty much dead to nothing. Of course, we also have the Maokai available for these dragon fights as well, so I'm just wondering, can they really win these 5v5s?
Well, Kitty, I think your answer's there. You know what? It's a quick no. A quick no. LNG have already lost their support. Hung is 0 and 4, and I'm sorry to break it to you, but you're right. LNG are not working the same together, and Shallenbell flashes on in. Tarzan with a quick response. It's a minute 30 till Dragon. And yes, this won't time up perfectly, but NIP, this is beautiful play. This is their best game yet, going against LNG with their worst yet as well.
Yeah, once NIP gets the ball rolling in this early game, you don't see them slowing down. Tier 2 mid tower falling at the 17-minute mark. Dragon spawning in 1 minute, and honestly, the Dragon Soul being, I believe, Temp Tank as well. So it's just so many good things happening for NIP. This is the first time I've seen them have such a successful early game, and you haven't even gotten to the point where your carries are getting those 3 items online.
I like that you put up, you know, Chemtech being good, because a lot of people consider this the worst dragon, but for a Rise, for a Maokai, It's actually not too bad. The survivability increased, the damage boost as well. When Maokai Saplings can set up a rush and he can be at half HP, it is kind of good. So I'll be excited to watch this next play in 40 seconds, Kitty, because not only are we jousting NIP's ability to take this fight, but just look at the items. Get us the arrow was so close to hitting LP and getting that cleanse. Still not a long cooldown here. And I was going to say Photic has a rapid fire cannon, so his ability to follow up got even better with Seraph's Embrace now finished with Pout. So Kitty, strong again for NIP with their item advantages.
I mean, you have a Fiora up against a cannon when it comes to this 5v5 sense. Just think about it on paper, the Fiora isn't going to offer as much compared to a cannon that has the flash available as well. But just look at the complete control that NIP has in this bottom side jungle, especially with your Ashe having the ultimate available very, very soon. And just LNG needs to just find a flank onto the carry since they're so immobile, or else they're not going to win a front 5v5 roll.
As you said, the flank there, but Zeker's already caught out as Hung has the dredge line, got nowhere else to go. The Nature's Grasp flies through. Shallow Val might be dying here. An opportunity for LNG as they're taking out the jungler. They get the dragon and the shutdown. A misstep from NIP. They're at least able to get Hung, but remember, LNG have traded evenly so far. It's hard there, running for his life against the AD cannon. His ulti already burned out, but now the on-hit ability is there. Zeker just looking for the reset for the grand challenge. Doesn't find it. Snipe down the back end. Flash over from NIP. It looked dicey, but they still got what they came for, which was more blood of LNG dropping to the ground.
Although LNG denied the Dragon Soul point, but what does that mean? Pout 4-1. Photic 5-0. These carries are going to get ridiculously strong once we proceed later on into the game. Shallow does die first in this team comp. He did get focused down by everyone, especially with the Sejuani ult connecting in this team fight. Although Zika was constantly threatening the backline of NIP, he just doesn't offer too much compared to when everyone's so grouped up. Of course, Scout's ultimate misses as well. It's just terrible mechanics for this first game from the solo laners of LNG. I'm really sad, maybe it's just the rust. But yeah, Pout being so accelerated on this rise pick, he is just not dying and he's tossing out so much damage as well.
Kitty, I can't give over the rust. You know, comment, I can't, because at the end of the day, LNG, there should be no rust here with Hung having to flash away. Back off of the replay. Scout is someone who comes into the first game and looks really solid. Again, even if it's on Yone, if it's on Rise, even Azir, Scout is that consistent player that you rely upon. And here in this game, again, we can only say negative things as NIP continue to lead the charge. 6,000 in the lead. Kitty was telling you before, this is what happened in the replay, by the way. Just another Ashe arrow calling out Hung and getting his flash. Kitty, you were calling out those items before we went through. We continue to talk about them as that Jin's almost towards 3, but the Imperial Mandate has been picked up by Chwar. And his arrows have been insane this game, and his volleys, set up, everything has been beautiful to watch, considering that he's got almost 100% kill participation in game 1.
Yeah, really good showing from the support of NIP, and I just really want to praise that they have been putting up a fight up against these super teams, but I can't talk just quite yet.
Well, maybe you might be able to. They're a little bit far away. Hung is once again going to be the target. I mean, the Bramble smash there, the Saplings too. Shallow takes him out. Change Corruption's only one man, but TP in. Gives Scout another target. NIP have gone deep in a corridor, but Scout's not doing enough damage. He gets poked out in the end as Photic takes him down from range. A quick cleanse to get out of there, but meanwhile, Pout is just hitting it all out. It is a very mad world for this mid laner as he picks up a double and shows us why he's on the game instead of Dream.
Guys, I think Rise is completely healthy for the game. 10 billion health and tossing out 10 billion damage. Awesome gameplay coming out of Pout. Of course, he had a really successful early game picking up those kills from the early dragon, but Hung just gets deleted before the fight even starts. This Axe Arrow even hits the barracks, so he wasn't able to really join the fight until later on. But Hung being so behind me is just an ult bot at this point. It was looking pretty good for the side of LNG, but just look at where Pout is and what he's doing to the front line of LNG. He is just shredding them one by one, and no one's going to be able to kill Pout. LP even flashes forward, but he just doesn't have enough damage.
He gets Photic. He's like, we gotta kill this Jin. Nice snipe in the end, by the way. A real one-bong maneuver as we go back to live, and guess what? He's got another kill. 8-0 and 10. I was talking about the kill participation of Dwarf, but Photic just outdoes that here in game 1-2. Now with an Infinity Edge, and Kitty, NIP, this is looking easy. It's against LNG, who have not taken a single series loss here in this split. NIP are 1-3, 1-4 at the moment. Like, they're not strong at all.
1-4.
Shallenbach going to get spotted out. Yeah, not great, right? We'll talk about it in a second. The Scout gets the ulti, and that's going to be Pout caught out, and that was done by Scout. With a big shutdown going through, LNG now have an opportunity, but LP is caught as well. Once again, the combination of CC between the bottom lane of NIP stands out to be strong. But is it going to be enough from LNG to stop this Baron? Well, apparently not yet.
He killed Pal, and it does slow down their Baron taking ability, but can Tarzan really force something here now that the final Raydos has finally fallen? He does have TP online in 20 seconds though, so you have
3K, Kitty, LPL flips, name something more iconic at 2K. They're holding on, they're being smart for the time being, not letting Tarzan in. They try and bait him in, but the twisted advance follows over the wall. Meanwhile, a Bramble smash would slow them all down with a Sproutling in the corner of our eye. The Jin curtain call as well is going to fly through as LNG and now in a choke corridor. But Zika blocks out the charge, keeps Hung alive this time around. LNG lose the Baron, but it's NIP, I should be saying, who are getting everything.
Yep, Tarzan does go in a little bit too slow to flip the Baron with a 50-50 smite, but like I was saying, NIP's team composition, you are just dying to whatever flying across the screen from 2 maps away. The actual comes out, the Jin ult comes out, where the Jin has his IE online now, so these ultimates are going to be so painful once you do get one to the face. So looking at this fourth dragon, still Dragon Soul point for the side of NIP, but now with the added pressure of Baron minions also pushing in the side lanes, it's going to be so tough for LNG. But yeah, Pal does get caught here by the Sejuani ult. Really good stuff for a beginner, but it's just not enough because you still have Photic and everyone else to worry about when it comes to these teamfights. And we saw a statistic, I believe. Maokai has, I believe, 13 wins up against Sejuani, where she's sitting on 9. And this is the exact reason, right? When it comes to these objective fighting, the Maokai ultimate just provides so much pressure. It's like 10 Sejuani ults.
And the damage as well that follows through, we've just seen from a single demonic embrace. It's so nuts as well as NIP are now pushing with this Baron buff, but Gets has been spotted on a ward. Zika as he looks for a flank, also a sapling there to slow him down. They're trying to chase him down while also simultaneously setting up this bot lane push, looking towards Pout the mid lane Kitty. It's like LNG just don't know what to do, or rather don't have any options anymore.
Zika is on a really wide flank on this Fiora.
They know he's there though, and as they turn back around, look, once again, Hung is going to die, invincible with his ulti. He ain't AP, but it won't matter. The CC follow-up is beautiful as NIP rely on Pout yet again, as Photic has now found Zika. It's going to be blocked away as he's cleansed out the curtain call as well. Zika running for his life. My God, it's another and another. The fourth shot not connecting. But meanwhile, look at the base.
You know, Zika is denying that bottom lane away from continuing to push in. But there is another wave in this mid lane.
Rise is at half health, but Rise is, again, an AP tank. Oh God, you were spot on before.
He is calling tank with a bit of damage.
Yeah, but he has a lot of damage. I mean, he is, look, to be fair, he is 3 levels up on Scout. It has definitely been a bit of a Pout dip in these team fights, so I think there's more to it, but definitely a nuisance at this point as mid lane assault ends, the Baron used wisely, and an inhibitor broken with a 3k Baron power play. In 26 minutes now, NIP can dot the I's, cross the T's, and form of that Dragon in 3. And maybe the next Baron even coming up around that too.
Just looking at the bottom lane KDA of NIP is so satisfying. 0 deaths for both the Jin and Ashe, and they have so many assists as well. Photic having a great game once again, 9-0, I believe, in his series up against OMG. He had that 15-0 Zeri game as a debut, but still, I think Photic is that person that you can rely on when it comes to these games, and he was able to carry even on a champion like Jin, where it's not necessarily strong in the early game, but since the way NIP played these team fights, it does just put Photic so much further ahead.
And on Photic as well, remember that he was the player with PP God that 2v3'd so much last year. Like, they were a great duo, so losing PP God was a bit of a blow, but having Dwarf step in, it's been really solid so far. Again, Photic, as you said, he is quite solid, and it's strange for people to say who haven't been watching LPL last year, but it's definitely changed like that as LP dodging from the arrow again. Cleanse is available, but NIP on cooldown are trying to take away that summoner spell as they look for a pick yet again up in this top side. They'll continue to hang around while LNG are playing very defensive. But Fotic, hang on a minute, Kitty. You know what? Curse it. Yeah, we just cursed it. Oh my god, NIP have to get out for the
and Shalom Ball's gonna get caught.
Shalom Ball wasn't there. Oh. Well, he's caught out too, and all of a sudden, NIP making some whoopsies.
I feel like there's an academy for LPL ADCs where there's this course that you have to go in and throw the game at least once, or else you're not a true LPL ADC, and it's kind of slipping through with Fotic. We just praised his perfect ADA, and then Gale Force is in. Just take the Gale Force away from these ADCs. They're not trusted with this item. But you know, Fotic does give an angle for LNG to come back into the game, picking up that gold onto the carries. Yeah, Harvey does get a really nice Q, and that also hooks him into the Sejuani ult. And I believe everyone just took Taxi out with the Rise's ultimate, leaving Xiaolongbao back, and he was caught as well.
Well, that gold given over. I didn't get to catch who it was at the end, but hey, for LNG, they're probably cheering at that small win. 45 seconds till Dragon, though, and one of those isn't going to be enough here. We are getting towards 3 items as LP has picked that up rather, and looking towards Scout the mid lane. Still waiting to get towards either GA or, well, I think it is going to be GA for 3rd item. So Kitty, items are coming through, but NIP are just still so much stronger in this game with their massive gold lead, and Chemtech Soul is on the cards in about 20 seconds time.
Dasher does not connect this time, but with the super minions constantly pressuring this mid lane priority, they're just not going to be able to find any vision alongside Hung, especially when he's so squishy and dies instantly. But Baron's also spawning at this current moment. So NIP realistically can just let go of the Dragon, threaten the Baron on the other side of the map.
Or push down mid, as you were saying, use the pressure and just run it into the base. NIP with many options. Further to your point, LNG now cornered a little bit here, wondering what to do. Scout hitting up the mid wave as Soul is going to be the threat, but Zika has a mega blast cone to take if he can get over to the flank, but the smite's going to come through and Xiaolongbao is secured. That's the Soul over to NIP as Hung sets up the engagement. That's immediately flash out. He just ain't tanky. Zika tries the grand challenge, but Fotic goes into melee range, just doesn't care. This time I'm going to give him a chat medal as Zika's followed up by Xiaolongbao. The CC, the zone is Realm Warp back with 2 spaces. Pout. That was big brain. He goes literally a centimeter and almost kills the Fiora's re-engage. Possibility is there. Dwarf slowing down.
Alive.
And I hate Rise as much as you do here, Kitty, because this Rise could take down every single person. Pout lucky to not get Hung in the end, or rather, Hung is lucky to survive. But for how much longer? Flash? No, he's not. And Pout gets yet another with 5k damage in that fight. Soul going over. The Baron you talked about also being an easy possibility.
Zika was just constantly trying his best to become a pest for the backline of NIP. The arrow comes out once again. Doesn't result
is
too
okay,
much.
just jumps over the wall. But Kitty, Baron just makes I guess another debut.
I mean, how are you even going to walk in? Malkael coming back up very, very soon. And you just have no vision at all for this Baron, where the Rise is going to just consistently shred it alongside this Ashe and Jhin. They do get a mid lane tier 1 tower as a result of that though, but now you're dealing with a Baron buff NIP and the Chem Tank Soul also going towards that side of the team.
Well, it'll mean Elder will come through in 4.5 minutes, but that Baron, I mean, yeah, look, I was going to say, that's all you look forward to because the Baron might even just end the game. As Kitty, look at this again. A little bit too late for Tarzan to get in, and Smite goes over. Yeah,
Tarzan's been a bit slow on these 50-50 Smite flips, but Zika just constantly threatening Fotic in this team fight. Really well played, honestly. He zonied this 4th shot as well, but just not enough damage to really kill Pout because he is just having the time of his life. So tanky, throwing a EQWER, something like that. And then he just gets out. He just has a free game for tonight. And Fotic, of course, still having the ultimate available. Once he creates that space, he's just still threatening LNG, even though the fight is pretty much over. But they have to reset, and of course, the Baron does go into the hands of NIP, now with the base open as well.
And speaking of over, it feels like it for a while here as NIP have clawed through LNG. It hasn't really been challenging. LNG since the early game had a lot of question marks as they ult into Xiaolongbao, but CC doesn't hold for long. He flushes over the wall. His ultimate's already been burned away. His curtain call now going to slow down LNG on their retreat. Running through mid, Invincible, that on-hit cannon, that rather AD cannon, is still a threat to be reckoned with. As LNG lose their inhibitor yet again, but NIP want something else at this base. They want that bottom lane turret, and now the setup begins yet again.
The wave is slowly pushing through this bottom lane, but the Elder Dragon is in 3 minutes, so can you really wait until those 3 minutes and stop NIP from taking over the entire base?
Janna Crystal Arrow off cooldown every single time we fight because it's only got about 30 seconds. Hung misses here with the dredge lines. His 0-9 Nautilus hasn't been something to aspire to as Zeke has already been forced out. Meanwhile, Scout has gone in just to die. Invincible now heading for his life. How many AD cannons are you going to get in solo queue? Well, at least over in China, it's going to be quite a few. As NIP are using this Baron to try and push in, try and end the game. And with Scout down with Nexus turrets easy to take, look at them go. Tarzan not as tanky as he'd like, especially at this point in the game, as the re-engage to try and defend the game. But look at the AoE. Kitty, just say it again. EQ, 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 EQ. Pout is hit from the back line and just won't be stopped. Look at him versus LP. He could miss 100 more spells and he wouldn't die. As the Realm Warp brings him in to see the Nexus loudly for NIP with a deserved win with 27 kills over the undefeated LNG.
A perfect game from the side of NIP, taking over the early game from just the bottom lane, and Talonball just creating all these fight angles where the bottom lane and of course Photic and I believe Pout was able to just flourish later on with these champions that they've been assigned. But of course, I just think this entire early game was executed really well from the side of NIP, especially with their champions like the Ashe and Jhin securing that early priority in bot lane, where Hung wasn't really able to do too much with this Nautilus. When you think about it on paper, a melee support or an engaged support up against two ranged champions, you want to force those fights in bot. You want to burn the splashes and work alongside your Sejuani, but we didn't see that for LNG for this first game.
And as you were saying, it was LNG's bottom lane that got out traded quite heavily early on, right? The Ashe being, I guess, as every LPL Ashe, every worldwide Ashe has been so far, a pain to deal with. But that great level 1 trading you talked about in game really set them up for success. And then Xiaolong Bao, you talked about him being a ballet dancer because he was gliding across this map. He was the better jungler by far. Tarzan was making appearances, but Kitty, that flash, double flash topside, not finding much in mid lane, like 3 failed ganks in a row has got to hurt.
A lot of failed execution in terms of mechanics when it did come to those early game ganks, especially from the solo laners and Tarzan of LNG. But going back to Pout, I think this is his best performance so far we've seen in the LPL, only making his debut 2 series ago up against top esports. And him, as a note, I've always thought he was stable, but he wasn't explosive. But with this performance on the rise, he was just taking everyone by surprise.
And it was a takeaway from Scout as well. This was a pick that NIP obviously took away from, I think, one of the biggest Rise players in LPL. I'd even say maybe in LPL history if you want to take away Doombee's Rise. We've got Scout who picked up the Yone in response, but that Yone was either ulting, strangely enough, Kitty, where they've already disengaged, or Scout was then ulting, missing. Like, it just didn't come together. That's what is so crazy about this first game, is that LNG we looked as maybe a more slower, methodical team. After this game, I am a bit more questioning whether I assign that label or whether LNG have just had a decent run up until now. It is only one game, but still, this is a big cause of concern.
Yep, it might just be a blip in the radar because of how Scout was performing on this Yone. I saw a lot of miscommunication, especially when it came to his ultimates. Like you said, they were fluking. And I just think usually the Tarzan and Scout we have, they dominate the early game and they play alongside Hung. Yep. That's why he's been finding so much success on these engaged supports, because they just look for these early, all the early vision in that bottom side jungle and they take over the map. But of course, this time it was missing. Probably just, game 1 rust, perhaps, but game 2 will show us a lot more when it comes to that.
Yeah, he's hoping, again, maybe a change in draft for LNG, going back to some of the basics, like priority on the rise might be coming through from LNG as well. So it'd be interesting to see the change in adaptation for a team that, again, has been really solid. But for NIP, you already talked about Pout. I think for Xiaolong Bao, again, really solid game from the jungler who is keeping this team together too, along with their bottom lane. But NIP with a game 1 win, that's only the beginning. Let's see if LNG can bounce back after the break.
and neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng UCal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes UCal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and UCal's come to town. They find Hung, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT.
The flame from Qingtian.
They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible flashing over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry
Music
harder?
died.
And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
One has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As UCal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants UCal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The ultimate Guillotine comes into play! Qingtian! TS3! 3v1!
It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDT that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce throw going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple, and here's Ganavi to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
Tell me what you're dreaming of. Waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in. Never gonna try to reach up for the stars. You gotta fight with all of your life. Before the doubt takes over your you better run now, run before you hit the end of your gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back here in the LPL after NIP surprisingly blasted LNG in our game one. I have to correct myself from game one as well. We are in Shenzhen, where LNG's home arena is. It is not Shanghai. It is close though. Wait, no. It's NIP's arena in Shenzhen. Had to fix myself up. Suzhou, which is LNG's arena, Kitty, is close to Shanghai. You got to help me on the geography here a bit. However, Shenzhen is south. Yes? Help me.
Yes.
Help my geography.
I'm
South-
only going to say yes.
Okay, good. That's all that matters, okay? That's where Shenzhen is. And so NIP's home arena, and getting a win in their home arena is a big deal too, especially since the rebrand. But Kitty, this team needed it desperately, considering that they've made a big mid-lane change and that NIP have lost a lot of their core from the previous year.
Definitely channeling a lot of that hometown arena morale into their plays for this game one at least. But I'm very surprised by NIP. But would I even say surprised? Because we've already been seeing them take these super teams to game threes. And unfortunately, they always end in a disappointing 1 and 2 scoreline. So obviously, it's still currently on a 4-series loss streak. But with this banger of a game one up against a defeatless LNG, I think they're just better on the day of showing.
I mean, it's a good point, right? Because LNG looked pretty headless, and it was because of one man, let's be real. You know, Palp getting MVP in game one is not a big surprise to many of the people out there. A really solid Ride performance, but overall solid throughout the laning phase, solid with his jungler. Like him and Charlotte Bell linked up so nicely, especially with some of the early realm warps.
Yeah, a lot of good communication coming out of the side of NIP, and I really love the addition of Pal because we've only really seen him on this Silas where he hasn't been too loud in terms of performance, but this game was definitely what we can see of his potential and his peak as a player. He's very young, of course, coming from the Korean League, and I believe he also had some time in the Turkish competitions, but yeah, just having this early lead from the early Dragon skirmishes and just being able to translate that into further leads and snowball is something that a lot of teams aren't able to do. And as a team that is currently on the scoreline 1-4, this is totally unexpected.
Yeah, again, like Pout coming through as well. The debut, you were talking about other leagues he's played in where he's only got a bit of a taste, but LPL being a Premier League, this is his first big opportunity. And here in this game, making a bit of a statement. Now, for NIP, they were given many opportunities. Let's be quite real. LNG all over the place. The early game ganks reversed in their favor many, many times. And I think as well, they were given so many legs up, but also it's what they did with it. And LNG, NIP closing it out was very much clean in 34-minute fashion. And Kitty, going into game number 2, I think the biggest question here left remaining is like what changes, right? Because I've heard NIP have chosen blue side, and now it's just about like what do LNG change with their draft? Because obviously with this Yone combination and the double melee solo laners, they had a plan in mind, but it just didn't come together.
Yeah, I think this Yone definitely could have been changed to something with a lot more range. If we look at the game 1 draft, it was Fiora, Sejuani, Yone, Varus, Nautilus. Very, very short in terms of range. And when it comes to the damage source, you have to be up in their faces, but you're up into a Maokai in a lot of these instances. And of course, we saw Scout struggling to toss out that damage in these team fights. I would love to see Scout on more of a traditional mage like the Syndra, like the Azir. I'm assuming it is going to be led through in this first banning phase because we've already seen the Zeri Lucian getting banned out 2 games in a row from LNG, and for the side of NIP it's just the Sylas getting taken off. But yeah, Azir, Syndra opened for Scout, and he didn't look too comfortable on his Yone. I know he is a good Yone, but maybe just change things up a little where LNG has a very reliable long-range DPS.
I couldn't agree more considering what we've seen on Scout in the past. Like, it is hit him to a T. Shalom Bell will prioritize his Maokai though, and look, we were just talking about it. Last time around, LNG, bit of priority in the bottom lane, in the early Sejuani as well for Tarzan, but this time they're like, no, we have to get Scout back on Rise, and they're going to accompany the AD carry Varus once again alongside.
Back to the Rise duty goes for Scout, but of course the Varus is going to get taken off the board. NIP has opted into the Maokai first pick, which has been working extremely well for Xiaolongbao in these previous series. And of course in that game when he had the most, I would say, presence on the map, even though Pout got MVP, he was the reason why Pout got so ahead, right? Of course going to try and look for a counter for this Varus. All of the ADCs are still open, like the Ashe. They're just going to repeat what game 1 draft looked like, and I think Dro on this Ashe specifically, he looked very comfortable in this matchup.
It was so clean. I think, yeah, one of the better Ashes of the league for sure. It's just about now what pairs with it. You know, we see the Varus alongside it, Kitty, a lot of the time, but what does Botic want to play here, considering that there's only limited availabilities to pair up with Ashe, and most of the time, looks like NIP are just going to look for a solo lane and give Invincible the opportunity of the Renekton blind here for game 2.
I like this Renekton. It does deny Zika from his Renekton. He has played 6 games of it so far in this split. So a bit of a Renekton one-trick coming into this series. And of course, Renekton just provides a lot of early game urgence alongside the Maokai, which does make up for his lack of presence when before he hits 6. But Hung, once again, on a melee engaging support Leona. But this one is his most played so far, 3 games on it currently. And I think so far, LNG's team comp is looking very dangerous with the amount of CC they have in this bottom lane. But with the ADC still being a question mark for the side of NIP, I do want to see ADC bans from LNG. Tristana comes out, but that has been seen in the mid lane, where I'm sure Pal is also very comfortable in playing because of how oppressive it does in the laning phase. But Azir is also something that we potentially can see. Also, Victor has shown us that before. Pretty stable, not explosive, but will do evenly up against Scout's Rise.
I love that you pulled out the Tristana in mid, because only yesterday we saw Xiaohu pull it into a Rise matchup. Like, very, very relevant indeed. Well, jungle's going to be the ban for NIP against Tarzan. That Vi first, we know the Sejuani, as you're saying, is an option to come after that as well. I am just wondering, like, is Hung in a new patch? He's one of the few supports in the league that doesn't want to play any AD carries in response, doesn't want anything to really take the aggression into the Ashe. Instead, the engage sticks in him. It's again, just a unique player in our league. Yone also going to be banned away, just in case Pout wanted to match and do what Scout did last game.
I mean, yeah, those traditional majors are still open for Pout to pick up, but his Silas has been banned for the side of NIP. Of course, Zika wants to get a winning lane for this. I'm assuming they're going to save counter up against this Renekton. Oh, actually, they're going to save counter for the jungle. But yeah, Sejuani is still available. I think when it does get paired alongside the Varus and Leona, they have a lot easier time in terms of executing these team composition and opting into winning fights because of just how easy it is to activate the early game. But Lee Sin gets locked in here instead.
And it's Tarzan's Lee Sin. It is Tarzan's Lee Sin. And I know across the world there are many great Lee Sins. I put Tarzan in very high regards, and I think he's underrated in that regard too. We look at LNG locking in their jungler in a different route, and Kitty, it goes back to the point you said in-game about this Maokai versus the Sejuani, about how comfortable NIP were leaving it up and available. And so keep that in the back of your mind as to LNG operating with a different jungle role. Now on the other side, Swain locked in here. Is this mid? Is this bot? Because it's funny running it into Scout when Scout was like the OP Swain player, and suddenly NIP are just like, hey, we're going to throw that there, and then another curveball, it looks like. What is happening here?
It's looking like a Swain mid lane hysterics up against Scout's Rise. Very, very interesting for this game too, but I cannot stop staring at Tarzan looking in his Lee Sin, making his debut for this LPL split, and it's going to be our first time seeing this, of course, so very interesting. We don't see a lot of Lee Sins so far. It's more of those tanky frontliners that are able to offer follow-up damage. Of course, you need to have very high execution when it comes to the Lee Sin mechanics on how you set up kills, but with the amount of setup that you already previously have from Varus and Leona, I'm sure that's not going to be a huge problem. But Zika is going to once again opt into this Fiora, where it's going to be a huge skill matchup in that top lane.
So tell me a little bit more. First on NIP side, like, does this draft need to snowball? What are we hoping for here with double 80 carry in the bottom lane and a lot of CC lockup for NIP themselves too?
I mean, they don't have... NIP's entire team comp is very refreshing to see. Swain, of course, is locked in for Pelt this time around. I think it does relatively well into the Rise, you just scale alongside him, but the biggest difference is, of course, how you play these team fights. And like we've seen in the previous game, the Maokai and Ashe has so much setup in these team fights where I think Swain is going to just be freely dancing around the enemy team of LNG and try to tickle them down with his ultimate. But yeah, I mean, very similar picks for the side of NIP. Once again, it did work extremely well for them in this game one, so I'm not surprised that they didn't change too much of this draft. But on the side of LNG this time, however, the Rise goes into Scout's hands, and I just think Scout, when he's on a comfortable champion, I think it will just bring him back into the game, because LNG's first game wasn't LNG.
It really wasn't. So we're looking for LNG to bounce back, and Kitty, you said comfort, like Hung on Leona. Like his Pyke, I'd say pure comfort. LP with a really solid game. I think he's the best performer of LNG in game number 1. And you look towards Tarzan on Lee Sin. Comfort, comfort, comfort. This man is one of the best blind monks in the universe. But unfortunately, people ironically haven't been able to see that. So we go into game 2 with a refreshing sigh of relief for LNG fans and for LNG in total as we walk back onto Summoner's Rift. Swain makes a debut as well, as you were saying, with Pout with the Unsealed Spellbook. But we have to find out why are we not getting Jaios and Chen Chen? What is happening? Why is the crowd so quiet? They're not.
Come on,
maybe
everyone.
they're all LNG fans. Everyone's come from Suzhou, and they're just not happy with game 1.
Look, we can still do a Jayo for game 2. It's still continuing. It hasn't been lost just quite yet. But yeah, we're gonna see a wall getting dropped here by Salonbot just to make sure this skill matchup in top lane, Invincible gets that heads up in terms of Bush priority. But yeah, Jin, Ashe once again up against a Leona. So the same threats from the side of LNG's bot lane, but I didn't see too much proactiveness from Hung on that Nautilus in game 1, where maybe in game 2, you know, he is on this comfort champion. He's able to pull off these ganks and roams much better since he, I don't know, he just didn't look like himself on that Nautilus. So
Kitty,
a bit of a switch up.
Proactiveness, I think Hung was proactive, but in the wrong way.
Oh,
I think
no,
the problem with game number 1, like the 0-9 Nautilus, was Hung was maybe too excited to pull a hook in, as we saw even from the level 1 mark. That's kind of what lost the lane.
I mean, if you don't send it on champions like Leona and Nautilus, are you really playing Leona and Nautilus? It's either going to go amazing for you or it's going to go terrible. And of course, it went terrible for the side of LNG this time. But Dro, spacing LNG's bowling very, very well, where Leona's weak point is at level 1, since you do have the Q available, but you don't have the range.
Look at them go. I mean, yet again, LP and Hung just getting bullied out. And of course, we expect this with the Leona Jhin, but it was just like last game, where, remember, Hung dredge lined in, got half health traded, and the lane was forever in Photic and Draw's favor. And considering as well that Tarzan right now is clearing the bottom side, has an angle there just in case, but also can then path up to the top side and rotate back around for the second clear. Kitty, already a very good start for NIP when we have been praising them, I think, from the word go here today.
Yep, NIP definitely showing up with their morale from game 1. Lee Sin does get scouted by the Ashe E, so we do know that Tarzan is going to be playing towards Zika's lane, which does give Xiaolongbao an angle to potentially dive here. But LNG has all their summoners available, and LP's gone.
Yeah,
From
an
level
early
1,
back.
he's gone.
Wait, he was scared of the dive. I guess again, it was spotting out probably from the sapling coming through, but that's so much. Kitty, look at the wave. He's on 2 CS. What?
Okay,
Were you
well,
just
you're
scared
just
of the
gonna back
dive?
this 2 waves as the Varus, and this Leona's gonna pick up everything. Maybe it's
He's
a
got more
new
CS.
technique. Oh no, the Leona's out
technique.
CSing the Varus in this game. I'm expecting chaos to
God.
absolutely ensue in this top lane very, very soon, though. Tarzan very angry from how game 1 went, so he's gonna do a lot of fighting at the start of this game.
Yeah, he's going to have to. I mean, look, Tarzan's got a big shoe to fill, I guess, in that bottom side because there's a 10 CS lead already. Just interesting. Kitty must have been really scared of the dive happening, but still at half HP, didn't want to play the risk whatsoever as Tarzan now going into the invade, but spotted out by a sapling. We'll be walking past yet another one as well, by the way. And Shalom-Bao just getting full information in reverse. LNG doing the same with that ward placed down on the Gromp, where Tarzan
still
still wants to
looking.
invade.
The blind monk is still looking, but there's a lot of cats stopping him from getting this 1v1 duel. Fiora is backing right now, though. She's resetting tempo, so Tarzan shouldn't go for this. And he leaves. But already you can see a change up in Tarzan's playstyle. Very aggressive towards the enemy jungler, and that is exactly what you want up against a Maokai jungle. Start challenging him before he gets the demonic embrace online, where you aren't going to be able to enter into your own jungle for these major objectives.
Tracking as well, helping out some of these solo laners who last game around were nigh uninfluential. Scout already starting off in a better way on his rise with just about a 10 CS lead. As that's also enabling Tarzan to do a bit of invading. Look at this, straight onto the Krug camp. Raptors, excuse me, and Shalom-Bao a little bit slower on the clear, only just hitting 4 himself. Tarzan has decided to just take that for his own initiative. He'll be spotted out, but it's way too late.
The Ashe spots him once again. I mean, Ashe in this current meta is just such a pest when it comes to these draws, because she gets flexed to ADC and support. And in a lot of these matchups, once you take the Halo Blades, you just win every single trade as long as you know how to space correctly. And from Joe's current performance, we obviously know he's a very good Ashe. And maybe Hung decided that Ashe didn't need to get banned. It was just a blip in the radar where his Nautilus just was not it. And they're going to take up this challenge once again.
Yeah, again for Draw, going on something similar to this game. I'd be pretty optimistic, however, just after that game 1 Nautilus. Still not sure what to think, and especially with the early lane state, based off that early back from LP. Bottom's not something I'm optimistic about in total for LNG, as level 3 versus level 4 on the 80 carry, that experience difference worth keeping an eye on. As up in the top side, we're getting top laners getting ready for the 6 mark. Zika is 1 minion away, I believe. Yes, there it is. He hit 6. Invincible is not 6, so Grand Challenge not going to come through the slice and dice expected. And that's that small window that Zika was unable to punish.
Bit of trading going up in this top side, where Renekton did opt into the Ninja Tabbies first because you're up against Lee Sin and Fiora when it does come to the 2v2 sense. But a lot of priority coming out of NIP's bowling once again. I mean, Hung on this melee, so I just want to see a flash Q onto the ADC or support of Ashe, burn something, and then just repeatedly do that and have that aggression where you have the Hex Flash available as Leona.
Well, maybe it's going to come through from the Sonic Wave. Tarzan might not be 6, but the damage is done. Relmont brings in Scout as well, but wait for it. There you go. You got Hung's Flash Kitty. The Zenith Blade forces out Potik, so now he's got no summoners whatsoever. And there's no level 6 as we all fight around Dragon. It's only Scout to bring it in. As I will say, Pout does have his Demonic Ascension. He can turn into a dangerous Birdman. Do the chicken dance on top of LNG. Dragon's still going to be a flip at this point. Is Shalom-Bao looking for the steal, or rather the smite down? Pout holds his in. Dragon's secured. Pout now running forward. There's the first flare coming through. Still in range for yet a second. First blood of an NIP is... Oh! Pout comes in over. And guess what with the range? The movement speed. LP is dead. It's Death's Hand once again. But Pout should be dying for it. His visible TP'd in. A flush from Tarzan. The top laner comes down. Invincible. Add to the fray as NIP Kitty. They've just started this early game off beautifully again.
A repeat of game 1. Once again, Pout picking up 2 kills. I'm getting deja vu. Or 1 kill. He got an assist on the other kill, but I'm
Still
getting
deja
deja
vu.
vu hysterics. Pout has been playing so well in these early game team fights where he is just able to toss out so much damage on the Swain, where Xiaolongbao was realistically so low to even enter into the fight. Although the dragon has been secured, they are focusing down the flashless Leona. And I just need to highlight that Varus is still level 4. He's a level below this Leona, so he's not going to offer too much into these team fights. And Invincible, just being a little bit more proactive, does TP down and enter into the fight where Pout unfortunately does fall, but more kills go into the pockets of NIP.
Oh, Invincible getting the kill as well, Kitty. I mean, it's Renekton getting a bit of resources from the back end of that. Turret plating as well. That's what our observer was trying to show us, that 2 bits of turret plating in the end were taking a Photic. So LP level 5, Photic level 6, and again, we got to talk about the gap in this bottom lane. Now we can start talking about the gap in the rest of the map as all those resources go over and lend NIP a 1,500 lead here in this early game, Kitty. They're now even moving up to Rift Herald to try and push it further.
Probably Ashe and Malphite aren't level 6 just quite yet though, so if you want to force something or opt into a fight,
Scout is going to find himself on to Pout. That ultimate's almost up and available. This is a timing if I've ever seen one, but Deadly Flow's going to follow through. Soul Flare as well. It's a 1-for-1, but it's support for mid laner. Xiaolongbao going to follow through. That smite down with LP getting a kill, but now he's going to be nuked to oblivion. All it took was close quarters combat as Sheriff finds himself the bounty. 2 kills now over to Photic and Kitty. Just because the jungle went down doesn't mean LNG have free reign over to that Herald now.
A 2-for-2 trade for both sides of this team. I could see what LNG were doing. They forcing onto Pout before NIP's Welling reaches their level 6 ultimate spikes. And unfortunately, Jin is already 6 from the previous wave. But a lot of spells committed to Pout, and unfortunately he didn't have that ultimate available where he was just getting crowded by everyone. But of course, you are fighting against a Maokai with his little saplings in the bush. So it's very tough being the side of NIP. And Photic just playing these fights so well. He knows his role as a Jin, and he creates space between him and the enemy, and he just starts shooting these people down with his ultimate.
And look, speaking of shooting people down, you know, the movement was great. NIP have also set themselves up to get the Herald as we come second time around. But even the arrows are going to start flying out now as well. And Kitty, we already talked about Compton, Draft is Invincible. Might have gone a bit too far forward for this plate. He's going to have to dominate in. He's got the Tabi, that might help out as Zeke is not going to get the final tag of the Grand Challenge. That's an ulti down from both of them. There's Flash still available for Invincible if this turns back. LNG now looking for a play in the bottom side, but Kitty, the wave hasn't been pushed in yet. We're going to have to wait a little bit as TP going to be burned in response. LP might be caught out. Is this going to be dangerous for LNG as Pout comes down and saves the play?
Unfortunately, Tarzan was spotted on that ward that we see right above that wall. And really proactive TP coming out of Pout, but something else that's been catching my eyes is that we know that Invincible TP down to that bottom lane fight, and he was able to pick up that 1 kill, but Zika not really getting a CS lead when your laner wasn't in your lane, and I'm getting concerned because Zika on this Fiora, we've seen 2 very silent performances so far, so can he really just become the late game monster that LNG wants in this team comp?
So, Kitty, are you worried at the point for LNG for scaling? Because, like, we still have the Fiora, we have the Rise this time around. What does it look like if the game state stays with NIP slowly drifting ahead?
I mean, Zika, I do expect a lot of mechanics coming out of a blind... I mean, this Fiora was countered this time since Renekton was picked before, but in the first one, it was a blind Fiora, so a lot of confidence coming out of LNG's top laner. But like you said, Rise, Varus, still a lot of ability to scale safely into the late game. But you're trying to play for that split pushing team composition alongside with the Realm Wolf that is available for Scout, and that is a very viable win con for LNG. But Invincible, like I said, he isn't too behind this Fiora where he is going to be so much more valuable in these team fights when we're going to approach the second dragon in this game.
Let's see if he's able to get himself an item before then. However, it doesn't look like a back's going to come through because there's no TP. You mentioned no TP for these soul lanes and top side as Zika has his ultimate yet up and available again. Dominance is there too. Invincible's been poked on down as Zika's thinking about it, and you know with that proc in as well. Grand Challenge comes out for Dominance. Invincible might be in trouble, but having said that, all it takes is a W and flash. But Zika's waiting for that riposte that saves his life from a Cull the Meek. Not going to be coming through. Meanwhile, it was Herald mid to try and get the second dragon where NIP would get the stacks up as Fodic moving out of position. Fodic could be in danger, but LNG are like, no, they don't pull the trigger, and he just walks freely to dragon.
They just don't care about voting. I mean, he does have the cleanse available, but at least burn it for future play. Ash arrow coming out.
Oh, and it hits Scout as well. The minion wave about to dissipate, and especially with the never move, Scout might be in a bit of trouble. However, they have moved down the bottom lane, and I could be wrong. And a Fodic flash away, Sonic Wave kicked and dead. LNG finally make the play happen as Draw is running for his life. No one there to save him for the time being. Tarzan stops the pursuit there, Hung as well. So LNG at least getting themselves a kill, Kitty, while Dragon plating, excuse me, for LNG should be following up in this bottom lane.
Yep, second dragon does go into the pockets of NIP, but Photic finally gets caught coming back into this lane, and a lot of plays gonna go into the hands of LP. Already having the Immortal Shieldbow online, where in this ADC matchup, a bit of a switch up for Photic specifically. He's going the Lethality Jhin this time around.
Yeah.
Really well played by LP. He was staying out of vision to really connect his ultimate. The cleanse does come out, but Tarzan's follow-up Q just secured the deal, and Joe wasn't really able to do too much because his ultimate was used in that mid lane early on.
And LP able to get some gold back into this game and actually equalize the CS with plating on top of that. So from that early game level 2 back that felt like it hurt LNG so much, Kitty, they've now been able to stabilize that bottom lane and even equal up the gold lead overall. Like, we're only 1,000 behind for LNG, and despite the Dragons being NIP favored, at least they can say that LP, is going to be more and more relevant and in a comfortable position in this game.
I mean, now that you've burnt both summoners off the ADC from NIP, I would expect that repeatedly done from the side of LNG, just to really abuse this time frame of 5 minutes, since the Jhin doesn't have that defensive spell.
Cool.
Very
Arrow
close.
again. Well, ulti's going to be burnt as well. Flash down from Scout. We're talking about the tools that can abuse Photic lack of summoners, but right now, Scout now getting burn of his own. Might be a reverse as Deadly Flourish yet again, but that's just to force out Hung and add some pressure while Tarzan moves into position. LNG want this bottom lane turret to get there first.
Scout is still currently CSing in the mid lane, so he's not going to rotate until he gets that wave pushed in. But I think this is a much more stable game now that LNG has picked up that 1 kill onto Photic now, and LP is slowly getting online with the disastrous start that he had in a 2 CS Varus. I think he's very happy with the game state so far, and not a lot of fighting, but I think with the rise in your pockets this time in this game 2 draft, you're going to comfortably also scale into late game with this Fiora being a side lane threat as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about how LNG can play out the sides with the rise. I think important to note that we kind of said it from first last time for NIP is, Kitty, I want to point out some items while we have some time before next Dragon, before Herald. We have a Manamune coming this time around from Photic. So Yomu's first, running into the Manamune second, or maybe third, depending on where the Serrated Dirt goes. The Photic changing it up, as you said. There's going to be a lot of bursts coming around this third Dragon.
Yeah, a lot of setup already as the support of Hung goes towards that Herald, but LP is just walking up towards Invincible while he has the flash available. I don't know if he's allowed to do this.
Yeah, maybe not. Chain Disruption will come through, and at the very least, Enchantress Arrow doesn't connect. LP now down with an ulti. No summoners were able to be burned as Pout is going to respond to this top side of the map. Meanwhile, with the rest of NIP moving up, but LNG playing very safe and playing quite reserved here in their lanes, not giving anything over, while NIP decide now's the time to start the Herald as it just spawned.
Once again, NIP just getting their hands on all these early objectives with the amount of pressure from Ashe and Maokai when it comes to this vision control and just pure engage that they are able to offer when it does get to that game, state of the game. But you know, LNG does get the first bottom tower in this instance, and they are still slowly scaling. But how many Heralds and how many Dragons are you really going to go over or give over before you start fighting? Because once again, the win con of a Dragon Soul this time being Mountain is still very, very threatening for NIP to get.
True, and again, you know, Mountain, when you have Renekton and Bruiser, when you have a Maokai who still builds those stats, like, we also get a Swain who's going to be, I guess, Rise Part 2. Considering what we saw from Pout last game. You know, still very annoying with his passive, with Rod of Ages also stacking up there. So, worth mentioning that it's a valuable dragon that NIP have control of. As they move into River, should say that control shifted over a little bit to LNG, but Kitty, third Dragon can't be understated as they use the Herald to try and push mid in the build-up towards this timer.
I mean, getting this mid lane priority is already so good for the side of NIP, but Arrow comes out.
And there's not going to be a turret there. The Never move comes as well, but they don't overcommit. They don't find the lockdown, and instead LP just has to burn the cleanse. A summoner before the dragon spawns up, plus the turret going down. NIP should be happy with that to start off this dragon and see what they get.
It really depends on how Tarzan decides to utilize his ultimate. He has the flash available, so does he want to alter away the front line from his carries, or does he want to insect
Scout
a potential
tag.
carry into his own team?
I mean, they are turning for the kill instead. Scout going to be locked up. Does he have a stopwatch available? The answer seems to be no. As the kickback onto Fotik, who's being called out. The 80 carry of NIP might be going down, but no one hit him. He got out so much more damage than he should have. There's now the pout as he goes golden. It's trying to be brought back by Zika, but LNG is a bit messy. However, LP still surviving with a double kill. This Varus, who started out shockingly, is now shocking right back to NIP.
LP is finally getting those angles where he is able to safely just toss out damage in these team fights. Really well played and set up from Tarzan. He was able to kick Fotik into the enemy lines, and Fotik just pretty much died instantly. And as a result, Scout was kind of traded off because he was just caught out from the Maokai ultimate from the initial engage. But yeah, I mean, with the main damage source of this Jhin dying straight away, the Swain is just not going to have that burst damage available because he is a Swain that just slowly trickles you down. Tarzan does get the insect onto the Jhin, gets the deal, seal deal, Drove flashes into the Q actually, but it doesn't do too much because he will still go CC by the side of Kong. But look at LP and just how much freedom he's having in this team fight where I think Invincible should have been just on LP instead of whatever he was doing in this team fight for NIP to win this.
How was he not touched? LP just,
I don't know.
Just chilling playing PvE, man. Literally just grinding out a Maple Story boss by himself. So good stuff for LNG. The 80 carry, 5-2 and 2. This is the third item in the making as well. And remember that we cannot state this enough. LP was behind the curve by a level and a half. He is now up a level on top of Fotik, and giving LNG a lot of hope in this second game. As gold is dead even, they were able to pick up a dragon. And we did talk a lot about the scaling from LNG here, and Kitty, how they can play this mid-game going forward.
LP is definitely the most consistent player in the series so far. On the side of LNG, he did the most damage on that on-hit Varus build from game one. Once again, I'm assuming he is topping damage charts with just the pure amount of DPS he was able to toss out in the previous fight. And I think this Varus pick is just doing so much compared to Fotik, where once you get flash engaged on by Tarzan or by, I believe, Hung, then you're going to die instantly as that immobile ADC, and you have to just play your positioning so carefully if you want to win these team fights.
Again, it kind of speaks to the testament of LP coming into the league. Remember that this guy was a bit of a fill-in. Like, this is his first major split where you know he's going to be playing the role consistently and where you know he's actually been given a proper chance. And props to LP. If this is a solo queue game, it's definitely plus 17 rather than minus. I think even the last one, lost mitigated for how Scout and Tarzan, well, I mean, Zika kind of played in the end there as well, especially Hung. You know, he's the kind of person that you feel like, man, you should get a refund on half your LP for game number one. But frankness
LP
aside,
definitely.
Oh, Kitty, he was the best player for sure. And again, as you said, the consistency is there. As we are going to get ourselves, not an Ashes, but a Wit's End coming out third here from this Varus too. There is a decent amount of AP damage on the side of NIP, so mitigating that, but also the 3 items going to be massive here for the 80 carry.
Yeah, LNG, not only did they turn that fight around for that third dragon, they also secure the third dragon and deny the Mountain Soul Point from NIP, and that just gives extra time for the Rise and Field to scale further on into the game. This Ashe Arrow does not connect. Drow still having a lot of KP on this Ashe, but you know, with the switch up of this Rise not being in NIP's pocket this time, I just feel like they are able to find a lot of those tempo fights where Rise just kind of cheats it by ulting in the fights.
True, and again, like Scout has been a quiet achiever, so that CS gap should be quite obvious when we get into one of those fights too, and see how much damage Scout does. As Overlay goes down, meaning something's going to happen. The future vision, something's definitely going to happen. And Fotik, his flash almost up and available. Keep an eye on that. Summoner as his cleanse is there. stepping up dangerously so as LNG separate for the time being, but nothing comes off the back of it. A minute 15 till the next Dragon, though, getting something I'm going to keep my eyes out for is NIP continue to try and force LNG into an uncomfortable position in front of this third Dragon. All four.
I mean, my eyes are just on the flashes of everyone because this upcoming dragon fight realistically is just who can kill the ADC first. Because this Swain, obviously, like I said, not a lot of burst damage, so you can just push him to the side before and then you just kill Photic straight away. But on the other hand, you have LP, and I think Invincible's role in the next upcoming team fight is to really just stop and zone LP from tossing out that damage, because in the end, he is an on-hit Varus, and he has to be up in your face to really toss out the DPS in those team fights. So Invincible and Xiaolongbao's role is going to be very crucial in this third dragon, which could potentially go to NIP.
And again, we talked about so much CC for NIP. The fact that he was free hitting in the last team fight should never happen. As we're looking for a pick towards mid. LP might be targeted. There's Enchantress Arrow as well. Flies Imperial Mandate as the Ents go marching one by one yet again. Pout is tanking up in the front line in this choke. It's a good start, but NIP have committed a lot, haven't found much. It's Cleanse and Flash now gone from their superstar AD carry. LNG zoned out, and Kitty, now NIP have the route to go and get this dragon.
LP gets caught out in that mid lane and has to burn 2 summoners, so the threat of this renekton is just so much more oblivious when we come into this next team fight, so I'm really scared for LP.
I mean, Hung sets it up again. Shallowfell's the target, but Hung going in by himself. LNG have found a target onto Invincible, who was zoned out himself. Grand challenge is good, though. And Rise is starting to do his things as Pout sets up for the CZ. They take the Realm Warp. Tarzan and Scout are the ones who go through, while LP is still in this fight at half HP. He's healed up. Can join back in, but the arrows there. He's got no summons. But can anyone get to him? Pout's trying to get him. But he engaged there, and Shallowfell flashing away. Numbers advantage should be coming through, but Zika is a Fiora through and through, and it's just over through the solo lanes. LNG fight back, and NIP are wiped off the board.
NIP plays that so messily, where this Fiora picked up 3 kills as a result of this 4th dragon fight. And once again, Photic, he just doesn't have enough damage to kill the Varus, even though the Ash ultimate connected at the very end. This entire fight starts with LP getting caught in this middle lane, and he has to burn both summoners as a result of that. And I believe even more summoners were burned from the side of LNG for a mistake like this. And it just put LNG in such an awkward position where they weren't able to contest for this dragon. And Zika, my eyes and my hero coming into this next team fight. He plays it very, very slow, where Invincible is trying to get his hands onto the backline of LNG, but he gets instantly melted from Fiora's ultimate, and that is the front line of NIP gone. And Zika just constantly playing this fight so well, getting the vitals and suffocating NIP once they hit this bottom lane. Ash Arrow does come out very, very soon onto the cleanseless LP, but look at the Jin Force shot. It's not enough damage, and Zika cleans up with a triple kill.
After everything was burnt from LP, expectations for the NIP had a good chance in the fight, but you're right, Zika's patience really plays out. Scout there as a supporting body as well. Puts LNG into the second Mountain Dragon here in this game, puts them into a 3k gold lead. Things are looking good for them to take it to a game number 3, especially now that we've got that side laning fully activated with our third item. Kitty, why is brain not working? Please help.
It's okay.
Let's
redirect it now that Zika has so much money in his pockets. He's opted into the Hull Breaker for his third
there
item.
We go.
So that means he can't play for these team fights no more. But can NIP really take down the Fiora when she's pressuring?
Draw just over a wall by himself, poked out, bursted down. NIP support just in no man's land. However, it might set up a kill on Tarzan as Photic gets CC'd up himself. Gets the last shot before he does, but will die for his trouble. Now Zika running into the rest of NIP. It's a 3 versus 4. As Pout tries to bring it back, but LNG have taken down some pretty crucial members. The map is theirs once again.
A 1-for-2 trade, not too shabby, especially with Zika still consistently pressuring the side lanes of NIP. Well, he's going to group up for this current stage in the game, but I just see the Charles falling as a result of that. But of course, Photic, Dro not having flash available from the previous dragon fight just means they have to position extremely well, or they just get caught up like this. And Dro gets spotted from the blue ward and gets instantly kicked by Tarzan. As a result, Tarzan does sacrifice his life for a 1-for-1 trade, but Photic trying to ult in the middle of everyone? You're up against a Leona. You can't do that. Especially without your cleanse available at that second, you're just gonna die as well.
And again, like, bottom lane has been a roller coaster of emotions this game. Fotik has gone from a great laning phase to getting caught out like that with LP really being the better AD carry from the 15-minute mark. And LNG still hold the reins of this game. Let's be real, like this mid game has been theirs from the point that turret plating went down. It felt very LNG favored. And we know that we've already talked about scaling and what they're going to do. Kitty on the other side, NIP. What do you hope for here? Is it just pick? Is it just pick before objectives? Is that like your main goal here as the blue team?
I mean, you have the Varus Splash not being available at this current second, so I just want to see NIP's topside really force this. But they are just going to do a desperate play, maybe turn on the visionless LNG as they approach this Baron.
Yeah, but Tarzan on Lee Sin again. We know
They
Lee
force the
Sin
TP
has
out.
a bit of a detriment. Is that
Sure.
the great ulti from LP? Zeke with the flank as well now for NIP. The question is whether they get choked out or whether they try and turn it around. Baron is disengaged, of course, with LNG. Just going to send Tarzan to back away. NIP have to play the retreat game as Vision has just been turned completely wide back into LNG's favor.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a Baron Dash coming out of NIP. They do successfully get Zika's Zika's TP on this Fiora, so if they ever do that once again, this Hullbreaker Fiora can't really come into the fight instantly. It's just a walk up and potentially could sneak a Baron into their favor, but this third dragon is coming up very, very soon. Third Mountain Soul, a Mountain Dragon, and LNG already having a Fiora with these stopwatches available and the Hullbreaker. I just fear that NIP doesn't have enough damage to execute Fiora when she's going for the silent pushes.
True. I mean, so far, hasn't been a real threat as the Scout gets hit out pretty hard. LP doesn't have the ultimate available to add his 2 cents into this mix. Couple ultis now burned for Ninjas in pajamas as they walk through this Jhin ulti trying to set it up with a follow engage, but now that 3 ultis in the blink of an eye down, Zika's running through him, but he has a Hullbreaker. I think he doesn't care about all these people, and he turned the ulti into invincible. This Renekton has a dominant run for his life, and Grand Challenge might not go down, but suddenly that top laner is irrelevant.
Irrelevant, invincible is irrelevant. Exactly, I couldn't have worded it better. Because once you get to this stage as the Renekton, unless you're flashing onto the carries of LNG, you are just going to get consistently pushed out by the Fiora in a 1v1 situation.
They're trying. God, they're really trying NIP to find something back. Dragon is up though, Kitty. Will health bars matter because Zika is a little bit low and doesn't have the TP to get back. Tarzan as well. Maybe NIP have set themselves up for third drag. Do they care about it?
I mean, you have to care about it because your only AD damage realistically, or range AD damage, is Fotik, and he has decided to go towards the Yomus and Eclipse. And there's just not enough armor penetration to really kill the side of LNG if they do secure this third Mountain Dragon. But look at the wave state of NIP. They're getting desperate, so they have to do something here.
But look, if it goes on forever, Bot is just going to break open that inhibitor turret in jeopardy, as you were saying. And Scout's going to realm warp in. Sonic Wave hits onto Powders. NIP try to pick their target onto Zika, but it's looking messy. A great riposte yet again, but top laner soon to die as the ultimate from Maokai flies through. But LP is hitting again. Somebody kill that 80 carry. The curtain call might help out as LNG are getting low themselves. This could be so bad. Soulflare dodged away from it. They just can't walk forward. NIP need a miracle here. They need the fast. And Fotik to deliver it to them. How's he going to go with his double summoners available? There we go. We're getting deja vu again, Kitty. Or maybe it's the massive hunt. Goes on in to die. Scout now up next as LNG are losing this pretty badly. NIP have dropped 2 members, but at the very least, they've regained control somewhat in this game.
Somehow, NIP turned the entire fight with just how the ball lane of NIP creates space with the amount of range that they have against LNG's team comp. But once again, this Mountain Soul is still on the play. It does go towards LNG because of just the pure wave state that NIP has in this bottom and mid lane. But Zika just constantly trying to threaten with his Hullbreaker, not being able to really execute Rogue just quite yet. And he does fall as a result of that, but my eyes are on LP because LP is just once again not being touched by anyone. But yeah, NIP plays the fight extremely well with space. Fotik knows his role. He's drops the ultimate, gets everyone to 1 HP. They just have to play this extremely slowly with Ashe and hope for a route from Photic, where he did end up getting it. Not a lot of kills going into their hands, but it does regain the vision and control of this Baron.
But as you said, like at the end of the day, LNG probably didn't fret too much because even though they lost the fight, you know, me saying NIP have control in this game, I guess just the wrong statement because third dragon goes over, soul fight in 4 minutes for them. Things are looking real good, and that triple mountain
But
dragon
Zika's
turned into a
online.
mountain soul. Like, yeah, with this split pushing Fiora as well, it still looks desperate for NIP to try and find a win here when LNG are still controlling this game state through and through. It's gonna die.
Now that's
isn't it?
because
Yep.
he's gonna die with the whole breaker. Why is he AFK? Oh my god, he stopped moving for like a second. I was scared.
Dude,
But Baron
just
is going
give
to
it
get
up.
threatened because no one can really face up against Fiora unless it's a 1v2 scenario. So NIP has to make a very crucial decision in either stopping Zika from split pushing or taking the 4v4 fight in this Baron pit.
Invincible scared to do so. I mean, Inhibitor's just going to be dropping down at this rate, turning to the play. As you said, Photic going to be running in, but even in 2 versus 1, I wouldn't put it past Zika with Ignite. As LNG going to do the Baron, and they really get neither. NIP moving towards its objective, but look how fast it's going down as Nature's Grasp again flying through. Baron would just be dropping down here as TP from
Invincible's here,
Invincible.
but the base!
Zika could just end the game in a 5 versus 4. Will that even be enough as Invincible might die in it? Tarzan's also just helped kill out as Pout is dead first, and now with the Realm Warp in, it doesn't matter. A 5 versus 4 fight, and LNG are winning that too. We're going to a game 3, and LNG looking so much better than they debuted here in this series against Ninjas in Pajamas.
NIP just needs one win to stop their loss streak. They had such a prominent game 1, but they threw game 2 with just how these team fights were played. And Zika, in the very end, he came online on this to Fiora, and with the Baron, with the whole breaker, he was just able to just end the entire game on this pick. I really like how he didn't double down on this champion, because in the game 1, we didn't see him really show up with this blind Fiora pick, but game 2, he definitely showed us why he is very comfortable on this champion. And overall, for the side of LNG, they did pick their comforts, and they looked extremely good executing it.
Yeah, they really did. And again, this time around, comfort was the key word, I think, as well. Like, a bottom lane recovery was surprising from LP and Hung. But, you know, a couple of those skirmishes came through, and even though NIP did find themselves a good dive, set themselves up, Kitty, it's just strange to me that, you know, kind of all went haywire when LNG were lacking the tools with like a 2 or 3k gold disadvantage at some point in that early game.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, right, Hung and LP were able to recover very nicely from how the first level went in that bottom lane. But I think Hung was definitely the unsung hero in these team fights. He did deny Photic from playing the game every time he tried to ult. Obviously, you're getting a Leona ult to the face as a response, and that just denied a lot of the damage that NIP were relying on for the enemy team. But something else that catches my eye is Jin's build, especially specifically for Photic. He decided to opt into the lethality while you're up against a team with 3 mountain souls and you don't have Lord Dominic's available. So in reality, NIP just didn't have the damage to kill anyone.
Yeah, again, like, it's sad because I think Photic had a really good game 1 on this Jin, and, you know, we saw the Gale Force build coming through, which, Kitty, when you're going up against that much CC, maybe wouldn't have been the worst choice to pull it out yet again and then go to the LDR 3rd or 4th, depending. This time around, though, that bottom lane didn't really get into the mid game quite well, and LP props to this team fight. But I think also, like, in this series, Kitty, we've kind of had a lot of criticism for LNG, especially in the first game. Game 2, we can kind of reverse that and talk about Invincible's positioning on this Renekton, Pout as well. Like, the impact that these guys had to letting LP run around free was quite minimal.
Yeah, we didn't see the performance coming out of Invincible and Pout for this game too, where in a lot of these fights, Invincible is of course going into the backline on this Renekton, flashing in and trying to create an angle for some follow-up. But there must have been some miscommunication coming out of the side of NIP, because Invincible just died 1 for 0, and that just became a 4v5, and of course it trickled as the Varus got online in these team fights. But of course we need to highlight that Tarzan was the one that started the comeback of LNG in this game. It all started with Tarzan just kicking Photic that was in a winning position into the enemy team, where he wasn't able to really recover since that play.
Yeah, Tarzan's Lee Sin again. There's a reason this guy still pulls out the champion. We are only on 13.1. We haven't had the buffs yet, folks. So the fact that Lee Sin's come in is that stylistic choice that we wanted to talk about. For LNG, a lot more comfort in that game number 2. And for NIP, maybe a bit of a change-up in draft needed, maybe towards the bottom lane. We'll have to find out, because going into game 3, all I can say is that LNG have woken up, and finally we are going to get some kind of resolution to this series, but let's hope it's going to be the best form. We'll go to a break, and when we return, we'll have to find out who takes it out for our first series of our Sunday.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng UCal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes UCal, here comes Beishwan.
Metro's back.
They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and UCal's come to town. They find Hung, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shakes denies the Penta, denies TT! They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry harder? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible! He's just that.
One has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As UCal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants UCal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The ultimate guillotine comes into play. Qingtian! CS3! 3-big-1!
It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDT that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's Cleanse out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bot. Strong going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganami to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life.
As Kitty confirmed in Game 2, Shenzhen is indeed south. Not from where we are in Australia right now, but just south in China. I got geography direction, thankfully, even though I've been there many times, but I needed it. Shenzhen maybe not important in this discussion because the real winners were Suzhou, aka LNG, for game number 2 after they woke up in the series here for LPL's Sunday Week 4. My name's Eric. I'm joined by Kitty, of course, who took us through those first 2 games. And Kitty, LNG finally showing us a little bit of signs of life. I think cleaning up their act from what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, definitely still a bit messy in the early game. However, LNG was able to bring it back with the later team fights that they had in that game too. But of course, my standout player was Tarzan on that Lee Sin, a debut of his Lee Sin for 2023. And he did exceptionally well, I think only dying once as a trade-off to really get that pick they needed later on into the game. And he just knew his role in these team fights and they played towards that.
Again, Tarzan controlling the early game. I believe it was a Zika or LP MVP. I didn't hear that one in my ear. But either of them could be well-deserved. I think, as you said, Tarzan actually getting the MVP here. It's nice when you see, someone who, might not have the goal difference, but was a very big supporting part of the team. And it makes sense when Zika LP were situated so well off because of this guy's Lee Sin, because of his comfort pick, which we don't see much in the LPL. That's the second one. Hacker pulled it out earlier in the split. I believe this is the only other one we've had, and Tarzan made it look flawless.
Yeah, I mean, I just need to consistently remind you guys that the first 3 major objectives went to the side of NIP, and Tarzan was just hyper-focused on getting LP ahead in this bottom lane, and he did just that. LP became an absolute menace in these team fights, and no one on the side of NIP was really able to respond to such a fed Varus. I just think Tarzan had a really good performance on this Lee Sin. Of course, LPL isn't LPL without its Lee Sins and Kai'Sas, as we expect, so it was just a really nice breath of fresh air, and someone that kind of got not really ignored but unnoticed is Zika's performance on this Fiora. Even though he is playing Fiora, which isn't the best team fighting champion, I just think with his ability to hit these vitals in the crucial moments, he made up for that lack of damage while LP still wasn't online, and he single-handedly won these team fights for LNG.
You used the word patience in game, and I couldn't agree more. Like, Zika's ability to path around the fights itself, as you just said, felt like it won LNG the game, and a cleaned house. It really was, Tarzan's show as well, but props to Zika for being so great on this Fiora that they put a lot of priority on, and especially when Zika was one of the biggest buyouts in the offseason. It's nice to see LNG's top laner performing that well when the big names are Tarzan, are Scout, Hung a growing name as well, especially in the LPL. We are looking towards this mid lane jungle to finish it off for LNG, but on the other side, Kitty, NIP started off the series great, but in game 2, there are a bit of options about damage, or rather concerns coming through. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about what draft looks like, or should look like, going into game 3.
I mean, there's a really big reason why Swain isn't the most popular champion, and I think that game 2 really explains why it's not getting picked at all, because there was just a huge lack of damage when it came to the mid game of the game 2. And of course, this range just wasn't there, where Photic was just constantly getting threatened by Hung on this Leona and the amount of CC that Tarzan is able to offer into these team fights. So I just think when we go into this game 3, I want NIP to draft a second carry damage, or at least something that has long range and can deal damage far away, instead of something that's like a Swain and isn't as explosive, and you have to rely on Photic in these team fights.
Maybe we start going back to some of the priority that we saw in game 1, like the early rise taken away, get it before LNG, pull it out for Scout. We also see, the Varus going over to LNG 2 games in a row. Something to consider as LPL AD carries have put a really big priority on that AD pick as well. But so far, I mean, Draw has been, I think, one of the better members of NIP, Kitty. His Ashe in both games was still very influential. So we have to see, what is worth sacrificing here in order to take away from LNG like you did in game 1.
Yep, NIP is going to go on blue side once again. So this Rise has been the most contested champion in this series so far. So I'm wondering if LNG just bans it right now, because obviously they couldn't handle it, or at least Scout wasn't able to match Pout's damage in that first game. But of course, I think the ban is just going to be the exact same as we've seen in the past 2 games, where we're pretty much just repeating everything. And once again, Ashe and the Varus is up and available probable, so it will get picked in this first 3 champion slots. Maokai once again going into the hands of Xiaolongbao. A bit of a Maokai enthusiast, but there is very good reasoning behind that. And LNG, they're just gonna get Rise again.
You know what? Rinse and repeat. That's going to be Varus. Now, on the other side, Ash will be picked here, folks.
Trying to predict everything.
Yeah. What came next, Kitty? Ash and then what?
Ash, and then I believe mid lane wasn't. Ooh.
Oh, what was? I mean, now it's just a memory problem.
Now it's just a memory problem. Ash is gonna get locked in there. I think it was the solo laner of NIP in this 3rd position. Renekton.
Yep, it was
yes,
Renekton,
that gets
yep.
locked in. On the other side, we're gonna get.
What happens next?
I believe it was the jungle. Was it the jungler? No, it wasn't.
Was it
Azir!
Leona?
Please lock in Azir. I've been begging for an
Oh,
Azir
it's
for the
different.
past 2 games. Finally, a long-range mage that can deal with the range, or deal with the scaling as this Rise gets locked in for the 3rd game in a row. And finally, a change of histories. I'm so
Kitty,
happy.
I've never heard anyone so excited for Azir. Like, you are the first person in the history of casting that has been cheering on Azir. Everyone else tucking into bed, and you're like, man, let's go. Another drink, let's rave.
Okay. Would you
big
rather
news.
see Azir or Swain? Because obviously Azir is the better bird out of the 2, so just lock it in for Game 3. Although it's a big snooze fest with the amount of scaling that we already have on the table for this Game 3 so far, but at least there is a change because NIP, no way they just opt into the exact same draft that they lost on for Game 2. Now, once again, the top lane is going to become the main focus. Jin, however, this time is going to get taken off the board, so Photic won't be able to have that in his pockets for Game 3, where he won't be playing it for a 3rd time in a row. This Fiora, I think Zika has been playing very good on Fiora so far, so that opens up the entire champion pool again, and Zika has been that Renekton player we've seen in the LPL, especially on LNG, where he's had 6 games on it so far.
So it wouldn't be surprising, as you're saying, for LNG to just look at this Renekton coming off the ban phase. They are continuing to ban down those 80 carries as the Sivir was still an option here for Photic, but now that's 4 ADs banned by LNG. And it's hard to see what Photic has left as Vi's going to be taken away as well. Tarzan still without a jungler. Jungle or top lane? What do you want here for Zika? Maybe the counter punch up in top side might be more worthwhile, but you already alluded to the Renekton, so I think that's something we have to keep in mind.
Yeah, Renekton, Camille, all very
Flopper.
viable options. Tarzan is hovering the Zac. He has already played it once in this split so far, and it did wonders for the side of LNG. He's going to lock it in.
Let's go.
Let's bounce for Tarzan in this 3rd game. I love it. I love the amount of force that LNG already has in their pockets with this champion getting locked in. But of course, Renekton still can go to either side of NIP or LNG. But obviously saving that counter pick for Zika, who has been performing the best out of everyone in this series, so I'm gonna be very surprised on what he picks. But Ezreal's gonna get locked in with the Kraken Slayer build getting pretty popular in LPL.
True, it has been, and again, been hitting solo queue up as well. I was just thinking out loud, you know, maybe something like the Gnar that's been seen. Is Invincible really that type of player? Or do you want the front line and enable your range of damage? NIP rounded out in the end. That Renekton just been left to the wayside while Zika has a perfect counter for the top side. Many different options there. Maybe for them, the Gnar looks a little bit more reputable, especially with Zac coming through. Think about the CC combination.
I'm sorry, Hysterics, but Sion, ever since the Shy touched it last night, playing Sion for, I believe, 2 games, I've been a bit scarred, and the Shy's living in my head
He got a
rent-free.
kill. Leave him alone.
He got a kill, but for how many deaths in a row was that?
16.
That's the next question. 18 deaths, and he got 1 kill at the very end in that Game 3. But of course, very
Worth it.
big change-ups for the solo lanes of NIP this time around. A lot of scaling has been introduced with the Sion and Azir being locked in. And of course, Ezreal is going to be the ADC this time going to Game 3. A lot of range, first of all. Big range, and it really depends on how NIP plays with the space, especially when you're up against something like the Zac Leona, where they constantly want to be on your face and terrorizing you because it's just terrible. And just the amount of force that they have from this team comp is going to be very scary once you reach those mid-game skirmishes.
I think you nailed it down nicely, where getting on top of them is the big goal here, where so much CC to follow through, so much gap close. It'd be interesting to see if LNG can get that fight that they want, because LNG in game number 2, they played the fight that's so much better. NIP, Kitty, you even said during game, we're all over the place, and we're a little bit like headless chickens from my perspective too. For Shenzhen Ninjas in Pajamas, let's see how this draft changes things up. You wanted to see more range, Kitty, you got it in the form of mid lane. Also down Photic with his only 80 carry really left remaining in that Ezreal. Let's see how the laning phase goes, because last time around it was in their favor up until Tarzan got involved. It's a fun change up for game number 3. And as NIP look for their second win in the LPL, they look to also dethrone LNG a little bit, giving them their first series loss. But for LNG, they've got a road, and it's that road to playoffs that they hope to continue traveling towards. As we have a pause. The only reason we come back out of that screen is because we have a pause. So we're going to think about it a little bit more, Kitty, and hope that we get into game to watch a Zac yet again from Tarzan very soon.
All the 2 Zac mains in the entire world are cheering on Tarzan as we locked in this Zac, of course, for this game 3. But yeah, so taking a look at the both 2 team comps that we have for NIP specifically this time, and there's a major weakness that I've already spotted. So they don't have the damage in those early to mid game skirmishes compared to Avaris and compared to what they offer in those early team fights, right? Because you want to just scale with the tier, or maybe it depends on which build that Photic decides to side with this time around. Woo! But there are a lot of chances where LNG can just find the early game lead that they want and make it explode.
Well, we are finally on the Summoner's Rift. I'll be curious to watch that Ezreal build as well, as we finally get onto the Rift. Photic start with a long sword and a couple of pots, so let's see how we go as game number 3 finally comes to its conclusion. Or rather, the series does. Game 3's only just begun, and sorry, Kitty, a bit distracted. I was trying to read the signs in the audience. I was trying to read some of the Chinese characters. However, my Mandarin skills are a little bit scuffed. I saw... You know when, I guess this is really hard because only some people be at this stage where they can read some parts of the language, let's say like 10%, and you remember characters, but you're like, is that Chu? Is that Chu? Like, is it, you know, your brain is so mumbled.
It's a very tough language, yeah. Mandarin is definitely one of the hardest languages to nail, or at least
it's not just me
speak
then.
Fluently.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Okay.
I was unfortunately not paying attention to the signs, so I'm so sorry. If I ever catch one, I'll just read it out to you and try to translate.
Oh, no.
The signs
Next
are very
time,
cute in the crowd.
Next time, you just, you test me. You ask me what that symbol is, and I'll try.
Okay. Of course. Very similar stuff for NIP though. They get that lane priority with this Ashe, just gonna consistently harassed with the amount of range that they have in this matchup once again. The flash, finally! Aggression!
Yeah, I know. The Shield of Daybreak, right? That's what we wanted to see. Ignite was placed down, but a flash from Draw instantly versus Hun's 2 summoners.
Alright, now do that 10 more times with your Hex Flash and E available, and I think Droid's gonna have a terrible game 3. And that's something that I've been worried for NIP, right? Because they have been limit testing up against all these super teams with their tough schedule coming into week 4. I believe, yes, JDG, top esports, EDG, now LNG, all top of the standings. And all of them have gone to a 1-2 series, and the third game, unfortunately, every single time they just flop completely, and it becomes the most one-sided game. So can NIP really redeem themselves with this game up against LNG?
Definitely not good stats, right? As I need to point out in this game number 3, Invincible has actually gone for Comet Scion in the top lane, Kitty. Wants a bit more lane presence, but this is definitely not something we see every day.
Huh? Scion with the Comet, I mean, yes, you'll win lane, but can you really out-tank the amount of damage that LNG is going to offer as we scale later on into the game? Invincible definitely picking something up in this top lane, so I don't mind. But we'll have to see how it works later on as we reach those team fights. But Xiaolongbao has been enjoying this Maokai a lot, and I just think every time that even NIP's lost, it's not Xiaolongbao's fault in particular, because he always gets the job done. He gets those early objectives and he gets those early heralds. Where can NIP really translate that into a bigger lead though?
It's going to be a question that maybe Xiaolongbao can answer. Moving down to this bottom side, not going to be spotted out by any vision, but the wave right now not in the greatest state as NIP try to draw it in with the slow push against them. But Scuttle just going to be traded off across the map as Tarzan now positioned to the top side. Kind of a similar wave state up at the top lane. As I just love right now Invincible doing so much work here with the lane presence from this Comet. But as you said, he is going to be sacrificing some of those tanky stats, some of that health stacking that comes out of grass. Maybe Tarzan can abuse here if he finds an angle, but for now it seems like that answer is going to be no, as he just backs away after his full clip.
You already see the Comet putting a lot of work into this melee versus range matchup, and that's exactly what you want as the Scion, but he is forced to back because he's just using so much mana to get those trades online where he's forced to TP here. But this bottom lane repeated once again 3 times in a row where this Ashe has been so oppressive in lane.
Yeah.
I want to see more proactiveness from Tarzan because this time there's been a change up where Dro doesn't have flash available in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, again, using it early from Hung, the ability to pressurize, as you said, seeing it a couple more times from Hung would be absolutely beautiful. Zenith Blade doesn't connect in the brush. Draw is just able to walk away in the end as well. But we are fast approaching that level 6 mark for multiple members on both teams, especially Scout here on the rise. And Kitty, I think it's important to note that, you know, this time around, having Zac as well, the CC combination, the ability to move to these sidelines is going to be massive for LNG here in this early game.
I wouldn't be surprised if Scout, the second he hits 6, he will just walk towards that bot lane alongside Tarzan with this slow pushing wave that LP has already been setting up in that bottom side. It's going to look very dangerous for the bottom lane of NIP. This top lane just looks like a snooze fest. Of course, Comet's going to spice things up a little bit, but it is going to go even until we do reach the later stage of the game where there's going to be team fights ensuing. But with the Zac being locked in for LNG, right, start ganking people, and I want to see just more aggression for this LNG team composition.
He's going to come through in the form of an elastic slingshot, but nothing to grab onto. Tarzan just pushes himself into the face of Shalom Bowers. NIP, their bottom lane, are in range of a potential dive. I would say that, however, Shalom Bowers is matching for the time being, so looks like LNG aren't going to be committing to this. Instead, maybe just setting up for the Dragon here, while Shalom Bowers plays it cautiously, trying to get this control ward.
Yeah, we're just gonna see LP trying to get this bottom lane pushed in, but they don't really have any gank set up until Shalom is able to flash root someone when it does come to a 3v3 sense. And Scout does have his ultimate available, so if he wants to cheat the tempo and really come in and save the day, if a fight does continue in this bottom side, then I think LNG would happily take that.
So worth noting, the fight does happen out. Top laners will not be able to join. Both teleports were used earlier on to get back to this top lane. As you said, snooze fest, apart from Comet's flying places, like, yeah, we're not going to be expecting too much up here, but instead keeping our eyes towards that first dragon, which was only watered down and then avoided completely. Right now, there's double control ward, aka NIP and LNG just both have one, and are watching the area while, you know, Kitty, even this game, because it's an Ezreal, a little bit more snoozy as well down in the bottom lane.
Yep, for sure, but my main focus is going to be on when Ashe and Maokai does get his level 6 online, because they currently don't have any setup for these team fights, sorry, where they're able to opt into fights that they want to take. So Shalom really needs to start clearing his camps and try to rush for that ultimate so they can contest this early dragon.
Not too far behind. A couple of minions, I believe, in the jungle camp is sitting on blue buff for the time being around the top side.
Huh?
So yeah, he missed his ulti. Oh, okay, yeah. At least trying to clear the way.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Getting invincible would have been a bonus. And Scout, you said the minute he got 6. Well, he is level 7, but he is still trying to move up as that ward spots him out, gives information over to NIP, and Scout just immediately has to go back towards mid. Oh, man, okay. A slower early game, Kitty, weren't kidding.
Yep, no one's dying in the first 5 minutes, so that's great. And specifically when both teams have the scaling mid and ADC, they're more than happy to just play into this. But the Herald is going to get started by the side of LNG, and Maokai has hit 6. So every player is rotating here. Who will come out on top for this first major fight is the question.
Well, with Maokai ulti that you wanted to see, I'm going to put some faith and shell on Bal. Tarzan might have his own, but a wide area to be spotted here is poking him down at Photic. There's the Nature's Grasp running through. Hung is looking for the Zenith Blade. Chance off and hits on the Photic. He cleanses away. Hung once again goes in melee. As here we go, the train to fly through, but it is a miss, of course, because Scout gets them out with their Herald as well. That's something. As LNG got what they came for.
So many ultimates committed to this fight, and it was a 0-for-0 trade. Scout's ultimate coming in very clutch, seconds away from Invincible from just cancelling that ult in total. The Herald does go towards the side of LNG though in Zika's hand this time around. And I just feel like with this Herald being going towards the side of LNG, well, of course your Nara is going to get way faster online now that he is able to get those tower plates. But NIP is just very late to this fight in general, where Invincible is barely getting there before the Herald drops. And with the Rival available as well, they just kind of got out freely. Hung, although flashing in, didn't get too much. Clutch Rival, saving the bottom lane of LNG. And exactly what they're looking for, because you don't want to bleed in this early game.
Yeah, it was a perfect exit, as you said, clean from Scout, because otherwise that Invincible ulti could have locked down 2, given a couple of kills for Herald, and really pushed NIP into this early stage. We talk about the gank now finally going through in the bottom lane. No cleanse or flash, it was burned in the previous play, but not enough damage comes through for Photic as the response TP from the man in the mid lane follows through. LNG on their grand escape out as no one can chase up. There are no deaths, only Zul. And right now, Zul means that we are just getting teleported in to save the day.
A lot of flashes being burnt from both sides of this game, but
Okay, will somebody finally die? Nature's Grasp and LP gives us blood for the Blood God. Hung trying to escape with the Zenith Blade. A nice attempt, but Photic gets a kill. And Kitty for the top lane turret plating. NIP finally have a response.
Yep, NIP Ashe has finally gotten online with her ultimate available, catches LP off guard. Even though he did have the cleanse, I believe, it just wasn't enough, and there was just follow-up from the side of NIP. 2 kills goes into the pocket of the bot lane for NIP, but of course, like you said, the Herald did get activated by Zika, and he picked up, I believe, 3 plates on this Nara, so he's gonna have a much better time in that top. Oh, the LP burned his cleanse earlier in that scuffle that we had, where it didn't result in any kills, and Joy knew this. He got 1 minion and instantly ulted at the Ashe, so really good decision making from the support of NIP. And LP just kind of overextending. No summoner spells available, very greedy, yeah. And Hung also calls as a response, trying to block the Maokai ultimate.
Yeah, that was not LP's best moment when we've been talking up this 80 carries throughout the entire series. Bit of a low light coming through as off the back of the kill, F-Improve has been picked up by Photic. This is huge, especially with that tier stacking up, and soon will be a Muramana. Get ready for the reign of Ezreal, it feels like, as bottom lane once again for NIP is set up in a great position in Kitty. We also have first items coming across the board, really. I want to point out that is a front first.
Yeah,
from
that
Invincible.
is a Frozen Heart first on Invincible Scion. Very interesting. We haven't seen this so far. Most Scions usually just opt into their first mythic, which usually is the Radiant Virtue or the Jack Show. I guess he just wants to stop the Gnar from getting those auto trades in this lane, but I don't think there's going to be too much laning phase action going on. The Ashe hits once again.
Again, he has no summoners available. Photic and Arcane shift into this.
He's
wondering
dead.
where the support is, but he is. The ulti flies through unawares, and that is Dwarf's finest. Our Kitty again. They just kept giving this guy Ashe.
They do just keep letting the ego down and give Dwarf his Ashe 3 games in a row, where his ultimates in this series has been pretty much perfect, especially early on in the game. He finds a kill every 1 minute when his ultimate is available, and LNG, especially LP, in a very tough situation where he doesn't have his summon spells available, very, very bad. But you know, it's okay. It's still salvageable because you have Rise and Scout on this Rise scaling.
And you talk about the Rise, Romon's going to come on in. Photic immediately cleansed away, but now he doesn't have the Soul Flare. He's dead. Big shutdown over to Scout on Big Blue Man. And that means one thing, that LNG finally get blood in this game. Kitty, he is relevant now, and I think LNG are pretty happy with the kill.
Big Blue Man is up against Big Yellow Bird.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
the one from McDonald's, though. Oh, is it the... No, ABC Street? Is that an Australian thing? I think
No.
that's an Australian thing.
It's definitely
You know the
not.
bird
You're talking
from
about Big Bird. It's American.
Big Bird?
Yeah, Play School
no,
is
okay.
American.
Please ignore this. Please ignore this. Ash Arrow comes out once again. Does it hit? That is the question.
It does.
It hits.
Oh my God. It just scripted itself, didn't it? Kitty, now we know that you haven't watched much Play School, but look, at the very least, willing to let you off because little dinosaur thing is going to die. Everyone's an animal in this game, and the bird just got his own bird feed, bloodbath, whatever you want to call it. He got fed.
Okay, can we just don't blame me for this, guys? I'm really upset now that I've exposed my Pepega side. But if NIP does pick up this win for this final game and Joe isn't the MVP, well, I'm gonna have to talk to some people after this.
Okay, well, look, maybe after this as well, we'll put an episode of Play School on as well. Get all the names out because there's a lot of references in League of Legends. I'm just going to say that right now. As Tout almost goes in for the Empress Divide. Fodik now moves to the mid lane. Kitty, we've got some lane allocation changing around with this very big Ezreal who, yeah, as you said, is going Kraken next, actually. So the build stays true while Fodik now controls mid wave and just sits here with Dwar off in Fog of War.
Yep. Both bot laners are rotating up to this mid lane now as Herald is spawning and available on the map. But we need to do a little bit of a summoner check because Scout, he committed so many summoners when he did do that initial bot lane roam. So if NIP is really able to get his hands, or their hands onto Scout in this team fight, then I'm afraid that they're going to be missing a major carry in this upcoming Herald fight.
It's happening now. Herald actually might not even be fought over at this point because it's already going down. And Trick Shot Rise is an attempt, but Tarzan gets Herald. And that's the second Herald for LNG as well. But Kitty, there is a response here for Invincible who will get that bottom lane turret as we actually watched this arrow that set up Invincible for the kill.
Zika dashed into it. Look at this. He dashed into it. If he didn't dash, then he wouldn't have been hit. But of course, this follow-up Silent Ult does come out, and poor little Zika just running towards the enemy side jungle, and he is dead after that exchange. Invincible, on the other hand, although Herald went to the side of LNG, he didn't care. He just took the entire bot side tower on his own.
Yeah, but he might be paying for it with his life because LNG know there's no turret down here. Invincible is going to be going to his own death, it feels like. Alright, a lot's going to be burned out, but Piper should get some HP damage down and out. While meanwhile in the mid lane, while Invincible just gets slammed into a wall, it looks like War had to burn both his summoners. So an LNG win through and through.
Yeah, I mean, Invincible is just like, don't worry guys, I'll just keep split pushing. I have the ultimate available to run away. But he instantly drove into a Leona on the face, and that of course didn't work out, and the kill goes into the hands of LNG. But a lot of things for this early game, once again, I think NIP's early game is definitely their strongest strength, is their biggest strength. And especially on picks like Ezreal, Azir, and the Maokai, you want to be getting that early gold online. And even though the dragon is spawning in 50 seconds, you already have the initial dragon in your pocket, so you're not really afraid of a Dragon Soul win con just quite yet either.
Okay, good arrow.
Why is he hitting all of these? Has he missed?
No, well, to be fair though, we did have vision on that one and knew LP was backing that side of the wall, but
well.
Kitty, you're right, hasn't really missed an arrow. I think 1 out of the 10 million he's already thrown out. Draw is again showing where you have to respect this pick. As Kitty, speaking of dragons, 30 seconds till the next one comes up, and I'm just looking at items, seeing who's the most relevant right now. I feel like it's worth mentioning that Fodik still doesn't have that Kraken in his inventory, but we do have Tout, who's had a pretty solid game so far. Is close to his second item, so a lot of strength on NIP, but I could say the same with the LNG, that it looks like they're pretty on par in the same vein.
Ash ultimate is coming up very, very soon. Scout is going to join in the fight with his ultimate, but can Zika get his mega form quick enough so this fight goes in the favor of LNG? Tarzan
looking for a flank, but Flubber is going to be spotted out here. Margin Boo has to just go back. Think about whether he's going in or not. That elastic slingshot flies through just simply for the dragon. Now it's going to be up to Smite, still the 50-50 here. Here we go. At 2K, 1K is stolen as Invincible drives through to Azkaban. Now he might be caught up, locked down as the Enchantress arrow flies through and stops LP from playing the game. But Invincible still drops down. There's the ulti that doesn't connect from Photic as the true shot barrage was a worthy attempt. He burned his cleanse in that fight, but they still got the dragon for only the loss of their top liner.
I still think all signs are just the same. They will ulti in and get caught out.
Whoa, good ulti. Out, that was beautiful considering that, yeah, he was caught out pretty hard as well as, hey, Photic is 2. He has to flash away. Now they're jumping forward. NIP, what was this? I mean, they may have, Kitty, just thrown away the whole game off of a mid-push right after Dragon, and they lost their top laner, but they still decided to go for it.
They were so overextended in a 4v5 sense. Like you said, Invincible just gave over a free kill once the dragon has been taken away. A bit of a weird force from the top lane of NIP, but that is an overall win for this team. But I don't know why he was so far up in this lane where obviously the Shurima Shuffle wasn't able to cancel fast enough, and Pout did get focused down by the enemy team. But I mean, it was Photic that got focused down. A lot of bad things that happened to NIP where I don't think they could have taken this push anyways because you're missing a front line.
Again, it just sets up for more gold over to LNG where, yeah, they lost that dragon, but now Kitty off the back, they got 3 kills in total. It's a 1k gold lead off the back of it too, and Scout is in such a good position. He already had a CS lead in the mid lane, but now he's got his 2 items fully stacked up on the Archangels too. Also, Zika working his way into this game where he now has a bounty. So, Kitty, you know, we haven't talked too much about compositions here running into the mid game, but we once again have a similar one for LNG where their team fighting is just going to be stellar.
Yeah, a lot of CC, a lot of engaged tools from the side of LNG's Game 3 composition, but I'm still kind of upset that NIP threw the entire game just from overextending in that mid lane, because look at the circumstances they're in. They have 2 dragons in their pockets where you're not under the threat of a dragon soul by LNG, and LNG are the ones that are getting desperate, but you gave them the angle to come back into the game.
And again, you know, we're not saying the game's over, but as Kitty says, like, LNG now firmly back in the game, not only through those picks, but also through the control they're getting around the Baron spawn because of it. It was still threatened by people like Scout as all the vision's been cleared out in the topside river. Nothing else available for 2 minutes 10, and that's going to be the Dragon number 3. So NIP now playing more defensive than you would have expected after finding themselves in a pretty decent position in the first 20 minutes of the game. But I digress, we'll wait and see what happens, because that 3rd Dragon, Kitty, that would lead to Soul Point for NIP and put them back into a position of control. Then being able to force out LNG away with this poke we talked about before.
For sure, and I just think now that Scout is completely online with his Serats and I believe Roa in his item slots, he is going to be so hard to kill for the side of NIP, because still you have a Kraken Slayer Ezreal, but is it going to deal enough damage at the 21-minute mark when I believe this build scales with 3? So you have to wait until he gets that 3rd item online for Scout to realistically drop some health in these team fights. But like you said, Zika on this Gnar is getting online as well, where he is going to have so much free push in the side lane, because I think Invincible on this side is looking a little bit lost, especially without the Mythic in hand and only a Frozen Heart. It's going to be a bit tough to face off the Gnar as we see in this bottom lane.
And even if it's easier matching as well, I mean, Pout's going to do little to no damage. Not no damage, but little damage, right? We've got Force of Nature for Zika as his 2nd item as well. So further to your point, there is a CS difference, there is an item difference now as well, especially off the back of that fight. And in 40 seconds, we might be hearing about it as Dragon starts to spawn up. Just a quick note as well, Tier was sold by Photic. Of course, the power is already achieved. We're talking about that 3rd item coming through, but mana cost definitely not an issue with the Essence Reaver available. 25 seconds though, Kitty. And this Dragon could be everything to define this game number 3. See if LNG stay undefeated, or if NIP can finally break that curse we were talking about earlier on.
Scout is making his way down to this 5v5 that is going to continue for this 3rd Dragon's Soul Point. Scout ultimate.
And he's taking it as well in the choke. Is it dangerous though? Is Scout just running on in? They've already found the first pick onto Pout. The mid lane is dead, but Invincible looking for a trade, but a sidestep from Scout is beautifully done. Now the kite back as the poke from NIP is starting to show itself. but they are down a member as this third dragon now spawns for LNG, looking for the taking, but the health bars are a bit risky. Scout gets stopped back, but yeah, Invincible now shoved into a wall. He can't move, and Tarzan flies into the back line. Position perfect as Draw untouched, but Zika flashing himself gets out of there in the nick of time as Tarzan plays a little margin boo for the time being. But hey, Scout was taken down, and the health bars for NIP are still in their favor.
Yeah, this dragon does look like it's going towards the center. NIP once again being on Cloud Soul Point. I think that fight, although Pal obviously fell very early on in that fight as he got picked up, even with the flash available, pretty unfortunate as Scout tried to create a flank with his Realm Warp and he pulls it off successfully. Invincible did, pull up a lot of time for LNG to work around, and they just weren't able to kill the Scion. And Photic was able to just make up in that lack of damage with the Kraken Slayer build, of course also playing into the hands of a Maokai in a jungle. So that's why Xiaolongbao has always picked Maokai for these past few games. It's just so easy to win these major objective fights when you are trying to skirmish around these bushes.
And I'm just watching Photic right now. Sapling kills Scout. I was wondering how he died. Oh, yeah, no, we got to pause for that. Okay. What killed me?
What killed me?
We'll find out who it was. But at the end of the day, as you said, NIP still moved to Soul Point. NIP still running to Soul next. And hang on. What's the camera taking pictures of? I'm getting flashbanged. It's just for the camera. It's when the camera turns around and we just literally flashbang the audience back home. Okay, interesting stuff. At the very least, I wonder how those photos turned out.
Yeah, I hope she takes a cute photo of the stage. That is a very nice camera. But, at this current stage in the game, NIP is on Dragon Soul Point, and they also have the Azir in hand. I think Pal has been consistently getting caught though, which is really bad because obviously you are that second damage source in these team fights, where they've been heavily relying on just the Maokai saplings later on in these team fights, where he has been able to execute Scout at the very end.
Yeah, look, it's been beautiful to see, again, another great Maokai game, but I feel like we say that every game. I want to point out, though, as we're in this pause, that in that last team fight, Photic carrying a bit of the load there. This Ezreal is starting to hurt a lot. And Kitty, we talked about conditions coming into this where NIP just wanted to poke down LNG, not give them the space to close the gap. That's what we saw in that last fight. We saw LNG trying to run away, and NIP's chase up and their ability to use that range was really what got them the win and set up with the low health bars to move them to Soul Point now too.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we saw from Tarzan. We thought he got a really fat slingshot onto NIP. I think it was in the middle of 3 people, but there was just no follow-up from the side of LNG because once you've used up your initial engage, especially like the Leona, like the Gnar, then they can't really fly across the screen alongside the Zac, and especially with Scout already using his Realm of earlier to catch Pal off misposition, and also Scout dying to the sapling at the very end, then you don't have the damage to really commit to what you want in these team fights.
As we come back to live, pause, I guess, just sort it out. Not sure what happened in the end, folks, but that's not what matters anymore. What matters is that Baron that's still being set up by NIP. The vision good for the time being. I'll be watching for the Dragon timer top left. Don't you worry, because it will be looking like a 29-minute Soul if NIP can get their hands on it. LNG will be forced to fight in that position as they're now hovering around Baron themselves, clearing out some of the wards and just trying to move towards it. Kitty, we are going to be at 3 items by that next Dragon as well, by the way, so I think we should start looking at the possibility of LP again on this Varus. He's been farming away carefully, but hell, even Photic, right? You talked about 3 items when he comes online with his build. That's going to be coming up too.
Lord Dominic's for that 3rd item is going to put him online when he's trying to kill the Gnar and Zac that is constantly engaging into these team fights. But with the Dragon spawning in 3 minutes and Baron being available on the map, then NIP can make a decision between if they want to contest for this 4th Dragon, which is a Cloud Soul, so it wouldn't be too useful in my opinion when it does come to these team fights. I would much prefer to just threaten the Soul instead of taking it, turn, and then realistically get a 5-0 trade and go towards the Baron.
It's a good point, considering that turn so much easier for NIP with the gap closing tools that we talked about too. We're counting down that clock. We're chilling for the time being. I just love that Invincible is constantly in the camera's attention, even though nothing will ever happen down here. Observer's just like, you know, he's got that was it 369 in the Shy yesterday, watching the wet noodle fight, and they're like, I love putting the audience through epic amounts of boredom between top laners.
Yeah,
Like, how
I'm so
fun is
sorry,
this?
by the way, everyone. I forgot that Ezreal is supposed to build Navori nowadays, with Ezreal and Azeri both enjoying that item very much. Also, a lot of buffs going into the next patch. Do you know when we're going into the next patch, by the way?
I do not. It looks like 13.1b at the moment. There's no confirmation, and I'll hold on that because we're still in 13.1, but we're still in a Baron fight as Nature's Grasp flies through. LNG tried to flip this one as Tarzan's left in the pit. Hung getting poked down again. The rain so good as Tarzan goes in, but a big old Nopen boot from Tout as he sends away the jungler. They're still on top of the Baron, but look at this range. Tout goes over the wall. Zeke is coming up next. And Photic is taking care of business. He's already picked up a double, but this Ezreal is looking for more. The Arcane chips in and even gets the Baron. Photic in charge and NIP holding strong in our final game of the series.
You can't stop Baron when you're up against a Maokai, Ashe, and Azir. You're just going to get consistently pushed off and get poked from the amount of damage that they have in this current game, where the Ezreal has picked up his Navori now for his third item, and even with the Demonic Embrace and Leandrius from the Maokai, it's just unrealistic to really force and commit to the Baron without turning. Specifically for Zika, that entire fight, he wasn't Mega Gnar, he was Mini Gnar, and he ended up dying to Photic because he is just so strong in these team fights and playing with the space he is able to create as an Ezreal.
And Kitty, it's only going to get worse because Photic now has those Navori quickle plays you were talking about. You hit the nail on the head about the build here, considering that Photic had many options, but we just know he's going to be pummeling through people like LP and Scout. And he's already doing enough damage where he's ahead of the curve against people like Zika, Tarzan, and Hung as well. Let's watch this play out because it's going to be soul for NIP if they can pick this up. And with that Baron, just think about what they can do to try and end this game and end that loss streak that would start LNG in their first one of the season.
I mean, you're face checking into a Sion, Maokai, and Ashe. Good luck, LNG, because this is going to be a very tough fight to take. But they have to, because this is the Dragon Soul. Although Cloud, it does help with the Maokai and Ashe when these fights engage.
Well, also going to help with other people in the follow-up as that Swoop and Boop not finding its mark onto Pout. It might still be enough as Scout's still not back. Now, meanwhile, for Dragon, I think they're willing to give this up so Soul does go over. But look, Kitty, they had the inside track to mid.
4v5, now with Scout unavailable on the map. They have to base because this is going to be an inhib going towards the side of NIP with these Baron minions coming in as well. Look at the Ashe ultimate already halfway done. They can realistically just make another force. And also, Xiaolongbao still has his ultimate, so be wary, LNG. You can't lose here.
I mean, Kitty, you said it before. You hit the nail on the head yet again. That NIP, they didn't have to play towards the Soul. They didn't have to force out the 50-50. Instead, they played the smart play. And now, like, might be looking to end the game. It's a jump in from Tarzan. Doesn't connect the estimating smash. Beautiful from Invincible. He really is invincible as he takes a bit of follow-up damage from LP and has to play it cool. But Photic continues to poke down as they run away. Zika with heavy charges. This Ezreal is still such a threat. Inhibitor goes down. Next, turret takes a beating. And now with this Baron buff that's almost at 4k as a power play, they're looking to get one final push with the massive built-up play for the top side, Kitty. This macro is genius.
I don't think we can breathe just quite yet. NIP wants more, and this top lane tower is going to go down now with the Baron minions pressuring both top and mid. How are you going to walk into your own jungle without just getting a Sion into the face? But of course, this was the original Baron that did get initiated by LNG, where they were full committing for this Baron. Hopefully, they were gonna shred it enough with the Varus and Varus and Ryze available. And Zika just wasn't in the fight. He does TP at the very end, but he's mini Gnar, so not enough CC coming out of LNG. And even so, Tarzan goes in, gets ulted back in by Pout, and they just don't have enough damage to even finish the Baron or escape the Baron pit, where Photic Giga Chad is over and just finishes the top lane of LNG.
Yeah, Observer showing that he was at half HP with, as you said, no Mega Gnar either. Really rough from Zika in his third game, where last game he was definitely sizable up as an MVP alongside Tarzan. This game around, Invincible playing the shy role, no kill, but definitely still very influential on the Scion. While for NIP, off the back of that Baron power play, that was 4,000 gold, by the way. And that's about their lead right now here in game number 3. As 31 minutes pressed around the corner, Invincible teleports in to try and make this end as they go forward onto Hung. He's CC'd up, but he's still not tanky enough, is he? As he flashes away, the poke there, voting Arcane Chip. You dangerous man. He's going to die for it as well. And yes, Scout's flank is absolutely huge. Their AD is also down, so it's winnable here, but Pout needs to be taken care of as this Azir is doing so much with Invincible. A 3-man knock-up on the back end. Look at Pout go in Pout versus Scout. I know that Scout's going to be having a drought, but is he out? The biggest question is whether he has any doubt. At this point, NIP, there's none for them because Kitty, they are going through the ground.
We have Lil Hysterics joining us in the cast today. Absolutely rapid and spitting out bars for this game 3. But like you said, Pout comes out on top by just having the amount of space he is able to create with this Azir. And LNG trying for their dear life, just executing the backline of NIP. Although Photic goes down, but I just think Azir with his Void Staff available at this 32-minute mark, he is going to be untouchable for the Zac and Gnar. Unless they look for a perfect flank angle, as Zika does have his flash available, but that is going to be something that we need to consider for later on into the game. Hung does get initially engaged on by this, and he has to flash out of the Maokai ultimate. Tarzan tries to re-engage here. Photic! He ulted, he flashed, he E'd into the Varus ultimate. Classic LPL ADC things, but of course Scout tries to come in with the Realm Wolf and execute Drone first of all, but just look at the amount of damage that Pout is tossing out on this Azir. Not enough follow-up.
What? As again we come back and you see the damage still flying through. Tarzan locked up yet again, Invincible, ready to charge on in. Drops and uses Shallow Barrel. Remember, this is not a tank Maokai, he's full AP. So NFB have just lost their jungler, and Kitty, it's a second before Baron, it's 40 seconds before Dragon. This might be a window for LNG to stay in this game.
LNG should just take the Baron right here. You don't have the jungle available on the side of NIP, and Cloud Soul isn't too valuable for you to take either. So this is your angle to come back into the game and really start sieging as this Rise and Varus.
They want to contest it though. LNG are not going to get this for free as Mechanical Tower applies, and this is True Shot Raj is there as well.
Oh, it's so low!
From Hung as they're taking down Scout in a 5 versus 4. It's you just Pout puts the ulti to Tika. About to go mega Invincible middle of the pit. Realm Wolf out to the back line. Baron goes down to Tarzan, but LNG might not be escaping with their lives as LP has to run for the hills while jumping in, Zika to death. Tarzan now feel the same wrath that's flushed away from LP. He's trying on Invincible. He takes down the side, and that might keep the game going on. But LNG playing yakety sacks with the purple worm.
Scout was just trying to get oh no, the arrow Scout's dead.
Dwa is just appealing as a support, as a duo queue partner, whatever. Get your applications in. 1, 1, and 12, almost 100% kill percentage again.
So I'm sure you'll have a chance, don't worry.
Well, I played Squad, maybe I shouldn't play support anymore. At the very least, Kitty, NIP with this, look at the death timers, can they end?
They can most definitely end, especially with the Varus and only Leona alive with the side of LNG. But the Maokai ult getting to mid-queue, they want to look in and they want to look for their first win.
Hang on. Well, look, their second one on the board is Photic, the only one left alive. Maybe it was over-ambitious because they are now all dead apart from Photic.
They just had to kill LP and the game was over, but no. They played it too fast and LP ended up cleaning up everyone on the side of NIP. This dragon is going to go towards the side of LNG as well. That means no Elder just quite yet. But tough situation to be the side of LNG. Look at the map state. You have no outer turrets anymore. But yeah, this Baron is really weak because we see Scout, one of the main DPS, kind of splitting off to the side, and he gets to 1 HP, and this Baron isn't getting finished, and you can just play for the 50-50 flip with the Zac fight available. Scout ults away, and he teases back into play, and he still died at the very end because Atoll comes back up on a 30-second CD, and of course Zika falls down there. I don't think Zika has been playing too well in these team fights, especially even as the Mega Gnar. We haven't really seen a big ult from Bernard just quite yet, but we need to have something from Zika because the game has been prolonged.
But what is with this series and no one touching LP? Like,
I know,
LP
everyone's allergic to LP.
Oh man, no one wants to win. Ah, it's so true. But look, LP is at full build, and in that last fight, Kitty, able to kite around quite nicely. But on another note, no one really willing to take on the challenge. LP now with the GA too, so can play a little bit more aggressive. As we see LNG holding off in the only vision they have left on the map. NIP trying to push up, but against defensive Baron play, it's going to take a little bit more than before for NIP to find something. As Arrow tries, and ultimate comes through from Xiaolong Bao, but that's about it.
LNG realistically does have the wave clear to just stop all the siege from NIP, so they have to look for a pick alongside Jura's ultimates, and especially with LP not having his flash available for the next 3 minutes, I think this is the angle. They're currently looking on Zika, however.
Okay, well, guess what? Zika's probably dead here. He has the TP available. He's waiting for the charge to come through. Decimating Smash can stop him as well. Zika, if he TP's out of here, it'll be an absolute blessing dodging all the CC. But the arrow first again. It's so good from Dwight.
This man does not miss on the Ash. Guys, just banner for the next series because this is going to be the reason why NIP is going to pick up their first series win out of 5. And up against LNG as well, he hasn't been defeated just quite yet.
Kitty, it's taking a win off of LNG. It's, of course, the second series for NIP to pull up as well. But you talked about the lock streak. It ends that right here and now from NIP. They run into the base trying to end it in a 4 versus 5. The poke's coming through, but they need power. The mechanical arrow hits again. These are getting easier, but at the very least, Dwar is still not faltering. Mid wave pushing in as well. Bottom wave catching up. Top is a super minion wave that will be crashing in 2 waves time. And now NIP putting the finishing touch, trying to end LNG here. And again, like Weibo did the JDG yesterday, NIP are trying to do the same to LNG and make them bleed today.
A very slow, suffocating loss for the side of LNG as all their inhibitor towers have been taken off the board now. But Tarzan trying to just make something happen before that happens again for the mid lane tower as the supers swarm the base of LNG.
It's just only a matter of time. Dragon's coming up in 2 minutes if we get to that. Another Baron in a minute 15 as well. Scout reacting to top side wave as this was a good reset timing from NIP. As full builds come out, it's on Photic right now. We already saw it from LP earlier on. We're getting closer for Pout as well, who's picked up his 4th item in the Void Staff. I'm just looking across the board, Kitty. You see what else I can find. Zika is at that point as well, 1 away. And even Scout with the Rabadon's Death Cap, so still a chance for LNG.
I can't complain. I can't complain. You locked in the Azir and Ryze, and I'm just like, oh my god, something refreshing coming into game 3. But this game is now 40 minutes, and I'm regretting my decisions.
Yeah, look, this is why, Kitty, I think you're the first to engage from LNG. Look at the TP as well. Zika's on Meganar, but it's only on Photic, but he's got the cleanse. The rest of the team aren't there. Zika, I can see the intentions with the GA, but might not be worth it as Tarzan jumps in the back line. Now look for Photic, he flashes on to the left, bounces, flubber, dub. But that ain't Rick, and that ain't Morty. Scout flashing into melee range, but you know what? It's going to come down to this. Yep, he's dead, and yes, LNG are dead here too. All I was waiting for is Scout's Hail Mary, and it didn't come through with Photic pacing it out so well. And LNG finally taking blood.
Photic is the slipperiest ADC known to mankind as he escapes Tarzan and Scout consistently trying to kill him in that last team fight. But of course, NIP's loss streak finally ends here with Photic and Joe stepping up in this entire series up against LNG. Congratulations, NIP. I knew you guys could do it against a super team.
LNG, as Arnold Schwarzenegger said, if it bleeds, we can kill it. And NIP took those words to heart. A 2-1 over LNG is monumental for the standings. Not only just for NIP's sake, as you said, ending that curse, pushing themselves up to 2 series wins, but for LNG now 4-1. Other teams by their sides, like the IGs, the JDGs, looking at them as a little bit more approachable, and it really spices things up as we get closer and closer to the halfway point of the LPL 2023 spring.
The team of NIP is definitely very proud of this series, as the 2 games that they did take away from LNG were very convincing early games as we entered into this series, right? They just had complete domination with these early objectives from Xiaolongbang, from Pal, and especially with Pal up against Scout, someone that is filled with veterancy and experience and having a big experience pool with the way he plays the game. Pal obviously just being introduced, I believe, 2 series ago. So very good things coming out of the rookie, and I see the potential that he can really evolve into alongside Xiaolongbao as his jungler.
Yeah, I mean, Pout has, so much potential, and it's crazy when I think Dream was that exact same prodigy when he had to replace Rookie, when Dream looked amazing, and everyone was really excited to see him start out here on the new V5 on NIP. And he came in and was really underwhelming. And Kitty, the fact that Pout's come through, as you said, some minor experience but nothing major, and he's performed like this, is such a testament to, I guess, the quality of skill coming up from this challenger player, where now NIP have been able to get a win off the back of it as well. And let's be real, like, it wasn't just Pout's doing. I think we need to give credit to the one man in the bottom lane who, alongside Photic, played so well. Dwar this whole series, beautiful Ashe games through and through.
Yep, I'm pretty sure Ashe is now his most played support out of all of his champions.
Please
I believe Yuumi is 4, so Ashe is currently sitting on 5. And there's a reason why he keeps getting the Ashe into his pockets, because those arrows in especially game 3 were perfect, where they were just able to find pick after pick, and especially onto Zika, right, where he wants to look for those split pushing opportunities, but he just wasn't able because he was shut down by the CC from the side of NIP.
Look at that chart. That's an LPL chart through and through. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no mountain low enough. We just went on a roller coaster as well as... Look, Photic's damage, is it a surprise? Not really. We know Maokai with full AP is going to do that as well, but... Kitty, that's just how much poke came through. Isn't it crazy that they're able to do that much damage in total? That's so much.
I mean, for this game specifically, I believe LP went the on-hit build again, but when you're up against an Ezreal and a Zir, this is the game to go poke. This is the game to really stand 2 screens away and get your DPS out, because you already have so much setup. You don't need to be in the faces of NIP, especially when you do get to the later game of the stage, which went to 40 minutes in this instance. You're not going to be able to really you're going to challenge Photic when it comes to these 1v1 duels, because you're not going to be able to get to him in the first place. And in that last team fight specifically, we saw Tarzan and Scout doing a Hail Mary, just jumping onto Photic, but with his E having like a 4-second cooldown in this late game stage, he is just jumping away from everyone, and they just don't have follow-up damage to do.
Yeah, he was so aggressive. Like, Kitty, he was so aggressive. You said classic LPL lady carry, that one play in the bottom lane. It's hitting the nail on the head that, like, Ezreal's in the LPL hit different, but when they do pop off, they look so clean. As I think, Photic showing us again that he is one of the stable factors of NIP. Like, game 2 was a bit here and there, but still in this whole series, Photic was very relevant. Dwar as well, having, I think, the best performance, if not one of the top 2 performances in his team for this whole series as well. And it's nice to see that the bottom lane has been reshaped after we lost PP God. In B5, obviously had to fill in with Dwar, who's another aggressive AD carry in the league. But Photic had such great synergy with him that it felt like it was going to be a bigger loss, and I guess apparently it was.
Yeah, and I think the best phrase to really summarize Photic's performances in this series was that Photic can be your angel or your devil. And that kind of goes to every ADC that we have in the league. But of course, Dro, which just is Ashe Ultimates, which is insane to watch. But someone else I want to highlight on the other side of the map was Invincible, because in the previous games that we've seen him play, he has been consistently picking up those carries, and he has been a big reason on NIP's success up against those super teams. So this time, he's been relegated to more of a tanky role front line with the Scion, and it's just nice to see a flexible team identity from NIP.
And the fact that they can change around drafts like that too is always a good sign, of a team that is approaching playoffs. NIP obviously have a long way to go, Kitty, but this was a really good sign that they can hit that top 10 as an optimal experience in this split. Like, a long road ahead, don't get me wrong, but the win against LNG, when we only have 16 best of 3s where everyone only versus each other once, is so important for their playoff run. When you were talking about NIP's run so far being some of the hardest schedule-wise.
It's only gonna get easier from now on, NIP.
Yeah,
You've gone through the top dogs of the league now, and you've of course learned a lot from versing some of the best in the league. So, you know, up against the lower end of the team, I'm sure you guys will do great. And I think this team in particular has a lot of potential to become a contester when it comes to the playoffs. But of course, we have to highlight LNG, obviously dropping their first series lost up against NIP, something totally unexpected because NIP have always been known to flop in their game 3. So LNG coming into this third draft, I just felt like Zika had a pretty silent performance on this Gnar. He didn't feel too comfortable, and it just felt like a lot of those forced team fights weren't being executed properly from the side of LNG.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? After Kitty, what we saw in Game 2 from Fiora, like Zika had a really, really good start of the series. We also transgressed to people like Scout, who was a bit clueless in Game number 1. Game 2 was, you know, cracking on again, and then Game 3 was, you know, a bit of a mixed bag. So I think overall for LNG, what happened in this series fills me with a bit of concern, considering that this wasn't the LNG, that was clean throughout, that could play slower pace, but would always have that macro difference from what we've seen so far. It was an LNG that today got impatient in Game 1. In Game 2, you know, it was a little bit messy, but at least they brought it together. But Game 3, you know, Kitty trying to pull the trigger when I guess they didn't have proper setup, or they're walking in by themselves. There's just a lot of questions to throw up there, as I've just been told. On the other side, more positive note before I rant this to death. Chua gets MVP, and MVP of the series. I'm just going to say it right now. It's deserved, isn't it? By far.
100% deserved on this Ashe support, but 90% KP. I believe he had really high KP throughout all 3 games on this champion, and just being able to set up for these early game objectives, because he is just constantly dominating this bot lane in that early game. As we saw every single game from Hung, he was just not able to walk up and really realistically engage in 4 so early flashes. And Joy hits level 6 here after 1 more minion, and he just gets his hands onto LP, and this is how the game really started rolling for the side of NIP in this third game.
And how nice was it, right? Like, it was so clean, play after play after play. Props to Draw for like hitting that mark and obviously knowing it so well, but punishing LP in both Game 1 and Game 3 so well in that same respect. Kitty, each time, the lane was just there. Like Game 1, 2, and 3, they won lane hard pretty much because of this pick each and every game.
Yeah, LP just could not play the game at all in the first 10 minutes. And of course, this one across the map also got Zika dead on the map as well. So it's just his entire map presence on this Ashe was insane. And for future teams that are going against NIP, although I want to see NIP succeed, I think this is something to be banned, or at least considered in the banned phase.
There's no way that is ever left available for Draw ever again. LPL Ashes as well, Kitty. I'm surprised that even for any team this is let through, when how strong it has been and how good it has been in 13.1. NIP with the 2-1 win, it was well fought. It was a hard, long fought as well. Kitty, that's it for you and I here tonight. We're going to hand it over to Mazel and Jamato, who are going to be taking us through WE and RNG right after this. Bye for now, but not forever. Stay tuned.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng UCal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes UCal, here comes Fishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and UCal's come to town. They find Hung, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT!
Flame from Xingtian.
They're going all the way in here. Xingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Xingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's Chaos. Baruki has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry Homer? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
One has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge as UCal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants UCal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The ultimate guillotine comes into play. Cheatin! CS3! 3 big one!
Pull off. It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDT that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's Cleanse out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4.
That's 2v4.
Ruler is on another level as he burns through that boss. Roll going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganami to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if
Welcome one and all back to the LPL. We are into Xi'an and a little bit of fun here as we need to make sure very quickly. Do you have your Crazy as Our Game Pass, Jamada? Are you ready to go? Because we're very serious here.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I
my
needed to know.
quip. That's
all I needed to know. Welcome back to the LPL. It is Mazel. It's Jamada. We are into RNG versus WE. Very differing stories between these two and very differing perspectives as we come into this match, but an important match nonetheless for both squads. RNG sitting at 1-4, WE sitting at 3-2.
Yeah, RNG have been struggling. They've only found one win the entire season so far, and it was in week 1. they're drowning and they don't really
Yeah.
have a boy to float on. For WE, different stories. So, you know, it's kind of what we would have expected if you flipped the nameplates. Here's the draft. Mazel, can you see it well?
I can't see. I'm sorry. It was real cool while it lasted. It was real cool. Sunglasses go down because I can't see the band. So we're gonna get jumping right into the game here. Obviously, we're a little bit behind since we're going to different arenas, different cities. So RNG versus WE. This is the picks and bans. I just want your quick thoughts on big takeaways for both teams and kind of setting up the structure of win conditions. And let's start with RNG.
For RNG, Zerayumi, very, very boring, very, you know, we see it every other day. Orianna, though, pretty cool. Plus, there's a Poppy here, which sets up for potentially some really, really interesting team fights. A lot of spacing has to go down. For WE, it feels a little more, you know, Snowball-esque when you've got the Nami Lucian on the bottom side of the map. You've got the Wukong, so early skirmishing should be in your favor as well. You need the Rise to be unlocked. And in that mid lane matchup, Orianna, historically, you'd be able to kind of push him out in the early stages. So hopefully W will be able to pair up as a duo, unlock that lane, and then try and move down to the bottom side to try and make sure that Nami Lucian is doing well, to try and shut down that Zerayumi in the bottom side early on.
I was going to say I'm very excited to see the Zerayumi for Gala Ming. Obviously going to be a big piece to RNG winning this game and finding that come up for themselves here against WE. But that's where all the focus for us at least goes to bot lane, because we got an extravaganza here. We have on one side Hope from JDG, who just came off a summer championship with Iwandi, reunited from their days on EDG Youth in 2019. Slight reunion there. But then on the other side, you have Gala and Ming. They've literally won MSIs. They've had highlight reels for days. And we're going to get a bloodbath here, especially with the way the meta has panned out.
Yeah, exactly, right? I'm hoping, like you say, for that sort of gladiator, like straight up just mano 2v2 bottom lane. And we should technically get it, right? Via Hope and Iwandi on their end. And it's going to be a bit of a rough one for Gala and Ming in the early stages. Typically, that's how the lane goes. It's not Lulu Zeri. Lulu, you can normally kind of stave off a little bit of that pressure, but with the Yumi, is a lot more about scaling into the mid game and trying to team fight, you know, after that second line starts to come up.
Well, we get to hear some of the quiet gyros. I'm sure the crowd will ramp up as time goes on. Just listen to those wonderful cheers as the crowd reactions come through. We're gonna hear some nice little cheers there. But as we kind of zoom in onto this series, I want to go back to what I was saying earlier, and the fact that there's very different perspectives for both these two teams, right? RNG, they need to right the ship. They've got to find a way, right, getting Ming back integrated into the team and finding a way to have him back to his shot calling prowess that he found last year with Xiaohu, who is no longer here. Having Angel, how does Angel kind of integrate in the team? But it's about righting the ship for them. And for WE, it's about setting yourself apart from the rest of the middle of the table pack.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually want to focus on W a little bit more because at least personally, my expectations were a little bit tempered. I'm not really sure. I didn't get much of a feeler for how the rest of the expectations were for Team W. Pupper in the background, I know. Love him to bits. But W have been doing really well so far, right? And I think if you're able to take down RNG, a team which typically you would be looking to kind of struggle against, right? Uphill battle kind of feel. If you can get a win off them, as is always the case, right? It's just a one round robin with the best of threes. So securing a win off them, and you never know, RNG can always bounce back, right? It's not like it's impossible for them to make top 10, even if they have a really rough start. It's RNG at the end of the day. But for WE, you secure a win, all of a sudden you're 4-2. You're sort of top 5, top 4 territory. And you can look to try and sort of secure yourself a playoff spot very, very early on.
And this is the last day of week number 4 as well, so we're getting along in the time. I know why your dog is barking. It's because Ming is playing the cat and we're focusing bowling. I know, and I feel so bad for your pupper.
He feels bad, yeah.
It feels kind of feel bad. But a little bit of aggression from Gala and Ming in response to some of that level 1 trading that Hope and Iwandi had. They have not actually hit level 2 yet. So I'm very interested at where Wei and Hung go in this jungle pathing down towards bottom lane. They're full clearance straight down here to this extravaganza that we set up.
Yeah, exactly. And Hope and Iwandi aren't like hard insta-shoving this bottom side of the map, which could mean they're trying to set up for Hung to come down here and try and find a successful play. As you can see, he's going to drop a ward and he's actually looking potentially top over this wall. We'll see what he's looking for, though. It's not a bot side gank. It's actually going to be towards Wei, or is it
Wei
mid lane?
doesn't know yet. He's actually just wrapping around mid. Angel feels like he's
Wow.
safe here. He gets room prisoned, and Hung shows up. Angel immediately turned tail, and a flash over the wall gets the mid laner out of there. Wei just here to shove and make sure that Angel's okay.
Yeah, Angel able to walk that one off. Does lose his flash, which means, you know, level 6, that's where it's going to be really, really painful maybe for RNG. And we spoke about how W want to open up this mid lane matchup, which is typically kind of Orianna favored in the early stages, so you can move down towards the bottom side and facilitate Hope and Iwandi. That's step 1 complete, blowing the Orianna flash, so you can maybe try and get a play onto her at level 6 and then move down.
You see a slight hover here from Wei as well as Hung. And whoever gets these resources bottom lane first is going to feel real good. We're going to check in on the top lane island, see how both guys are doing with their coconut drinks and their umbrellas. Seems like BBU getting a little bit of a trade back against Breathe as we go to a very aggressive ward put down from Wei.
Yeah, quite aggressive, but it will just spot out what Hung is up to, and we'll just return to his own jungle. I don't think we'll get many pans towards the top side of the map anymore, Mazel, after that.
Hey, we got to check in every now and then, all right? We just got to make sure they haven't gotten wiped off the island. Like, the trees are still growing. We got the wildlife there. Like, just got to make sure everything's okay.
Look, at this point, the way that the patches are going, the top lane is just going to go extinct. Like, we might just have a...
Might just have a situation. Go to the La Brea tar pits, like, oh, look at these old dinosaurs.
Like,
they're stuck in the mud.
You know, like the memes where people are like, man, we should just shut like all of the rivers, the river entrances to the lanes off, so junglers can just farm AFK for 20 minutes. They're gonna start doing that maybe for top laners at this point. Yeah, it's just gonna be a top laner 1v1.
Let's look at this, though. A little bit of movement from the mid lane. They aren't going to fully commit, though, but you have Hung actually wrapping back around. Knows that there's some warding down here placed, so actually going to take the long way around. Wei sticking around, does get spotted going into the jungle of WE. There's a lot of mind games being played here, Jamada.
Yeah, they've been very, very touch and go, right? Both Wei and Hung. He's going to be able to walk it out, I think, Wei. Not even Hung was on a ward, right, as well. If there's a commitment from Wei kind of closer to the tribe rush. So, like you say, a lot of mind games. But again, we said the focus is going to be on the bottom side of the map, right? You've got Gala and Ming on this very, very hyper-scaly bottom lane, and you've got Hope and Iwandi on the opposite side with a matchup where they should have a lot of agency right now. Not really feeling that agency at all. They're down 15 CS at the moment. Sure, there's half a wave coming into Hope, but still not going to feel too good about this. And this is always kind of the worry I have these days, seeing Nami Lucian into... It almost feels like Zeri lanes in general now. It's not just Lulu. That a lot of the time, you really need to be facilitated by the rest of your map to get this Lucian Nami going. It's starting to feel a lot less like a lane matchup, a lot more like a mid-game power spike with the Mandate and Gale Force. But mid-lane play, no flash from earlier on.
Bubble of the CC combo! First blood for WE.
And that's it. Step 1, right? WE unlock the mid lane, get Shanks into a comfortable position, uses his own flash to set up Angel. And the setup is as easy as you'd like with the Rune Prison. And they're not even going to get anything in particular besides the kill. They'll shove in the wave. Not going to get a dragon or anything like that, so that's going to remain on the cards. And the rest of the map, WE just going to go back to farming for now. So really nice play towards the mid lane. Going to set Angel behind, and we'll see if they can maybe get another repeat gank off. And try and re-burn Angel's flash, as that should be coming up in around 40-ish seconds or so.
And I think it's so interesting to see what Shanks has kind of evolved into. I think last year we saw some struggling from Shanks, and especially pairing up with Beishang in the jungle, but now seeing a little bit of this spark from Shanks, and especially I don't remember exactly what outlet translated it to English, but I remember there was a video showing, I think it was in off season, talking to Team WE's coaching staff and showing how much of an emphasis they want to put on Shanks as a centerpiece for this team. And I think it's been really, really crucial for Team WE to use Shanks as a bridge with Hung to make sure that Hope and Iwandi are set up for the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you have such a talented AD carry like Hope on your lineup, right, the pressure is always going to kind of be there to want to perform. And I feel like Shanks has bared that burden quite well so far. And like you say, you really want to see the pair up of Hung and Shanks as a as a duo.
Hey, you know, We'll find a way to make the nickname work in some way.
we will.
We did get,
we will.
We did get level 6 started to come up on bottom lane. Wonder if we get a little bit more aggression with Hope and Iwandi. Obviously, still really much looking towards that first item spike for the Lucian Nami combo. And aggression until then from Gala and Ming. Now, there is a bottom side clear coming through from Wei. Want to check in where Hung is going as he's been pinging towards this mid lane potentially. But it looks like we might just get another butting of heads between these former young miracle junglers.
Exactly. Shanks has mid lane prio, so maybe they can try and move down towards the bottom side. Or at the very least get some information about where Wei could be or just was. They'll see that that Raptor camp is gone. And I wonder if they'll expect maybe that he's on the top side of the map with that camp being gone. That Wei is actually on the Krugs, so see if a play wants to actually unfold here, because Gala, he's going to try brush. He can always scale over the wall, and there is that lost chapter, or final chapter
They're playing so
from Ming
skittish.
as well. Here you go.
They will see it. Final chapter coming out. Flash from Hope gets him out of there, but the cleanse used from Hope. Lightning Crash is there. They're going all the way ham, but Wei goes down first. It's a trade kill. Gala needs to get one back as well, but they can't find the damage onto Iwandi. He wants to get it. There's the prowling projectile. Gala has to flash. It is messy, but RNG get themselves on the board.
Hey, I mean, I'll take it, right? You get Gala a kill. Even if you hand over a kill to Hope, I feel like you're right with that mid lane though. Shanks! Oh, the area's not enough! Ooh. Alright. Take a deep breath. Shanks walks that one off just about. No flash from the setup earlier on, of course. Angel trying to take advantage of that and trying to find a solo kill. About 50 HP short on Lethal, really unfortunate there. But you can see the setup before it really happens, can't you? Over the wall with that ultimate from Yuumi. Cleanse comes in pretty much instantaneously. The dive back is pretty good, and even though Wei drops, right, Hope still dies, and it's Gala that collects the kill credit, and honestly, Gala could have maybe snuck away this kill credit as well, but just the fact that Ming has the Q just to, you know, try and get the damage going, means that Iwandi end up dying, doesn't have the HP to survive that, and the dive itself, and the re-dive specifically, a lot more clean. Wei commits to the play, and whilst that was going on, WE did get the Herald, so I guess that's going to be the response, right? How they can actually use that one and maybe try to offset some of the lead that RNG have found themselves in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and I want to check in on that proactivity we were kind of wanting to see. We have Rift Herald for Hung now. He's headed straight towards bottom lane. Could expect some resources down to Hope and Iwandi. Would be very much wanted there by this duo. We're looking in mid lane, though, as Wei does dissuade Shanks from going all in onto Angel. And again, presence on the bottom side. We'll see if Wei actually goes down there to respond.
Yeah, Wei definitely wants to kind of be man-marking Hung at the moment. I think when you've got the Herald and you know, especially that you've got this Nami Lucian down here, they're likely going to want to get some plays going. This is what I'm talking about.
But Gala is too quick with the feet. Man, RNG. Nicely done against WE's engage on bottom side, meaning no Rift Herald bottom lane for Hope and Iwandi.
Yeah, and just how frustrating does that feel for WE? Because the setup realistically is super good, right? Almost any other AD carry in the game, and they just die in that kind of spot. Gala's able to just skate over the wall on Zeri.
Zeri.
Not Zeri. Smile. And just able to escape it. So RNG, you know, they dissuade the play, they disengage it really well, and nothing really comes of it. As I'm not sure where
we get to check back in on the island. Whoa. Okay, so some plates going on for Bew.
Yo, I'm feeling pretty tropical up here.
Oh,
two
second
plates?
He's rich. Whoa. That's incredible. That's the most action this top lane's gonna see for days.
I feel that, like, at what point, what island does Tom Hanks get stuck on in
like a random island?
Is it just a random Pacific island, right?
I think it's Atlantic, maybe?
Is it
I don't
Atlantic?
know.
I'm
I don't
not sure.
remember. Don't make me go into details. It's been a while since I watched Castaway.
But that's what top lane is starting to feel like. You know, we're approaching Wilson levels of...
Where's Wilson? Giovanna, tell me where he is.
He's in the ocean floating away. That's the sanity of top laners right now. But,
so we actually see Hung rotating towards this top side, finally get that top side clear. Wei is just right back towards bottom side, maybe get something going onto Hope, but also a dragon coming up on the board. And this will be second for RNG if they claim it.
Yeah, definitely early dragons. super potent. We see it very frequently at the moment where teams kind of give up the first 2 dragons on occasion, right? And it really does put a lot of pressure on them, more so than it feels like it typically does. Wait, she's gonna walk through the tower.
Oh no, the cleanse was so good from Hope, but it didn't matter. That was actually incredible. I would love to see a replay of that, but unfortunately for Hope, his smooth moves don't end up keeping him alive.
Yeah, Hope unfortunately still drops. Herald gets placed in the mid lane, so they get a lot of plates in return. Shanks and Hong. And maybe they're able to sort of stop this dragon attempt from going down because they've got this mid lane pressure. Even with Hope dead, 3 members here, they're going to start out themselves. And Gala and Ming don't have the tools to contest this. So RNG expend their tempo for the play onto Hope, which means they lose this dragon. Just going to remove any early dragon threat, early soul threat rather. Is it Cloud? How many clouds are we going to get?
Don't talk about it. We just leave that out of this, okay? We don't talk about it. We got a mountain for the last series that we had, so at least we got that. But another cloud soul onto the rift for me and you should be a lot of fun. Man, I'm still just so stuck. I don't think I've ever seen anybody cleanse the Poppy knockback to where they don't get pushed back at all. Like, that's actually insane. Wave might need to be a little careful here, though.
But back away. It happens. But yeah, that was really nuts. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
but he still died, so it doesn't matter. Like, my brain needs to stop. Like, it's so cool, but it didn't matter.
Like, I'll be honest, right? I didn't even react to it because I thought that Hope just was so sleek that he managed to dash away from the E, which there are some dashes. The Poppy E interaction is really weird. There are a couple of dashes where you can actually dash out of Poppy E and it just won't do anything. I guess Lucian E in my head was one of them, but no, I think it was. You're right. I think he just cleansed it. And
we'll never know. We're never gonna. It was too much of a small play. We're never gonna know. RNG are on the forefront here, though, as they are a little salty. They lost that dragon stacking. We do have a Rift Herald coming up in about 35 seconds, but again, all of RNG's focus has been to make sure this bottom lane can get to the late game, and so far, Gala's looking good.
Yeah, 201 shield bow already going towards that second item as well. On the opposite end,
the item completions for WE though, Hope and Iwandi.
Yeah, and generally I think item completions really spike WE in terms of damage a lot more than the early ones will for RNG. As I think this mid lane tower is just going to drop more pressure. You can see Angel respecting the potential of Hong just coming over the wall. And maybe just straight up diving him. So steps back, they lose the tier 1 in the mid lane from the play as well earlier on the Herald. And to continue my point, yeah, the WE item spikes, they just hit a lot harder, right? Gale Force, Dirk, plus Mandate, all of a sudden can kind of one-shot you or, you know, kind of 100 to 20 you very, very quickly. Divine Thunder as well, Wukong, all of a sudden, you know, lethal threat is always there onto the squishies. And Shanks, once he hits that Archangel staff with the Roa stacked, those Qs overloaded, you're looking at, you know, 500 a pop, 600 on, you know, squishy champs. That's very quick to remove a champion off the rift. So WE are going to hit a really, really big spike here in this mid game. The RNG are going to have to stave off for a little while longer, but they do have the kind of composition, right? It's very front to back with the Orianna, the Sion, Poppy as well.
Yeah.
Got the Zeri to boot. So it's not like they can't deal with it and scale up, but if WE use their tools efficiently, it's going to get really, really tough. So continue to look for hard and plays like this to
Ming tanking a lot there.
Press all of this pressure down onto RNG. And I really want to see them try and get this Herald now, Team WE. Maybe wait for the Cullen to come back up if you really feel like it's super necessary, but try and get mid lane pressure. Look for a flank, maybe, but Angel's here.
He's on the flank here as well. They have the lightning crash to get some damage back, and Hong in some trouble as well. Cyclone number 2, not going to do it. Get a little bit of slow and breathe, try to get the engage. Shockwave comes in, and Iwandi, that's a double kill for Angel as Bubu's tanking down. The Meganar does get the kill back on the way. But it's trading down. Hope survives in the side, but RNG, they strike back.
Yeah, they strike back. It's WE that go for that play initially. Shanks is just on the top side, pushing in this wave. He's got nothing to do with this play at all. He'll be very happy to at the very least get all this gold, but RNG just counterpunch so well. They look for the play, I think it was on Gala, Wei as well, interrupts the dash, which definitely delays a lot of the initial CC that could have come down. I assume we'll probably get a replay of that. There you go. It's like clockwork, isn't it? As Hong, you can see it's this W that just stops the knockup from coming in a brief second sooner, which maybe if that comes in the knockup, then maybe the bubble can chain in, right? But it's definitely very, very hopeful. Shockwave, flash comes in from Angel, pull back into I1D, dead. And even though this Gnar does bring the way underneath the tower for a trade kill, he's still going to drop in the end as well. So the kills come in for RNG, and we were just speaking about how realistically it's W who should be looking to fight on a spike kind of around now, right? So for RNG to win a fight so convincingly is very, very concerning for Team WE, because they've got the team composition RNG that are going to scale further and further into this game and to a higher ceiling you would have to expect than Team WE.
Well, I will say that is true, but I love that W are getting a little bit back, right? They have now another Rift Herald or a Rift Herald for themselves, and I think being able to utilize this to continue to keep up in gold, even though you're giving up some of these kills to RNG, is still good. But again, I agree, like you're going to be looking at Shanks to be that real big late game damage carry. The movement and positioning of Hope and Iwandi is going to be so crucial, much more so that I feel like you have that easier bar of execution for RNG.
Yeah, definitely. And with that pressure of execution, I hope WE continue to look for some of these plays. I hope, yeah. I wonder see Team W. God. That was beautiful. I'm so sorry.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
I quite literally, in my head, I channeled my inner Munchables for that one. That was...
Shout out to Munchables.
Shout out to Munch. I do want to see Team W continue to look for the proactivity, though, right? I think when you've got the, the agency to try and make plays, still look for them. Don't feel discouraged just because you ended up finding one bad play. And I think you're going to have to, right? Because you can't really sit on your hands against RNG, like you were saying as well. As RNG...
They do have the pick-out tools, though, especially if they can catch Gala out. But that's the thing. Like, Gala and Ming are the pillar of RNG, right? And Breathe as well, way huge. But being able to see this bot lane be a mainstay for them in terms of how they win games for so long, right? Like, you have the LPL first team All-Pro support for the last 2 years in spring and summer in Ming. And yes, he's rejoined the team a little bit later into the season this time around, but you cannot give resources to this bottom lane and not expect to have some trouble dealing with them.
Yep, exactly. Not only is Gala good, Ming's a little bit good too.
He is on the cat this time, but you know, it's good. You
look,
have to have good mechanics, all right? I know there's a lot of memes about Yuumi, but...
Cope. I mean, look, no matter what you think about Yuumi, no matter what you... Oh, this point, because that's a very dead Angel.
Angel, looking for a Guardian Angel there, but can't find it. Angel falls in the side lane, another tower goes to WE, and they're so good at picking apart the map like this.
Yeah, they really are, and they need to continue to do this, right? Tier 2 drops. We'll see if they can maybe get a little bit of pressure on the opposite side of the map, and with both these teams having, 2 dragons for RNG, 1 for WE, there's gonna be no, soul for at the very least next 8 minutes if RNG manage to pick both of the next dragons up pretty much on spawn. So Baron is really going to be the focus, and I'd like to see WE shift their focus potentially to making sure they have pretty consistent pressure up on the top side of the map. And sure, you can hold down here on this Gnar. He should scale really, really well on the side lane. This is just good setup from Jackson.
Yeah, really good.
As Angel, as soon as you get Root Prisms, you're just dead. There's too much CC to deal with there. So kind of unfortunate. Very little counterplay besides just don't be there. And yeah, hopefully W can continue to make these plays on the side lane, because I think they're going to have to. RNG, I'll sound like a broken record, of course, will scale really well in the 5v5. So you want to try and avoid the 5v5 as much as you can, now that you've kind of gone past the point of sort of consistent mid lane picks in the mid lane. It kind of feels like in most games that window kind of sits between 14 and 20 minutes, right? Now, unless you step in like this,
steps up just an inch, and they take a literal mile. RNG slammed down hard on WE as Hope mispositions, and will be Hung who makes it out alive with a little bit of RNG pressure there. But it is RNG who now feel like they rule the world at this point, and they're right on to Baron.
Yeah, when I used to coach, we had a saying, take the finger or take the hand, right? And that means be happy with the little prize or be ready to be punched back in the face. And I feel like Hope just gets a little bit too overeager to step forward into Gala as they walk out into the river. And Gala just says, what are you doing, brother? Just get out of the way.
Looks like I got my 2 item spike. I wanted to have fun too.
Exactly. I want to have fun. It's my turn. Yeah, it doesn't happen like that. RNG very happily just pick up the Baron, and they're going to be able to probably get a fair amount. All of the tier 2 still up and available, so that's just standing gold to try and work with. WWE really needs to try and break apart the tempo as RNG walk back out onto the map with this buff. Otherwise, things are going to get really, really tricky for them. Yeah, replay. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, you know, like you say, I've got 2 items. I really want to have fun. Nope. Never mind. Just gets slammed into the wall, knocked up, shockwave. I think I hear people as though they're about to start taking stuff out of his arms as well. Like, RNG.
I'm also going to say, little point, I know it's small. The last time I talked about it, that replay guarantees that the cleanse was used to stop the pushback because he got pushback after the dash and that one. Just a little thing. I know. Closing the loop. Closing the loop.
It was cool. It was really cool. I agree.
You got WE. Yeah, it's closed. It's closed. WE, though, I will say the proactivity to try and get back into this game has been really good, right? They're only about 1.5k down, even though we've seen consecutive fights taken by RNG. And that's because they're focusing side lane. They're focusing away from the 5v5, just like you said.
Yeah, exactly. And
but Hunk is just all by himself. Good. He's got 3. BLG gets the knock into Gala. Gala's down, but so is Hope. He's still got a very, very strong Angel and protected by the beefy bodies of Way and Breeze. Shanks in a little bit of trouble himself here, getting slowed down, knocked up, goes golden. The rest of WE have made it out. Oh, Shanks gets a trade back kill. Okay, he should die soon to breathe, but he gets one back, and you'll take those for WE.
Honestly, yeah.
Dragon
not
up,
too
though.
bad. 3-2. They probably lose the Dragon, maybe. And Narc can teleport back in, and between Iwandi and BLG, they can try and defend this 2v3, but Angel isn't exactly weak, so maybe they end up flipping it. Hong is going to tell it
fight
back
this.
on map
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they don't get...
Oh my god, BLG. Your help
God,
Okay, Hong skipping a jump. Oh, he goes golden. The knockback. BLG. He gets the wallop. The slam down. Thank you, BLG, as he's taking out Ming as well. The duo is too damn strong. RNG. They've been eviscerated in front of the Dragon Pin. This is all WE.
Oh, they just bite off a little more than they can actually chew there, RNG. They want the Dragon. It's a bit greedy, but they feel like 2v3, it should be theirs. But BLG has other ideas. He's a 2-item Gnar. He's not exactly dealing no damage with a Black Cleaver and a Triforce. And it all starts with disengage here from Hong. It's a real nice flank. 3 people knocked up here. And there are technically 4 if you include the Yuumi, and he's just not taking that much damage initially. He's buying so much time for the rest of WE to actually come in here and follow up on all of this damage. And the back end of that, somehow, Gala also gets caught out by BLG. So it's an excellent flank from the Gnar. And once Gala's dead, you can kind of see the consistent damage drops off quite sharply for RNG. They still do have damage, but it's just going to take a lot more to get through some of the damage dealers there you saw from Team WE. So again, you know, if WE can find their man, which is Gala, then fights look okay, playable, right? I think that's the key word. The issue is now Gala has an IE. He didn't have an IE before he died. Now
that
he
is
does.
True.
So how many more times will he get caught out, especially once his flashes back up and he's got the barrier as well for that extra layer of protection? Will he allow that to happen is the question. How well will you actually find these flanks, right? That's the things we have to track as we continue into this game, because RNG, again, scaling there for WE, it's all about the execution of some of these team fights. Realistically, the comp of RNG will play itself out quite easily, to be honest with you. WE have to try and break that pattern up.
Again, it's all about that bar of execution for RNG being a lot easier, but you look at these downtime moments with no objective and the side lane pressure that W is putting down. It doesn't help that RNG are just using brute force to push down mid lane. As now WE trying to regroup. They do still have Shanks in the side lane, but a tier 2 tower in bot lane is in the eyes of RNG.
Looks like it is. RNG very happy to just secure these towers. Wants to do it whilst they still had the Baron from earlier. It's dissipated now, of course.
They're going to trade inhibs.
Yeah, they just might. Shanks is on the bottom
TP
side.
is coming up soon.
I think this is why RNG are here, though. I think they're trying to just kind of abuse the numbers advantage. But
They don't get. I mean, this is a win for WE.
Yeah, it's just a flat win. I mean, teleport comes out here from, I think it's breathe. So they will stop the inhibitor from dying, but still, that's a macro win on the side of WE to get this tower.
And that's been the name of the game.
The TP out.
That's literally been how they've been playing this map. It's been so honestly impressive.
It has. It really, really has. From the side lane play earlier. and just sort of shutting Angel down to this play just here. Again, I think if you can try and split RNG apart, that's how you have the most success, because 5v5ing without really, really strong flanks is going to be very difficult for Team WE. So very happy to see that they kind of recognize what the conditions are in this game so far, and they try to keep RNG apart, right, from playing the 5v5 as much as they can, unless they can find a fight truly on their terms.
So we're looking at item spikes here. We've got 3 items completed for a majority of the solo laners, as well, I guess all the solo laners now, and looking at these ADCs as both on about 3.5. I guess the Sarah Dick a little bit different there, but now looking at the next setup for at least vision around this Baron pit, what Hung and Wei are going to be fighting over, as we still have a while till the next dragon comes up, and that's where RNG are really looking to fight. It's about these objectives for them and not falling in the downtime.
Yep, exactly. Not dropping off. And for
The
WE,
potion bought by Shakes, he knows. He knows that next big team fight, that's it.
he's just like, yeah, I need to.
That's
This
control.
game bot. As soon as the fight goes down, he's going to drink that potion. There's a lot of combat stats as well. I forget, I think it's 40 AP, it might even be 50.
Hug has been in this bush for, I don't know how long at this point. Like, it feels like almost a minute and a half. At the, like,
man,
maybe even
but
more.
Think about it like this, right? RNG, they want to set up here in the river. They might even just start Baron off in the next couple of seconds if they feel confident enough to try and draw WE in. Looks like the answer will be no. But if a Wukong comes and flanks you at this angle, it just feels a bit weird, doesn't it?
He's just been here. He just lives here now. This is where he lives. Yeah. Do you see his nice little his couch? Yeah. He's got a dining table. Look, he even just put up a lamp.
Yo, is that a flat screen TV in the corner?
Yeah, I think it is. You know, he's just chilling. He's just chilling in that bush. He's literally been. Somebody send me a counter of how long Hung has been in this bush, please. At me on Twitter. I don't care because I need to know. It's actually impressive, but it was strategic in its own right.
Yeah, I think he's got the BLG series up on his screen as well. Hey, he's got money now. He's got money.
He's got out there. He's hanging out there, just watching some LPL. But it was, so I love that the initial plan was to try and get a flank if RNG wanted to pull off that Baron fight. Now it's just been about committing to the side lane catch while Dragon started up for RNG. It must mean that WE want to threaten the Baron here.
Yeah, I mean, it's on vision, and as you can see,
oh my god, they're all coming.
Dead, right? It's
just going down so fast. Here's Wei. Tidal wave comes across. You got Breathe in the middle of everybody. Iwandi's in trouble. Baron down to Hung, but RNG, they don't want to give it up here. Breathe flashing forward. Realm Warp, it gets them out. What a steal from WE. The moment and the decisiveness comes in clutch.
Oh, it's a complete heist, and Hung, he might end up dying. He's on the Great Escape path. And you know, I'm not gonna lie, the Warrior Trickster
He's far from home here. He's far from home. They're collapsing. Oh no, he's got cyclone. Okay, he's going back in. It's the Great Escape. Oh, he's down. The wave got pushed in topside though. You're not going to be able to get that in him, but a nice little distraction, I guess, from Hung.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was no way home for Hung.
He couldn't click his heels together. It didn't work.
No. So they get the Baron, and I'm not going to lie, I'm not sure if we'll get a replay because no one technically died, but Hung's Warrior Trickster got ulted out of the pit my way, and for a second I was like, oh no. As speaking of oh no moments, Hope is getting collapsed.
They're just taking it, but there's such a split fire now. RNG are committing to this. They might just lose their base. Hope is down, but in their base, they are losing Breathe. As their front line goes down, Angel comes back out, and it collapses on the board here for RNG. As BuBu needs to try to get away. The back completed here from Shanks. BuBu is the focus. He does have the hop and the skip, and we'll be able to get out of here.
I think he's out. Yeah, should be good. Should be
around. Oh my god, Gala's coming. Gala's coming with a vengeance. Gala wants him. It's a little baby. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's still alive. Little Nar does big things. All right. Oh, Shakes. No way. Angel's down. The line of defense. It's not there. WE. No freaking way. They just used and duped RNG. And they take game number 1. Holy
What just happened, Marcel? What? Dude, RNG are still sitting there like the game is still going, right, guys? Right? We're still playing for the game, right? I think RNG are as confused as we are. We got so sucked in, and I feel like they did as well, to the fact that they were trying to chase down the Gnar on the bottom side. They just kind of forgot their base. They've just been
And that happened like 3 times in a row.
They've just been C9'd.
Oh my
god.
God.
I don't even know how to react to that. Like, for W, all right, sure, if we try and bring it down a little bit, they've been playing the side lane all game long, right? And I think they just had a good read. We don't 5v5 RNG. They will win with this composition. Just play sides, and they kind of just give us a bit of a, you know, a G2 2019 special. Just send your solo laners to the side lane as a duo, and just make it work. And it happens. Shanks just stays top. And it works. RNG doesn't send anyone to answer him.
Look at that gold graph. Oh my God. I guess. That's a heck of a gold graph right there, and that is a heck of a game from WE. And I know we got off the rails a little bit here, but I was very much set. I loved the team fighting from RNG. We saw WE's answer the entire game. They did not want to go for these fights. They were looking at these side lanes, and every time RNG would overcommit for an objective and overcommit for a team fight, it was Shanks, it was Bew in the side lane, making sure to do lasting damage.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it was just about, you know, Hung and Bew, not only the side lanes, but coming to the team fights and finding really, really solid flanks as well. When the 5v5s, the few that did happen in this game, unfolded, they went the way of Team WE. Like, it was only really when we saw a couple of individual oversteps, perhaps from Hope a few times, and that was about it from RNG. That was the only couple of positive fights. It was kind of when it was handed to them, right? And I think the only thing we can really walk away from out of this game one is that Gala and Ming are very clearly in a strong position to win lane here against Hope and Iwandi, right? I think they had such a large advantage in the 2v2. That's about the only thing I can say RNG need to try and build off of, besides looking at the minimap and ensuring the side lanes aren't falling.
That's the disheartening thing.
Yeah.
I think for me is, like, and I hate to put so much emphasis on it, but it has been a what does RNG do without Xiaohu? It feels like we know that Ming and Xiaohu were the main shot callers for this team last year. And yes, Xiaohu has a lot of control from the mid lane, but a lot of that control was also coming from Ming. And yes, he's stepping in a little bit later, like we said, but it just hasn't been the same. So trying to get on the same page, making sure these late game macro moments don't kind of fall out of your hands right in front of you. It's hard to watch, but it's something that RNG have to overcome if they want to improve their record here and come up from the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, and of course, you know, from an outsider's perspective, it can be a little bit difficult to pick on exactly what's going wrong in the systems for RNG at the moment, because it's very clear the roster's talented, right? Whether they've got, you know, the iteration of Tang Yuan in or Angel in or what have you. They're capable of making good things happen, but so far we haven't seen it. And yeah, I think just more soul searching to do. We still, of course, got the rest of the series to play out, but they need to try and find, I feel like, that IGL, right, that in-game leader that can really guide them on this macro side of things, because so far it just seems like a struggle on that front. Micro good, macro not so good.
You know what macro worked out for WE, and the forefront of that was Shanks, as he does earn himself an MVP on the rise. And you know, I said it in the game, it's really nice to see WE putting resources into this mid laner, knowing that yes, they've signed Hope, a superstar bottom laner, but the homegrown talent within WE's system here, Shanks, is a crucial piece to the puzzle, and he shows off why.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, coming from last year into this year, sort of a centerpiece of the roster to make sure that they kind of have that stability from last year to this year. And if the B-roll is just Shanks ending the game, I'm going to laugh.
It literally is. Let's go.
Oh, it's so good. But like, you know, for me, I think coming into this year, the mid laners that I was kind of thinking about keeping our eyes on in terms of you know, sort of ones to watch, I suppose, that weren't necessarily going to be at the forefront of your mind on these big rosters, were players like Cream, Care, and then, of course, here, Shanks. And Shanks has been pulling his weight here on WE. And like you said, MVP well earned. I've never seen a B-roll be so short, but so sweet, and also just kind of wrap up what happened in this game. Shanks was just a monster on the side lane. He didn't really have to do anything else besides just win the side lane. And it earned WE their first win here in the series. And just for the record, no series of RNG so far this year has gone to 3 games. It's either been they're 2-0 against OMG at the very start of the year, or they've just been 2-0. So I don't want to say this is a bad omen for RNG, but what I am saying is they need to find themselves very quickly, or they could be on the back end of another fast series.
Well, we will have to find out how the rest of this series plays out. We're going to send it to a short little break. We'll be right back with game number 2.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng UCal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes UCal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and UCal's come to town. They find Hung, they find a Quadra. Can he get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT!
They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry harder? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible! He's just that.
One has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As UCal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants UCal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The Qingtian comes into play! Qingtian! TS3!
3v1! It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDT that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Rula is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Rula is on another level as he burns through that bounce roll going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganavi to finish the play. Rula is insane.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Welcome back to the beautiful Xi'an as we are into the second game of our second series of the night. It is RNG versus Team WE. I'm Mazel, and this is Jamada. And hope you still got your Crazy as Our Game passes with you because we're still in the same series here. It's going to be a lot of fun as we need a bounce back from RNG as WE ran them around the block and then ended the game on their nexus.
Yeah, that was like RNG's ankles have to be sore. Like that was they just got spun around about 3, 4, 5 times on the map. WE just understood the assignment. I don't know what else to say. We've got the picks and bans below us, of course. We are running on a bit of a delay, so we're catching up. WE this time actually returning to the Nami Lucian. There's no Wukong, as that was snapped up by RNG, it seems, and it's on blue side as well. WE a little more team fight focus in comparison to last game, so we'll see how that one pans out for them. RNG, Mingala still have the Zerayumi, so we'll see how that pans out, I suppose. The laning phase is really positive, and I guess this time around, excuse me, with WE's mid-jungle champion duo on the opposite side of RNG, hopefully they can actually get a little bit more proactive use out of that in trying to shut down the Nami Lucian and then actually finding more positive mid-game team fights to actually try and stamp out WE's sort of mid-game authority that they kind of had in the mid-game, I suppose.
I'm very curious, though, for the fact that Breathe is willing to whip out the Cassante here. Obviously, has been super big in the meta. He has not won on the Cassante yet this LPL spring. So interested to see that they kind of adapt in that fashion for RNG. Still very, very much into that kind of team fight focus. Make sure that Gala and Ming get a bunch of resources. Angel is also a little bit more set up and stable, it feels like, even though the Orianna was looking good. But that is where that all eyes are on WE now. Bar of execution, while it was a little harder last game, feel like it is a little bit difficult in this one as well, but momentum is key.
Yeah, momentum, very, very key. And it's one of those things, it's not always super measurable, right? From a spectator's perspective. But I'm going to just be real. Losing a game like that is going to feel one of two ways for RNG. Tiltingly frustrating, or so stupid that you kind of just have to laugh at it and let it happen. So we'll see what kind of RNG hit the rift for game number 2 here. But Team WE are going to be pretty happy, I would say. No real upsetting things there as Shanks pan out.
The turned up here.
Yeah, there we go. Definitely the W victory seems to have very much spurred the WE fans up in the stadium, of course.
Love to hear some of those cheers. But we are onto the rift now. Obviously, a big focus for this one has been bot lane. We've had the extravaganza. We had Gala with all the resources last game, unable to close it out. Hope and Iwandi weren't the big influencers, it felt like. It came to Bubu and Shanks in the solo lanes. And a much different, it feels like, in-game finish from WE, even though chaotic. And so now RNG just kind of setting sights on this early game. We will have top side starts for both junglers. And just like last game, I'm sure a lot of butting heads towards bot.
Yeah, I expect that to be the case, always. Nami Lucian will always look to try and be aggressive. It's just about what they actually get, you know, in theory. Breathe.
Thank you.
Just looking for a bit of information. Yeah, Bubu just kind of spaces him out a little bit. Not bad, not bad.
I mean, I'm not saying that's momentum for the last game, Jamada, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, you know, actually, I think not only... Okay.
Got the double jungle clears. I like this.
All right,
this is perfect for us. This is exactly what we want to see. We know how important bot lane is, but it's about how long until Wei and Hung get down to this bot lane and have some influence.
Give us some T-Tours in the chat. Look at this. Not bad. But yeah, jungle matchup can be very important. Of course, both these junglers passing down towards the bottom side. With that in mind, I'm actually quite interested about how the top lane matchup's going to go. I know Heresy in this
So
meta.
you're going back to the island, huh?
I think the island might actually have a fair amount to say. After last game, right, BBU had a lot to do with Shanks' like sort of ramp up into success in the side lane, right? So I think if he can kind of find that same... was it really an advantage 1v1? I guess. It's kind of unfair when Breathe is on Sion and you're on Gnar and you kind of just get to do that for free. But like in this game, Breathe obviously a lot more individual agency. So I feel like perhaps if Breathe can find his own openings to try and get on top of Weebly, sorry, and you know, look for a solo kill, right? Or try and just shut the Gnar down so he's not as you know, this opposing side lane threat, then RNG have a lot more to work with in terms of team fighting. So I really do hope that for the sake of Team WE, they can get this Gnar, you know, kind of ahead. But as is always the case in this meta at the moment, the bot lane, of course, will be the focus. And Gala and Ming, no doubt, will be given a lot of resources on the side of RNG. We'll see whether or not this will come to bite them, as it, I don't want to say did in game number 1, because I feel like it was more the side lane issue, but the fact that Bui had so much freedom on the side lane kind of set up RNG for a little bit of failure once Shanks also was kind of given that same level of freedom too.
I am very interested now because we're getting the wrap back around towards top side from Hung. Last game, Hung took a very aggressive stance into Wei on that Wukong. Obviously a little bit different this time around, but very, very much looking at this differing focus, the dodging of the vision, except knowing that Scuttle Crab is down, and that Wei hasn't been able to find anything bot lane.
Definitely a bit of a juxtaposed start to last game, where, like you said, it was quite standoffish between the jugglers. They just didn't want anything to happen to bot lane. Nothing's happened anyway, so Hung will happily take his top side Scuttle, reset, and likely just full clear again, all the way down to the bottom side of the map. Very, very exciting gameplay for himself, but once he hits level 6, he'll definitely try and find some more aggressive play. That was a very optimistic.
Oh my god. Oh, a little bit back. They got the heal pop there as well as the barriers. We got all summoner spells burned except for the flashes on 3.
That was a really, really, really optimistic re-dash back in.
Oh,
I'm pretty
no.
sure Wei would have seen Hong. Now it's about getting out. Actually, they might find their way on
Nobody's
Angel.
level 6 yet. Ooh, nice flash from Angel. Wei is here, locked down onto Hung. He's not that tanky here, but these minions might be able to block some of Angel's damage. We'll see a little bit followed up though. Hung getting a little bit lower, but the burns are not there. And no kills just yet, although we're getting very close, Chamada.
Yeah, crucially though, both mid laners lose their flash, and I feel like it's a little bit more detrimental to RNG just simply because the setup is kind of easier, I guess, right? Shanks sort of shuffled in. The follow-up can always come in from Hong. However, you know, as long as Hong is kind of aiming well, they should... Angel, sorry, is always going to kind of struggle, and Shanks has his own escape, so I feel like the flash trade kind of weighs in the favor of WE. We'll see whether or not it actually gets punished. The response to the mid lane play, however, is this dragon, because they know that Hong moved back into the top side, a little bit too low to contest, and with Shanks also going back to base, they kind of, or at the very least, kind of being trapped underneath the tower to clear the wave. They just recognize they have that brief window, and even though Garland will miss a wave underneath the bottom side of the map, doesn't really matter because they picked up that early objective.
Exactly, and I think that objective stacking will be needed, I guess, maybe for WE trying to contest that, not let RNG free stack into this late game. That will be beneficial to them. We are getting level 6s now, though, so I'm looking from this mid lane where Angel gets proactive with the Realm Warps and how Shanks can use this Shurima Shuffle to really set up team fights in the earlier parts of the game before that 5-man stack gets so monstrous from RNG.
Yeah, exactly. RNG 5-man stack here. I mean, diving into Yuumi, Ryze, Zeri, it's going to be very, very difficult, and WE's team composition is kind of, in a way, I suppose, built for 5v5s, but just a very different kind of 5v5 from what RNG are potentially looking at. I think for WE, it is a lot more about trying to ensure Shanks has a bit more, you know, area control with the soldiers, and you kind of dissuade RNG from ever stepping forward. You have to be in the river first in front of these neutrals, for example. I think that's going to be very, very key, in this game to a team's success, and the flank of
Look at this.
We or Breathe as well is going to be very, very crucial to track. After last game in particular, where Weeby was able to lock down Gala, and that kind of spelled the start at the beginning of the end for RNG. Realm Warp
I
Pro, as we focus
definitely
back
have
on the game, could be
no
good.
idea. Oh, okay. Not going to take the Realm Warp over. Hung is here, so dissuaded there. Would have been a little bit dicey if he did commit to that one.
Oh, level 6 is going to take hit.
Yeah, I was going to say level 6 for Hung just gotten. He did have a little bit of a move from Shanks. Looks like way on his way to try and defend this bot lane.
Yeah, I was wondering whether or not they would maybe try for a
They
max
don't have
range.
vision on Way coming here
Bola.
as well. Hope
Nope.
goes forward. Hung comes out, flash from
Oh,
Gala,
no. Oh,
and here goes
no.
Way, triple knockup. Hope flashes but gets pounded by the stick of Way. Iwandi falls next, Way with a double, and the Monkey King has come alive, and well for RNG. As will he get the third kill? Do they give it to Gala? It should go over to the ADC, and RNG 3-0 up with first blood on bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's Team WE that kick off this play. At the end of the day, Hung was looking for that play for about 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and Way eventually just makes his way down here for his own proactive play. And as soon as he sees Hung here, he just sees it's free real estate, right? Hope steps up, takes a lot of damage, Flash just about in time to get away from the stun. And the knockup is great, and the Warrior Trickster as well, still in place to get the double knockup after Way actually goes to collect Hope. That Q as well deals so much damage, removes Iwandi. And pick up the kill, give it to Gala. And that kill spread as well, really, really nice. Way earns himself 2. Gala still finds himself a kill credit in the play. As we come out of the replay, however, Team WE are still able to, by the looks of it, find this Herald. So, at the very least, they're not going to lose that objective off the back of a really, really nasty 3-0 play. RNG, however, still sitting very, very pretty. And again, layering more pressure into the bottom side.
Run away! Okay,
He's
gonna get away. They see that people are moving from mid lane. So like, all right, he doesn't get caught in the side as he tried to go down towards bottom lane. But this does mean free shots for Gala on the turret, trying to get those plate monies for RNG. We actually see Shanks maybe moving down here as well with Hung on his way. So a bit of response potentially brewing for WE.
Maybe. For now, though, very muted on this bottom side of the map. And kind of a repeat, except, you know, minus the play where it feels like this Nami Lucian in lane, it doesn't really move Zeri and Yumi out, right? And of course, you can kind of credit it to player skill in this particular sort of lane matchup. And we're very much aware that Nami and Lucian will bring a lot to the table in the mid game in terms of burst and a lot of utility that comes from that, and pressure, of course. But how will it really stand up to the sort of mid to late game team fighting press is the question we got to ask, as Gala skating in here. Check, just gonna dash away. Alright, never mind. I got excited for nothing. Can't fault me though.
A little bit of speed, a little bit of zoomies there as RNG taking out some vision in front of the pit here. Dragon spawning in about 10 seconds. Both teams actually positioning pretty heavily around this.
Yeah, there is a wave here to collect for Gala, however, so this could buy WE just about the space they need. Like we said, being in front of the objective first, kind of a big deal. I think, to me, WE, they're going to have a bit of a hard time dashing in to a lot of the composition of RNG, unless it's off the back of, you know, a really, really strong flank from Weeby, as Herald's going to go down here in the mid lane. On top of the shove already here from Shanks too. Maybe they try and get this Dragon started up, but I don't really feel like they have necessarily the time to do it, as RNG had shove in the bottom side. And
Wait, one
looking for Iwandi on this
He's
wall.
on vision. He does get the tidal wave back, but that ultra shock laser does a lot. Angel coming down the side, Realm Prison, and that's huge damage on the wall. I thought he was going to make it out. Angel slams it though, as 4 kills now for RNG. Might look for this dragon now.
Yeah, they definitely should. I think they still have a lot of power. Gala has Zolma as well. And a lot of the very strong tools from WE, specifically the engage tools, kind of been
Hope
used up
has culling.
in the disengage. But that's about it. It's going to be a 50-50 at best, where I feel like RNG, if they just play patiently, can
there's
force
no reason
WE out.
WE to do this.
Yep.
Okay, well, they're going to walk in a little bit later as Shanks has TP'd bottom side, so in case RNG stood a little bit late. Breathe. Nice little move out of that Meganar, using that unstoppable. But it's just calm on the front with 2 dragons for RNG now completed.
Very, very cheeky, and it's one smog to the other. Chemtech, isn't it? I guess.
I guess
However,
it is, yeah.
very. It's baby cloud, you know.
It's baby cloud.
Yeah,
I don't
like
think I've ever heard anybody call Chempunk baby cloud.
Like,
I feel like it's like better cloud. It's like grown cloud.
Yeah, theoretically, I guess it is. And you know what? Healing and shielding power, quite obnoxious.
True.
When
Especially
you have
for
a
these
UV.
comps.
Yeah, so it's actually not too bad. The individual dragons, of course, I'm pretty sure it gives tenacity, doesn't it? I always forget that option of that dragon. It's tenacity and shield power. Heal and shield power. So not too bad. A dragon, and it's more about the rift anyway.
Yeah. I'm actually looking at Wei out on the map now with this Divine Sunder. Hung getting something in topside could be big though, as they're collapsing on the Breathe. Breathe uses the all out and all that movement speed to get out of there, but Sejuani's Glacial Prison does get utilized in topside. What I was going to say is Wei need to utilize this item spike differential here between jungle, and it's looking like he wants to go bot lane with it.
Yeah, you see, fortunately, Cassante as well on the top side, bit too mobile. And like you say, now that Wei has this Divine Thunder immediately to the bottom side, just trying to make
They know he's here, though,
kind of
Shanks.
second guess themselves a bit.
These item completions are so crucial. Seeing like at least the Leandri's there to poke some down from Shanks in the side, but you're starting to get first items across, and we're still really waiting on Hope and Iwandi to get their big spike.
Yeah, exactly. Once Hope and Iwandi have Gale Force and the mandate, then W will have a little bit more agency to work with. And even though RNG are up 4 kills, it has to be said, they're only up.
It's happened 2 games now. Like, WE are just so good at getting resources around the map. Obviously, there's a big lead for BLG in the side lane. Having that Unleashed TP now available, a TP difference in top lane is going to set WE up, but it's been about how they picked resources around the map, not opting into these big 5v5s unless it's necessary.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think Team WE's pretty sharp understanding last game of what the conditions were in the game to RNG's theoretical success, and being able to shut that down really paid massive dividends, of course, with the game on victory. Expect to see them do it again. I think if they kind of recognize, all right, we can't dive in. My only concern is that with the 2 dragons already going over to RNG, they might get pulled into a couple of team fights where they're going to have to try and find themselves being a little bit aggressive, which will definitely play into RNG's hands. And speaking of plays going into RNG's hands, BLG is about to face check here.
As soon as he comes out of Meganar too. Not a welcome visitor in the top side are RNG, but they will find the little mini Gnar and take him out. Gala gets the kill. 2-0-2 now for this superstar carry of RNG.
Yeah, just unfortunate timing from the top laner of Team WE, but the play is still very good from RNG, and the immediate response here is tier 1 trade. So it'll be tier 1 for tier 1, but definitely feel the mid lane tier 1 very, very high priority. And actually, yeah, it's going to be a 2-for-1 tower trade. So Team WE are still getting the better end of this deal.
Okay, here we go though. They've overcommitted. That Glacial Prison is down, no bubble either. Realm Warp coming out, and RNG with the flank. They wait for Breathe and Angel. Tidal Wave comes across the big blast code, but they've left Shanks out to dry. He's dead on arrival.
Breathe, all out. It's just too difficult the CC to deal with. I think he's just going to see Breathe as he goes back into base. And all right, sure, RNG, they get the collapse, but they still lose 2 towers to 1. The kill makes the gold trade a little bit better. But I feel like they're still being outmaneuvered on the map, which is definitely very concerning for a team like RNG. That's usually what you'd be saying about them in conjunction with the other team. They're the one outmaneuvering the enemy team.
And that's been the namesake of RNG for so long.
Yeah.
But now with the singular change of Xiaohu leaving mid lane, it makes a world of difference for RNG.
It has been. And I think we still definitely have to pay a lot of credit over to Team WE and their really, really good map reads in general. Breathe here, just does a great job. Presses W key when that wave's coming through, just so he can secure Shanks. Collapse comes in, too much for Team WE to deal with, and now RNG, they're here in the river first. They are just forcing a couple of these members back. If they can get this next dragon, then Team WE might feel like they're on a bit of a pseudo timer. Depends on how they're going to actually interpret how strong this potential soul is, but you never really want to give it over. It's still going to make the game more difficult than it has to be to play out. Scala, mid lane, just running away there at Hope.
Shanks has arrived. We got a full-blown 5v5. Who are you looking at, Jamada?
I'm looking specifically at this Gnar here. Mega's about to time over. So now that you've got it, you need to use it well. I feel like this timing, though, might be a little bit too early. RNG is still going to be able to rotate all the way around and back in, and this dragon hasn't been started up.
He's going
Maybe,
for it.
Oh, he wants
BB
to wait.
Can't get the Mega Gnar. He's waiting for the try. Goes back in, takes too much damage, and Pew is gone. Glacial Prison has been utilized at WE. Now need to be a lot more careful at how they approach this fight.
Yeah, 4v5, no teleport, 30-second death timer. They're still actually able to force RNG out.
It's the big combo, though, for Hope and Iwandi, and they're utilizing it to its full potential.
Yeah, but they're actually giving up river positioning at the moment. RNG are going to get teleport back in. And it's still 4v5, don't forget. The tools are still there, but realistically, I think W might have to give this one up. They're looking on Angel again, but they're just not able to find it. Phase rush, run away. Shanks now could get go out.
Final chapter used there. Very close. On a nice edge are a lot of these fights. Bew is back up. TP coming up as well.
Yeah, it looks like Shanks is just going to go for a reset as well with his teleport. I'm not sure what he's
so we get a lot of fighting. We get a lot of setup. We don't get the dragon. It's okay. We walk away.
Everyone just says, hey guys, it's just like both teams. They just threw up the white flag. Like, are we good? Everyone says, yeah, we're all right.
And then WE come in and take the white flag and throw it in the ground. They're like, I saw you. I tricked you.
Again, it feels like RNG. I don't know, man. They've kind of been outmaneuvered in this. Now, this was a very weird sequence of play. However, they still lose the dragon, so it feels a bit hard to be positive about it for RNG.
They do get the Rift Herald at least, so a little bit of counterplay on the other side.
I guess they'll trade it, right? But at the end of the day, I think you always want to be the one trying to pressure WE into a position where they feel like they have to contest the next dragon. Because look at them, WE, they're panicking, right? They have the Mega Gnar here. Louis just sends it because he feels like he has to. Because they know as soon as that time's out, RNG are going to look to make their proactive play. And then the window will open up for them. So trying to find a play there, a very overforced play, just doesn't work out for them. They lose their member, and even 4v5, they're able to defend it and get the dragon in the end because RNG are a little bit too touch and go. Now, like you said, traded out the Herald. Looks like they'll get the mid lane tower out of it, which is going to feel a little bit better. But still, the pressure's not going to be felt now for W for, almost 10 minutes in game time. And that's going to feel all right in terms of trying to get to a point where maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable, fighting and turning it into a game of execution. Still, I feel like RNG one-to-one outscale, but scaling isn't always everything in this game anymore.
That's true.
It just turns out to be, these small individual moments where picks matter a lot more. Execution, individual positioning is what will win you games. Scaling is just kind of a, a baseline foundation to kind of lean on when it kind of might matter. And in this kind of game, right now, between these two drafts, it might not, because all it takes is one big Mega Gnar or Gala dropping, and then all of a sudden, 5v4, you can find a good team fight for WE. So RNG, I feel like, is a pretty big blunder on that dragon. But yeah, anyway,
I think the spacing that WE has in their team comp is really nice, and especially how to deal with RNG, right? Because Breathe Away, Angel, they want to try to get a big engage for themselves, get in there, plant damage down. I think having the Emperor's Divide as well as the Mega Gnar are going to be really big in setting that up with that forward engage tool of the Tidal Wave as well as a peel tool, but the Glacial Prison there for WE. But now we're looking at RNG setting up in the sides. We have second item with that Runans and the Seraph's transformation for both the carries of RNG, Angel and Gala respectively. Will be a nice little source of damage for RNG in these team fights. This way, just hunting forever in these moments.
Yeah, and this is RNG's window now. Item spikes there for Angel and Gala. And WE
It's just crazy to me that we're at 0-7 and it's only a 2K lead for RNG. It's just a testament to how good WE has been moving around the map.
Yep, WE's macro has been really, really on point for the most part in this game. I feel like they've really recognized when to give what up, and they've just made very positive up trades on the map when it's mattered the most. Of course, that top tower for 2 towers on the bottom side and mid lane, one of the stronger trades they've made so far. But RNG still have the gold lead, right? They are still technically the ones in the driver's seat with the item advantage. It's been equalized out a little bit here and there, as I say that. BLG actually finishes
RNG
up
have been
his
cut
item
off from the
as
rest of the team.
way.
Oh, the culling doesn't do enough. Emperor's Divide, though, delivers Angel straight to death.
That could just be Baron. RNG, the rest of the team, they're here. Wade, however, got forced out quite low, and I don't actually think he's got Smite. By the looks of it, it's a short cooldown, so he's got one charge coming up.
Has
It's a
Runan
50-50.
over the side. Way getting so low here. He's getting healed up. He needs to get that health bar back up. Almost having the Mega Gnar. Final chapter not really working. Mega Gnar into the bowl. As now it's too much. The all-out from Breed gets him back. And RNG, they fighting the sustained fight here as Gala flashing gets out of there. Way goes down, trading everywhere. Shanks will finally fall and Breathe with a double kill. RNG onto the Baron, and what a fight from Royal Never Give Up.
Royal Never Give Up, living up to the mantra of the name, even though the start of the fight doesn't particularly look good with Wei getting chunked out. It doesn't matter, he's the only member that dies comically enough. But WE just don't have it in them to find Gala, even though BLG gets on top of him. It doesn't end up mattering. There's no follow-up damage. The return from Breathe and the return from Wei is huge in dissuading any follow-up. And it's all about that Cassante and the all-out and the extended fight as well. No one from Team WE could take him down. And he was just taking names. He's teleported to the bottom side now to get himself a tower off the back of the Baron. But it starts off with this play, right? Wei locked up, chunked out, forced out with a flash on the backside. But it's this engage here, losing Angel so early on. Even though he flashes over the wall, it feels so bad. Getting pushed back so far. But it's WE. They find the pick, right? And it turns into this 5v4 where all of a sudden, RNG, they're down their mid laner. Wei gets chunked out. But look at this from RNG, right? Even though you see Gala get knocked up and locked down, it feels quite bad. Hold on a second.
BLG just has nothing to say here in this fight. Knocked back, and Gala and Breathe and Ming will combine for a kill under tower in the side lane.
Yeah, all right, never mind. The WE players, RNG, they're just keeping tempo high. They're getting the dragon, they're getting the tower, they're getting a pick. Could even look to continue to push this one out as well, but I think they need to just back up, wait for the rest of the team to show face here. Preeve is really feeling himself at the moment on this Cassante as well.
Looking for that first win on the Cassante. It's at a 4-0-4 now. Really, really spiteful performance, it feels like, as now RNG bearing down on the mid lane tower. It'll quickly fall, and a minute and a half on this Baron buff means RNG have siege for days.
Yes, they do. Got another 90 seconds as well, so it's not like Baron buff is falling off in the next wave. Got another 2, maybe 3 to work with if they're lucky enough. Though a couple of recalls are coming in, so this could more or less kind of be the end of the Baron siege. Get themselves 2 towers, not bad. I mean, look at the gold lead now because of the team fight, the Baron and those towers. It's felt like WE's macro generally has kind of kept them, you know, within reach of RNG. All of a sudden now it's a 6k gold lead, right? All of a sudden, Gala has his IE, he's up on Hope, and across the board you're seeing the Ionization lead start to take place here for RNG.
Yeah, they were taking trades of kills last game. This time, RNG have not really given over any of those kills and have been able to kind of sustain themselves up into this later part of the game where now they're on sole point. They have all the control they need. They have a gigantic goal lead as well for themselves. And I think they are definitely in the driver's seat. Still need to see that macro decision making come to a head as WE get a little bit of re-engage there. Peel back action with that Glacial Prism, but the second tier tower on the top side will fall.
Really, really nice from RNG just to be able to squeeze out the last seconds of Baron usage
trying,
here.
Man. They're doing the side lane action again.
They are. BLG setting up for it, isn't he? He's chipping away slowly but surely. All he needs is a hull breaker to complete it. Has his 2 items, so he's gonna get through the towers not too slowly. With it, even though he's 0-4-0, He's not had the level of impact perhaps he wanted in this game so far. Definitely shut down more than he'd like to be. I feel like just the Mega Gnar timings haven't been there for Team WE like they were in game number 1.
Yeah.
I feel like in particular, especially that third dragon, I think it was, when it felt like they just kind of overforced the play, even though they ended up getting that dragon. Definitely put them in a bit of a pressure hole, I feel. RNG played around it really well. Have been playing around the Gnar this game a lot better than they did in game number 1 in general. And they're in the driver's seat at the moment.
True.
Hopefully they'll
And
continue
they are,
that and shut down the side lanes.
Yeah, 3 item spikes now for Breathe, Angel, and Gala. So a lot of power on the board for RNG, and 2 minutes for another dragon coming up means the WE are a bit on a timer. Definitely don't want to give over that Chem Dragon for free, especially the Soul. And it's about trying to find how they approach these next fights. We've seen them putting a little bit more emphasis in these side lanes, trying to get them chipped down as much as possible, try to get some of these bounty gold back. But they've got a 5v5 brewing that they have to go up and fight.
Yep, they do. 2 minutes time. And what will WE do? They've got the IE there on Hope, so they're matching that at the very least. But still, Angel, very, very strong. 3 items. If Shanks can get to his death cap, we did actually have the gold brought up by the observers, but I didn't quite catch how close Shanks is to that item. But with 90 seconds left, you would like to hope that he can get to the decap. Can sell the Dark Seal as well for the gold if he absolutely needs it. So that would be a huge spike. All of a sudden, WE teamfight might not look too bad if they can find some decent conditions. A good flank from Bew. However, Way's looking for that flank.
Hung spots him out there, so the flank will not come into effect. Let's see Shanks being able to push out this bottom side. Must be very, very close.
Yeah, he's got it.
After this wave, you got to watch out for Angel, though, if he's pushing in the side. You see RNG moving their attention back to this mid and top side.
Yeah, mid and top side for now. I think RNG can really toy with WE as they make their way back out onto the map now, because, you know, the pressure of the Soul, always very, very potent. There's the death cap for Shanks. He's going to be huge now. A lot of AP there ready to boot. But they can kind of toy with Team WE because now they have to kind of decide, right? Soul or Baron, what's more important? RNG, they don't really care if WE pick up 1 dragon if they can secure a Baron. So that could always be a play on the cards. Here's the pulse engage here.
Hope is so far forward. Luckily, he has Flash and all the available teammates there. But that's culling down, that's heal down, that's tidal wave, that's all the tools, and Iwandi just has to help save his bottom laner.
Yeah, he absolutely has to. Hope just stepped too far forward. It's not the first time we've seen it happen in this series either, as now Hong's trying to get in the action a little bit. Maybe he was looking for an angle. Of course, he's a lot tankier. Can be
Angel's just doing the dragon now.
Yeah.
This is where this precipice of power has afforded RNG this. I mean, they're literally holding off a 4v5 in the lane, and Angel solo killed the dragon.
Yeah, and now Soul is just going to feel more oppressive, right? Below that 50% HP mark, trying to execute targets. Of course, all the shielding, healing, tenacity as well from the CC. They do have Team WE now. Could this be a good
Hung
angle
is in
here
a very
for
different position than the rest of WE.
Yeah,
he's
but
not
he could
spotted
Q
out
over the
yet,
wall.
though.
The thing is, if RNG kind of approached this choke really awkwardly,
Okay,
Q over the wall and an ult could have felt pretty nice, but like you say, he's just gonna go for the recall. I think he should stick around, because the problem is RNG are probably gonna go to back. Oh boy.
Yep.
Okay, it's not gonna get slide up. That could have been real awkward. But Hong's base timing was almost very inopportune for Team WE to contest that Baron. He'll make it back up onto the map now,
They're
but
still
RNG
gonna
is
force
still
this.
very much gonna go for it. Yeah, of course, they still want to force it. And,
Oh my
two
god,
blue
it just
walls
dies
go
so
down
fast.
at the same time. It's dying.
Hung is going to try to make it around the corner. He's not going to make it, though. 2,000 health on the Baron now. It is down. They're fighting out Breed. He's got the gargoyles. He's got all the tankiness. And WE just got engaged on. The lightning has crashed, and Gala is ripping them apart. Shot by shot, gun by gun, RNG. They destroy the team fight against WE. They TP in bot lane, and they're looking to push us to 3.
It's just a complete slaughter for RNG. They find everyone they need to. Shanks even goes in, looks for a shuffle, but I think when you're kind of the damage carry, you need to stay back. Look for the shuffle when it's opportune, not when it's kind of a thing that you feel like you have to be forced to do. And RNG is so happy to allow Gala to open up. And open up he does. We're going to the game 3. RNG took that first game personally, it felt like. shut down View.
They shouldn't
make
have
sure he can't
lost it.
find the sideline. And completely go ham on Team W. They find 2 kills throughout the entire game. That's it. They can barely trade back on this version of RNG. And look at the looks on their faces of RNG. They don't even particularly look pleased about the fact they won. They look mad.
Yeah.
They lost the
game one is something to be mad about.
Yeah.
It's absolutely something to be mad about. And the fact that they came out like this in game 2, shored up all the weaknesses, it felt like, and handled a lot of the approach that W were trying to do for a second time in a row with this side lane pressure. Really, really good turnaround from RNG. And this is kind of the bright spots that we know and love from this team.
Yeah, it is, right? This version of RNG felt like a lot more of the version that we're used to getting from RNG. You know, Garlaming popping off mid lane, doing his part, right? Angel, I think time and time again. Wei found very, very creative flanks. I think they just need to find this form of themselves, right? I think the fact that they were able to also shut down the side lane facets, which they weren't able to do in game number 1. I feel like also Team WE had a lot more emphasis on that. I think with Shanks moving off the Rise in this game towards the Azir, wasn't able to get his hands on the Rise. Also meant that as a whole, Team WE felt a lot more drawn into these team fights where they weren't so much drawn into them in game number 1. And I feel like they might want to try and move away from that because RNG kind of are still that threatening 5v5 team that, to me, at least from these 2 games, it feels like WE can't really step up to them. 1-to-1 in these 5v5s, you need to get creative. And I think you need to look for either flank angles or you need to look to just play side. And I think that's how you're going to be able to dominate RNG because RNG, like we just saw here, still on form with these 5v5s.
Yeah, and obviously Breathe finding the win on Cassante, huge stuff. But the fact that the way they drafted, they blind picked the Cassante. They were willing to go for that top lane matchup. They changed the mid lane for a little bit more of a heavy damage scaling. I guess Orianna does too, but in right, a little bit more of a stable mid lane. And it just seemed to pay dividends for RNG. Wei will also get the MVP, so the sword of RNG is rightfully given that honor.
Yeah, I think earned it in this game, right? A lot of really, really solid engages, just punishing oversteps from Team WE time and time again. And not only that, having a Yuumi on your back to kind of also just supplement your engages, right? To me, Wukong is not inherently the best primary engage tool, but I feel like a lot of the time, secondary engage tools, to me, like a Wukong champion, just get elevated to the next level when they have something like a Yuumi on their back to always consistently lock down the targets as well. So Wei, you know, good early pressure, really did kind of, again, facilitate a lot of the early plays and also just consistently picking on the targets that needed to be found when W were overstepping.
And I'm looking at this bot lane meta and looking at Gala not getting another Zeri. Sea of Hope takes that one away, but that execution bar with that lack of range definitely hurt Hope in the end. We'll see what happens in game number 3, though, as we step away for a little break. We'll be right back.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng UCal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes UCal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and UCal's come to town. They find Hong, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT!
Flank from Xingtian.
They're going all the way in here. Xingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Xingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry
Fuzzy died.
And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
Each one has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As UCal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants UCal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The ultimate guillotine comes into play. Chinkton! CS3! 3v1!
It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDT that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce roll going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganavi to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
People up the back now. Everybody's looking at you. People up the front now. Everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now. Everybody's looking at you. Oh my, they're licking their lips now. Oh my, you're stealing the view. I think I know what they're thinking. Trading their dreams for someone like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on you. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you.
Welcome back to the LPL as we crest into our third game of our second series. RNG versus Team WE is delivering on all of our crazy as our game passes. We no longer have our sunglasses, but welcome back. I am Mazel, joined by Jamada. And as we come into our third game, it was a slap and a half from RNG against Team WE. And what a comeback from that very, as we had said, disheartening loss in game number one.
Yeah, this felt like one of those moments where it's like parent to child. The child does something really stupid, and it's just the straight up like a huge just smack on the wrist, because that was horrid for Team WE. RNG just kind of felt mad, bro. I don't know what else to say. We saw them as they walked off stage, and it was just a look of, we need to get our stuff together. Like, okay, we got it together for this game, but we can't lose to Team WE. We have the drafts on our screen, a much different look to game number one. And
Oh my
two,
god.
wow, okay, where do we even start?
So first and foremost, I love to see a little bit of the differentiation in the jungle here. We get the Maokai that actually makes it through. The Vi as well. A lot of setup tools for the junglers. We've seen that be super crucial in the early part of the game. But it's about how this bot lane goes out, because you have very aggressive sides on both for these bot lanes. Caitlyn Heimerdinger versus the Jhin plus the Ashe combo. There's a lot to say on who gets down to bottom lane first.
Yeah, I think first move to bottom lane going to be very, very important. Don't be too surprised if we see even like a 3-camp gank into the bottom side against, RNG, just to upset the potential tempo that a Caitlyn Heimerdinger lane can have, because that can very quickly get very oppressive. I think as well, the Maokai objective setup, objective takedowns, but also objective setup is going to be king for RNG. So they really don't want to lose, territory or position into that one. And on the opposite side, W want to try and shut that down, because moving into that is going to be very, very difficult. They've got a moderately short range team composition, right? They've got long range engage via the Ashe Arrow and the Curtain Call. But in terms of checking into objectives, checking into Heimerdinger, checking into Maokai saplings, it's gonna
let's
suck.
go. Look at this.
This is
The
what we
setup
need to
level
see.
one.
It needs to be a stack on the bottom side to stop Ming from getting his turret set up. And I think it might be a bit of a fist fight to stop that one from happening.
We're getting the gyos as the fighting unfolds. I want to do with the slow into Gala. A little bit damage back. That turret's going to make the difference, though. Level 1 not going to be executed on from Team WE. We will get these obvious big spotlights on the bottom lane. Now, before we get to all that bottom lane focus, obviously seeing where these junglers head to, but a silent factor in this has been how these jungles have been going through the bottom lane, but especially these solo lanes. And what we saw BLG kind of accomplish against Breathe in the first game, but now Breathe in that last game against BLG, and Shanks and Angel themselves, no slouches to the influence on the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think with the fact that now we've got sort of a Renekton Cassante lane, it has the potential to be explosive, right? I think we're going to be focusing more on the bottom lane, right? But I think we really need to get this point in. I think the fact that that game 1 was so influenced by BLG and then, of course, subsequently Shanks on the side lane still makes me want to keep my eyes on this matchup every now and again, just because Breathe really shut down BLG in game number 2. And it felt like W didn't have a facet to play through because of that. So we'll see what that will yield us, the matchup itself, as the focus returns to the bottom lane. This is a matchup where I expect the push to be very, back and forth. For now, though, it seems like the double AD carry range is meaning that Team W are getting the first wave shove in.
And it's obvious that Wei maybe looking to wrap back around onto this bottom lane. Hung obviously on the way down here eventually. Both of them have been spotted out on their clears, so information is definitely there. But that zoom in to this jungle matchup is so interesting to me, because we have some Young Miracles veterans on this one. Obviously, Young Miracles being the LDL roster that has taken by storm in terms of developmental talent. And I think obviously seeing Wei and Hung kind of go at it here, both having been from that one, is a fun in itself, as Wei has found first gank and he has made first pick onto bottom side, and maybe Wei's just coming out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, I know I did call out the fact that WE could themselves gank the bottom side at level 3 to try and shut down the tempo. They were the ones that had the tempo, and it's RNG that actually get the level 3 gank in on the bottom side to sort of recorrect the way that this early lane was going. Hong going for the full clear, not uncommon, right? So he's just not here yet. As Wei starts on the bottom side, ganks off the Krugs. He still, he got spotted by the Hawk shot, but the range of the engage just ends up not really mattering, and the follow-up is good. With Iwandi now not having summoner spells, that means that he can very easily be picked off again if the opportunity arises. So W have to try and guard that from happening in the next couple of minutes. As now Hong in the river, probably just waiting for the skull, and we'll see where he will try to decide to go. As W don't really have anything in their lanes going for them at the moment in the earliest stages for a potential punchback in the means of a gank, as we get a replay.
Oh, that last step up.
Gank. Yeah, it's just that last step up for the auto attack. Iwandi, unfortunately, just gets flashed. W by Wei.
So much.
Bramble smash
so
as well.
much damage. It wasn't even that much CC, just a lot of damage.
Exactly. It's what, a second and a tenth? A tenth of a second, 1.1. I don't know why I said it like that. 1.1 the root. As now
okay, so Hung
he's wrapped
now Will be spotted out here though, as he's already made his way down. The turrets are doing a little bit of damage. There is the flash in. Ming dodging away from the deadly flourish, but still going down. Hung not gonna fall as the 90 caliber net came out onto Hope. It is a response from Team WE and Hung.
It is, I think Gala might have had his traps on cooldown as well. If he had his traps to lock down Hong in CC, I think he just dies.
I mean, you see the two right there on the ground there. I think he just either sidestepped them or they didn't deploy fast enough.
Yeah, definitely could have been the case. But either way, Hong finds his counterplay. At the very least, they're able to kill Ming, who of course used his flash in exchange for I1Ds to get the first blood in the beginning. So at the very least, answer back. But how effective will that answer back be, I guess, is going to be the question now for the next couple of minutes. Sway will get spotted out. We'll get spotted out on that first ward anyway. But Shanks just gets the ward on top of the Raptor camp for clarification. And now Hong will continue to clear out and again move down towards the bottom side, as that will be the expected path, right? Continually from both these junglers.
Look at this vision game from WE. I mean, it fits them as they've put in a lot of that focus bottom side. Hung has now gotten back towards this area and looking and pinging at least towards this dragon, starting up with that vault breaker. So first dragon should go over unless Wei wants to contest with the bot lane, as Gala's still a little bit far off.
Yeah, he's coming back from base right now. Hope actually has the wave frozen, so he can move to this and actually get involved and not miss too much for now. Yeah, it's frustrating. It's not a lot of damage for now.
Scout forward shot.
Whoa.
Oh! He steals the dragon. Hope has to cleanse as well. RNG coming up big.
Dude, that dragon sat underneath smiteable damage for enough time for Hong to take it, so that just feels bad. I think the fourth shot must have kind of thrown Hong off. That's my best guess, because there was so much burst damage that comes out of it. I think 700 damage, I think, ended up being laid into the dragon in one auto attack, and Hong just wasn't ready for it. And unfortunately, it means that Wei steals that one away. And they pick themselves up the first dragon pretty much for free. They weren't really looking for a hard contest by any means per se, which ends up being a 50-50, which Team WE lose and RNG get the better end of. As now this wave that was frozen gets shoved in, and Hope and I1D lose almost half their HP on both health bars. And now it's kind of attracting maybe Wei towards this tower as well. Blood's in the water.
Wei is actually still looking for it here. Does walk over the trap there, so spot it out as Hung over in his blue side. Hope very, very low here, and this is not the situation you want to be in, as a Jin does have that heal utilized by Wandi. Wei just with those little kittens in the bush, ever so menacing. RNG just come away with a lot of pressure, having pulled now Shanks down here as well.
Oh, and
they're almost gonna Ming. That's big. Ming's just gonna die. WE with the heads up play.
Yeah, really, really nice. And you can see as well, Angel's actually coming out of base, so there's no immediate response play. Angel's not getting a plate or anything like that. Just really, really nicely timed from Shanks just to cheat the tempo to get himself down there, and he's going to make it back to eat the entire wave. So really well timed, and you can just see Gala was hanging around on the top side of the lane. Sees that happen, he's like, yeah, no, I'm good, bro. I'm all right.
Sorry about you, man.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Ming has to just kind of let his support die. But really heads up play, like you say, from Team WE. See if they can maybe turn it into a reset, into a topside play, get the Herald maybe. Topside matchup, it's been very, very quiet. A little bit of information just gained there by Bu, just the ward. Level 6 is going to be ticked over after the next camp that Hong decides to take here. So Raptors should give it to him, and I expect then Team W will look for another proactive play now that the Vial should be available.
I'm looking at Rift Herald here as well. Iwandi's about to be that level 6 mark. Hope has hit that one. We also have it for Hung. So a little bit of those go buttons available for WE, and would very much like to get on the objective board here as RNG had already taken that first dragon. You see Hope moving up, Gala staying in the bottom lane. So this is an obvious move from WE towards this Rift Herald play.
Yeah, it is. It's more about what the response will be, and the response to this Vial, but there's no follow-up.
It's the saplings, though. They're so dirty. Like, they just stop any engagement.
it's really,
Don't
really
let him
frustrating.
mental gap you here, Hung. He can't go in your nightmares forever. And looks like he'll be locked down. Not a chance for him to steal that one away.
No, it would have been funny if he did though, just for the sake of it. But Gala gets, I think, at the very least one plate down here whilst this is all going on. Wave missed.
I think Hung's
never mind,
pain
you know
is enjoyment, by the way. You just pass over that. You're just like, Hung gets his smile out. Ha 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 ha. No, I'm just.
It's no. You're in the right place. You're in the right place. No, I promise you are.
The pain is enjoyment there. Oh my god,
Oh,
it takes too much damage. That's
yeah, ace in
3
the hole.
plates as well, bot lane. And a 10 CS lead just hovering over about 15 or so now as well. My goodness. Plates falling top lane. Everything going RNG's way. As without a lot of kills, they still find themselves almost 1,000 gold up.
Yep. Huge amount of gold just injected everywhere. 1 plate top, 3 plates bot. I think 2 of those plates solo as well for Gala. So really, really happy about that one. Gonna get himself to the Gale Force or Kraken Slayer, I guess, if he wants it. Super, super quickly. And Team WE, all they really have to show for it is the Herald, which they're gonna have to use and get a lot of efficiency out of, right? They're gonna have to make a play
Yeah.
and then practically almost take a full tower to make up the gold that they lost during the time that they secured that Herald.
So I think a big key here, there has been this rise in these games and seeing a lot of the very fast mobility out of mid lane that they've both been able to pull off, and it's been a lot of the cohesion with the junglers as Way, speaking of, is getting engaged on all the CC plus the curtain call. He goes over to Shanks, but still dies. Hope picks up the kill.
Yeah, Shanks almost gives Way a bit of a taxi out. Shanks just wanted a piece of the action. He just wanted to get involved.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Exactly.
Oh, there's a little bit of a trap line down here. Looks like means WE not going to go for the dragon.
Yeah, not for now. They can definitely still kite around, but that's what we need to see. Hold on, Angel can find a solo if he wants to.
Shanks is still already so tanky with even just a component to the Roa and the Milk Treads.
It's balanced, I promise you, and I think yes.
It sounds like there's a little bit of a cap in that one.
Nah, not at all, not at all. This is another play going over the gullet. Couldn't even be solo.
God.
Just pop, 175, not bad. And that's what we need to see more of, though. That pick that we saw into Way, we need to see more of that, right? Ashara followed up on the Vyar. It's a really, really potent combo. It's very hard to deal with, very hard to escape, because you're always going to eat the Vial. It's just about kind of repositioning in time to also avoid the Ashar. If you can't do that, you just get locked down for eternity. This Dragon's going to go over to RNG.
Appreciate
felt
some
like
of the
they didn't
vision
have the
game.
tools. Hello. Oh. Okay.
So obviously Team W are on a back there, getting caught in transition in terms of that macro play for RNG getting the second dragon of the game. We get a Mountain Soul on the Rift. We also get some item completions key here for both sides. Angel might be getting dove in mid lane. Oh, yes, he does. There's a cease and desist, and Angel gets locked down by Shanks. Kill to WE yet again.
Yeah, really nice. They get the kill. I'm gonna drop the Herald here as well in the mid lane. They just want to try and break it down. The wave clear is, you know, conditionally good. It's just a little bit short range from WE. So taking down this mid lane tier 1 can be very, very big. Will they swing around? Nope. Reeve will stop the enhanced law attack from getting that next plate. So next wave that shoves in, Shanks is gonna have to be there if he wants the gold. On the bottom side, however, speaking of someone who has a lot of gold, Gala is definitely in position here as, oh no, Q's interrupted.
Oh no, Hung. He's gonna have
a...
Oh, breathe.
You understand the idea. You understand
that was
it.
a hungry crocodile.
Yeah, he just wants to try and just about get in front of Hung, right? If he can even just, I think, being on top of the model, because I think the way the Vi Q works is it kind of starts a little bit behind. Then you will stop that Q over. Kind of think of it like interrupting a Gragas body slam, right? Not quite able to get in position though. And does lose his flash, effectively kind of for nothing. Still forces out Hung. And as you call out, first tower, RNG, and it's Gala with the solo gold for the 625.
God.
He is huge. And just imagine, right, because we're still on 13-1, not even 13-1B. If this was the hotfix patch where IE was the second item here, this just feels so much worse for WE. So should be thankful that we are on the 13-1 patch, where we'll probably see something like the rapid fire cannon come out for Gala as a second item now. W, they want this
Alright,
purple top side because
WE.
Breathe has no flash.
What can Breathe do? He does not have dominance. He does not have anything. In WE, get Iwandi on the board himself.
Yeah, this is Han calling all of his older brothers. Guys, Breathe picked on me earlier. The Breathe just gets dove. Now, speaking of dives, Hope gonna eat a little bit of damage. As,
A little close. Angel.
Can he find it?
3 shot, 4 shot. Oh, not gonna hit it.
All right, very, very close. Angel ate that very charged up tower shot, lost half his HP. Hope saw his window, but didn't quite hit the mark, unfortunately. And now RNG, you're going to see a lot of this shoving in the mid lane back towards WE. And actually, silently, despite all of the gold that Gala had.
Oh, Gala. In a little
think
bit
he's
of trouble
alright.
there. Luckily, Hung not having that cease and desist yet.
Yeah, I agree there. Cease and desist was available. I think W would have pulled the trigger. That was really, really aggressive positioning. But W have actually silently pulled ahead. They're 2,000 gold, pretty much, almost. I think this is close to
Rift Herald on
1.5k.
spawn too, it looks like.
Ahead. Yeah, Rift Herald will be picked up, however, for RNG.
For RNG
so
at least.
they'll trade back almost certainly a little bit, but WE really found some pretty solid gold income there. A lot of it sort of force-fed into Shanks, it has to be said. He's got the rower. He's already approaching the Archangels. I think he's got, what, maybe 1.4-ish K away to work with, if I had to wager a guess, as he comes back out onto the map until he hits that Archangel spike. And once he does, he'll be very, very powerful.
I think that's such a difference here, where we were seeing Hope gifted a little bit of these, you know, kind of big moment carries, whereas the Jhin we've seen be much more utilitarian. Obviously, still very strong in its own right. I think Hope has a lot of carry potential there, but we're seeing a lot of the chips dealt into Shanks' hand, which we know is something that WE as a theme are holding. I think Shanks has been such a pivotal role here for them. And he's about to be gifted another kill here as everything's set up to give it over. Oh, a little bit of a wall there. Oh, Angel with some moves. Should be
wow.
Oh my God. Angel surviving for so long, but it does eventually go over to Shanks. Meanwhile, tower in mid lane did fall, I believe.
All right, you know what? Honestly, they get the kill. Also, Iwandi, well aimed, but I feel like Angel still won the mental battle. You know, he just sidestepped everything there. Drops in the end, and the push will come in here for TW on the top side. So a lot more about the side laning. I think they have a really good read on this game. I think they understand what the win condition is, and especially, I think just the series condition, right? I think they kind of have recognized that RNG are probably going to out-team fight them, and WE don't want to try and, you know, test them head-to-head. And I think in a setup like this, where RNG are always going to have mid-prio, they're always going to have, you know, turrets, saplings, and all these things to walk through. If you can approach the fights at an awkward angle when it comes to the Dragons, then you make things quite difficult to deal with for RNG. But outside of that, just play the side lane. Just look for picks with the Vi, with the Ashe. And that's how you will find your success. Now, the Dragon's here, and Hung is looking for a flank, but he's on vision.
And Shanks was so crucial in that game one with those crazy side lane plays. Now Hung needs to get out of this fight. Doesn't really have any safety to speak of. Over the wall he goes. So does Gala though. Gala gets the wall kill there. Huge stuff from RNG as they take center position around this dragon. And this is sole point for them.
Yeah, and Soul Point going to be huge. Mountain going to make finding picks very, very difficult, very irritating to go through. Now, WE, solo laners, not really
the slow.
We've wanted to give it up, and there you go.
He's going in. Bramble Smash gets the triple knockback. The dominance have been popped, and dominance might be achieved by RNG if they can chase down these last remaining members of WE. The ace in the hole gets Iwandi another death. And RNG make good on that capitalization by way. BLG maybe falling as well, not going to go down. He's pretty mobile. They're still going to chase this all the way across the match. From bot to top, all the way. BLG chasing down, and Breathe spins to win.
Yeah, Breathe finds himself. BLG at the end of it all. RNG, it starts on the bottom side of the map. And ends with RNG finding this top tier 1. Really, really nice. I mean, it all comes from the back of Hung. He's just looking for a pick. Looking for a flank rather to try and start off a pick. And unfortunately for himself, as soon as he walks on that control ward, he's as good as dead. Now he's looking maybe for Angel.
He has everything available here though.
Ash Arrow.
Enchanted Crusader dodged out of Shanks, realm warping in. There's the Emperor's Divide.
One more Q.
Angel trying to get the distance here. Got just in range for the season desist. Wei is here though, and this is a very extended play from WE. Wow, that was a lot of damage. As Hung completes the kill, Wei gets the double Bramble Smash back. Now the Nature's Grass coming out, but it's in front of Hung, who now gives up the kill to Wei. And no CC coming out from Wei's Nature's Grasp, and actually RNG capitalize on again that overextension for WE.
Yeah, they didn't actually want to commit.
Oh, we get the journey from bot to top.
Yeah, journey from bot to top. This flash here from Shanks. For a second, I felt like Wei was gonna kind of just get bursted a lot quicker, and then W would maybe be able to play out the team fight. But it just doesn't happen like that. And one, he gets chunked out by Angel, and the vision comes in for the ace in the hole, and the chase down is just there. Really well executed from RNG. Even though Wei drops, he drops with a purpose as his Ash Arrow.
Hello.
Huh.
Just say hello to the pretty arrow.
I don't even get to call her a Crownie's comment anymore because BDS and Crownie in the LEC actually doing quite well, so it feels a bit mean at that point. But Iwandi doesn't quite hit the mark. I'm not sure what they were looking for, to be fair, because no one was really around. I think it's just one of those ones where you just chuck it out and you just go, you never know,
Yeah.
might interrupt a base. Something like
We're
that.
seeing a side lane play from WE here. Shanks comes into the alcove. Hung needs to be a bit careful. Can't get caught out again. We still have 2 minutes for another dragon, though, and that will be a crucial fight for WE. They do not want to give over that Mountain Soul. See, bot lane, though, Breathe has been baited into a fight, and that alcove play that WE set up, it's paying dividends here. The crocodilian boots will be made in bot lane.
Yeah, and no real cross-map play to be made for RNG either. It feels like the first time this has happened, maybe at this game at least, where W make a pick, and RNG don't really answer out at all. At the very least, there's been a couple of things that they've been able to answer back out in vision, maybe like 3 waves shoved in. This is just W finding a really, really solid pick. Hopefully they can make good on that and find another one for themselves here. Because RNG, again, it has to be said, it feels like their weakness at the moment is, you know, some of these side lane plays. 5v5, you get them in front of Team WE, they'll knock them down really, really easily, but that just feels like at the moment RNG can get exposed on the side lanes, at the very least by Team WE's manner of doing it. So we'll see if they can continue to do this, because the problem is with Dragon spawning in 6 seconds time, that being Soul Mazel, it kind of just means that if the Soul goes over, it just gets harder to do, right? That's the fact of the matter. It just gets way more difficult to do, and then you're on that 6-minute timer of Elder spawning up, and if you can't find a consistent way to make that fight happen out for you positively, then you're dealing with an Elder fight where you're likely going to be behind in the 5v5.
Ming looking for a big grenade stun on the side here. Gala putting out damage here if he does connect. Gotta look at the side lane setup though. Shanks is a menace over there, needs to be watched. Breathe on a flank here, Jamada. We're getting very, very close to this dragon fight. A pivotal moment in this game.
It will be. If WE can, even if they steal the dragon and just don't lose Baron, that's a huge win. That's 5 minutes of extra time. Look how much. Just 8 of a single sapling.
So dirty.
It's balanced, man. It's okay. It's all right. It doesn't need to be removed from the jungle meta at all. No, don't think so. Don't think so at all. But for now, W, they've got just about no control here.
It's a
RNG in the river
elongated
first.
setup by WE.
It is.
They've got this weird side lane flank.
They are trying, right? I think that's what they have to do. They have to split apart the fight. They just have to be careful not to get engaged on one side or the other. Now, Dragons are being started up. They'll have mid lane pressure, WE. And
This is so awkward.
Threatening.
This is so awkward. WE are moving in from 2 positions. Hung is over the wall. He's in a pit. Shanks is engaged on. They're all split. Everybody's everywhere all at once. But WE, Hung can't get back in the pit. Where is Angel going? He died in the end.
The dragon
is still going down. Breathe. He gets 1 kill. Wei ends up with it from the kittens. We're back around the carousel, turning around again. Hung over the wall. Hope is not in range to do damage. Hung goes down. RNG! They assert dominance.
I guess. I mean, it was quite strange as the ace in the hole just going to poke Hope
in the backside. Who really won that fight? RNG, WE,
The
or the
audience.
viewers? I think the audience did. As they're gonna just move over to the Baron. That was such an awkward back.
I felt like a chameleon. I had evolved chameleon eyes in that game, in that fight. It is the Baron at least taken.
That fight won't get analysis. If we get a no, okay. Yeah,
Don't you bait me with that, observers. Don't you bait me with that.
It's that kind of day, Mazel, okay? Do I even want to, like... Okay, alright. Deep breath.
Do we just
Shank
play...
steps a little bit too far forward. And Wei does Maokai things. Han goes in and, like, who's following up on this? No one? Really?
Shanks gets out with a realm warp.
And Angel
just... Angel's, like, positioning with the soldiers. And he thought, like, I guess they were a little further over.
Nah, it has to be just... He dashes away from Cassante because he's like, damn, I'm about to die. Cassante's beating my
soldiers.
And then he dashes to the opposite, to his back line. He's like, wait a minute. This is RNG's front line. Why am I here now? That's a Yui in the middle of it all. But, alright. You know, in all seriousness, RNG do pick up the Baron. They've got the soul. So they're in a very, very strong position now to try and strip away some of these towers. I feel like, however, for Team WE, they still have... Yeah, just give it the silence it deserves. They still have the opportunity to find some of these side lane picks with the Vial, with the Ashar. They just have to, you know, look for them on the side lane. And I just feel like for the last couple of minutes, besides the alcove play, they haven't, right? I think obviously a lot of it to do with the dragon spawning up, so that's going to eat up a lot of your time resource. But still, I think that's what they have to look towards. The soul is going to make it very irritating. The stats are going to be annoying to get through, but that's going to have to be your facet of play, because if you're not looking for plays like that, 5v5, we've been over this, broken record stuff, it's going to be difficult. There's only 2 people. RNG, okay, no mind, Wei just made his way up.
A little worried as well for WE because it feels like their only source of big damage right now is Shanks, right? And while that is a lot, it's still a lot of weight on the shoulders of Shanks in this game, and I think we're seeing kind of that waking up of RNG here. Again, Wei has always been the sword for RNG, and he was commanded by 2 great generals, it felt like. And now with Ming here needing to be that stepping stone, maybe they find a little bit of macro oopsies here in the later parts of the game as Angel gets caught out, not on the same page.
Yep, but that was 3 ultimates committed to the cause of finding Angel. They'll lose their top side inhibitor tower. I'm not sure they'll lose the inhibitor
This is
though.
dicey.
Defense
it's a 4v5.
Yeah, the ultimates aren't really available for WE, and I feel like RNG, with the numbers disadvantage, it just means they can't actually take the fight, even though they would probably like to. Just to get the inhibitor perhaps, with those ultimates down, but they just make the safe call back away. WE, they have the base cracked open, unfortunately for themselves, but RNG back away, and will just look to recollect themselves. As let's get a look at this play. Just Ashar into Vyar, vice versa. Yes.
Feels good. It finally hit. We actually got the combo. It worked.
It only happened about 10 minutes ago and we haven't seen it since. But it works here, and that's the important thing. And they just need to keep on doing that, but make it happen on the side lane. It's the little things in life, you know? As Shanks just picked up his Zhonya's, and that's kind of huge. Because I think just having that extra layer of survivability on a button press in a game like this is so important. The only issue is that if Gala's in front of you,
the
trap will be there.
He's pretty big. He gets hit.
Okay.
Oh my god, but then he gets one shot back. Okay. Well, that's what 3.5 items will do for you. And tower will fall easily to RNG in the side lane.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the grenade connected. Oh my god, Wei.
No.
Dude, he just can't move. Hung just taken out. Now they're in a corridor. The Nature's Grasp connects onto 2. And Iwandi's down.
Dude, it's not even like Hong doesn't have tenacity either. He's got Merc, he probably has it in his runes as well.
Oh, Hope does nothing. That curtain call is not that. View poked down. It just feels like they have no answer. They get a little bit damage back on Angel. Gets stuck out here as well. Takes down the tower. Just make sure he doesn't die. Goes golden. As the rest of the team backing up, Gala and Breed. The wonder combo here as Gala's under tower. Piltover Peacemaker doesn't do the damage, but Shanks might just do it. He's got a little bit of poke down. He's getting hit back in his face, though, as RNG make it out with an inhib down.
Yeah, Ashar.
He doesn't have cleanse this time. He does have a big crocodilian friend. Oh, Shanks!
Oh, the Q mid!
Shanks! The shutdown goes to Hung, but the beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and WE back on the board.
That's 30 seconds, by the way, until Baron is up and available on the map with Gala dead.
That's Elder Dragon.
Wait, it's Elder. I've read it wrong. That's Elder. That's worse. It's worse. WE are going to be able to maybe get this one. Shanks, he's got teleport to get back out onto the map. His death time is only about 10 seconds longer. If they catch him, it's so good.
Iwandi with the slows. Wei is very tanky. BBU gets slowed up in the engage.
They can.
I don't know if they can get him here. Very tanky. Big scoop from Angel. They're into the thick of it now, but Angel, he ain't got no thickness left. And BBU takes them out. RNG are wiped. The Elder Dragon in the eyes of WE. And we got a hell of a game on our hands.
Oh my god, the Elder's up on the map, but WE, they had to reset. They didn't have the health bars to work with. For now, teleport comes in from Shanks, and they're just going to get this one going. There's no jungler on the map. The issue is, realistically, I think the burst damage and the Kai ability should go over to WE at the moment. Shanks is working with full HP. It's actually BBU that's about half, so they're going to have to be a little bit careful, but they've got the numbers advantage, Mazel. I think they should be okay. They should be fine. There's the Ash Arrow.
Breathe is going in. If they steal this, it's an incredible miracle, but they get pushed back. They get dragged down to the depths. And even Gala isn't enough. Is he? Ace in the hole, dodged out. He's coming back with a vengeance here. Gala has the highlight reel in his eyes, and he pushes WE off of the Elder Dragon.
Oh, the Dragon also reset. It gained like 6,000 HP. And now it's RNG on the Dragon. Oh, it's a disaster, Mazel. It's a disaster. All right,
here comes Hung.
Wait, what? No. But you just... Oh, okay. I thought it was Shanks. It's kind of worse. BBU losing his HP is still going to feel bad. He'll lose it anyway from the all-out, so hopefully he finds some good value there.
Arrow is up.
Yeah, Reeve, 10 seconds on.
Here
Hit
it
the
comes.
arrow.
Hits Wei. You got Shanks coming in from behind. Such a tense moment here as the flank gets found out by RNG. Shanks has been seen as well. TP back into the fight,
Shanks needs
Shimada.
to get into the river. Shanks really needs to get into the river, otherwise he's just going to be zoned out.
He's
got the blast on there, I think.
He can't get there. Hung is waiting over the wall. He doesn't want to show himself too early. Shanks has gone through now. Nature's Grasp coming out as BBU is tanking up a world of hate right now from RNG. Shanks has found the back line, but he has to get the damage off. Ace in the hole. He goes golden.
He's dead.
Breathe in the side though. It's a front to back, and RNG take that all day long. They don't lose this fight any longer. And Iwandi chased down Angel. He takes a little bit of a zealous push, but RNG clean house on WE.
Oh, and I think this might finally be game. RNG have a wave to work with. It's 4v1, super in the mid lane. They're just going to go over to it now. Hope has to try and clear it out. I don't think he's got the time or the damage to work with here. And RNG, after a scrappy game number 3, it looks like are going to end the game here, Mazel.
Putting the final touches on what could be a comeback series for them. As hope goes down, the Summer Championship long a memory, as RNG have come back into the fold and they find what they need in the series against WE.
RNG. Not too many looks of elation still on the face. I think they still know the situation they're in, right? This brings them up. It's 2 and 4. In the standings.
It's not 1 and 5, that's the biggest emphasis in this series. Is both of these teams were looking for a much needed win. WE to separate themselves from that middle of the pack. RNG just to stay in the conversation.
Exactly right. I think for RNG, I think when you pick up so many losses in the early stages of the season, I mean, granted, I think the rest of their schedule isn't that bad, right? You start talking less about sort of like top 5, top 6, that kind of berth of playoff teams, and you start looking at just making it into the top 10, right? And picking up a game against WE, a team who likely have aspirations kind of in the same range of the table is massive, right? So massive congratulations to RNG. They needed this win, not only for themselves on the table, but I think just as a confidence boost, frankly. And even if they don't feel confident about how they won, I think still getting that point on the board, regardless, is going to do them wonders in terms of just team building and finding somewhere to build off of moving into the next series.
And for every game, it was a standout from Gala and Ming, right? It was about finding how to make it work in the later parts of the game that didn't go as well. But every single game, they were finding huge advantages bottom lane. And that's the tried and true method with RNG. And they're finding a way to make it work. That game one, it's going to be a lot to dissect, not getting ran around the map. And I think for WE, that's where it's a bit disheartening to lose like this, because you had such interesting control around macro in the later parts of the game. But that last game, not giving hope, something of a late game carry to match up against Gala, that was the difference maker to me.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the fact that Gala got so far ahead in the early stages, I think the early dragon stacking, the Elder being available on the map at the time it was, just made things really, really awkward for WE. They didn't really have the time to play around with their very finicky pick tools as they would have liked. RNG just ceded control of the game, and I think when you've got that many zoning tools, right, saplings, Azir soldiers, Heimerdinger just existing, it gets too difficult to play out these 5v5s, because by the time you actually get on top of your target, you've lost 40, 50, 60% of your HP. You can't win front to back. You have to just look for picks on the side, and WE looked the most threatening when they found those picks, could try and build off of them. Unfortunately, RNG, it came to a point where I think they only really gave over 2 picks, maybe 3 picks throughout the entire game in that kind of manner. And most of the timings weren't that important to the overall arc of the game. So RNG just read the situation a little bit better comparatively to game number 1. Even arguably, game number 2, I feel like it was a stomp, but it was a stomp because WE was kind of just getting rolled over, right? Yeah. So props to RNG. To actually kind of just say, you know what, enough of this nonsense, even though it was still a bit too close to being on the knife's edge. I think the fact that they were able to come out on top in a situation where WE very momentarily had the reins is huge for them.
Yeah. And you still saw that effort from WE. They were very focused on attacking the side lanes in this series and not taking those big 5-on-5 objective fights against RNG unless they had to. And that's where it kind of fell off game 2, game 3. We didn't see them be able to successfully navigate that. And I think that gives big props to RNG, right? And having faltered so heavily in game number 1 and kind of clearing that up in game number 2, game number 3 as well. Gala gets the MVP for game number 3. So it'll be the combo of Wei and Gala getting both the MVPs today for RNG.
Yeah, absolutely deserved. 617, 31% of the team's damage. Just did work, right? I think from being allowed the freedom on the bottom side when that Herald play happened, I think that was the kickstart. That was the jump start that Gala really needed to take over this game. And I think realistically, him and I believe it was Bree, right? That 2v4 in front of the Elder Dragon to deny Team WE that potential of getting that Elder effectively won them the game, because off the back of that, the resets came in and the reset to the fight began, and it was a fight where RNG were the ones that had the lead, so they were able to pick up that team fight win and subsequently the game.
And RNG, as we had stated, moved to 2 and 4, so riding the ship a little bit for themselves, and definitely looking at next steps for that team, while WE need to find a way to get the carries online for them. Well, we are ready for our break, so we're going to step away very quickly, and then we're going to catch up and get into BLG versus EDG. You're not going to want to miss it.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng UCal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes UCal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and UCal's come to town. They find Hong, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT!
The flank from Xingtian.
They're going all the way in here. Ching Tian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Ching Tian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible flashing over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's going to carry
Music died.
And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
One has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As UCal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants UCal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The ultimate guillotine comes into play. Chingtian! CS3! 3v1!
Up. It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDT that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce throw going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganavi to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you locked my soul up in chains. All my inadequacies. Now down my sleeve, no sound. So fall to your knees. You got someone to I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get
Welcome back to the LPL as we have taken yet another trip into Shanghai, this time as We do have our third series of the night. It is BLG versus EDG. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada. And again, we're catching up. We're a little bit behind, so we're going to be getting right into it. Big emphasis into this matchup has been see what these solo lanes end up delving into, what these picks in the draft are going to look like for these solo lanes, and then keeping a little bit of a side eye on that bot lane and their influence on the matchup itself, Jamada.
Yeah, so we should be getting a lower third relatively soon. Wouldn't it be funny if, you know, we're talking about solo lanes and then we get like Corki Azir, okay, never mind. Hey. God. But it would have been kind of funny. For EDG, really interesting looking draft there. You've got the Jace in the mid lane. It's not something we see very frequently, but it's starting to prop up a lot more since the start of this year. So when I say recently, I mean over the last sort of maybe 6 months, summer, including this year. But recently, this split, we've seen a lot more of it, and into Silas as well. Really strong lane matchup. So solo lanes, 2 melees effectively. Jace kind of doubles as both. Sejuani, strong scaling for the side lane. On the opposite side for BLG, it looks like Bin piloting the Cassante with the Silas and the Vi. So very strong skirmishing on the top side with a bottom lane matchup that we're very, very used to seeing. So, you know, I think that sort of expectation of looking towards the solo lanes here and the junglers is definitely going to be kind of important, because I think across the board you've got matchups which are going to have huge influences not only on the side lane but then also in the team fights, right? Cassante coming off the side lane to team fights is going to be huge. Same thing for Arla on his Fiora, or he just stays on the side lane and he does what Shanks did in game number 1.
Yeah, it gets that side lane advantage. I'm definitely looking at Shun and JJ rather to have that early proactivity. Although we have seen Shun opt into a little bit more aggressive style of junglers, obviously his tried and true Nidalees and Kindreds. JJ has been much more of those supportive junglers, much more of that facilitation that we've seen him find success on EDG in the past. So the difference in styles not necessarily going to be as much prevalent in this first game, as we do have that supportive style with the Vi for Shun, but I'm looking at where they set their eyes on first, and specifically these solo lanes as well, like we were saying.
It has to be said, right? Solo lanes, when you've got this many bruisers in
all the melees, no range. Why would we do that?
All the melee champions, and
yes, Jace is there. He makes it not count. I don't know.
He's all right. You know what? 1.5 on one side, or 2.5 on one side, 3 on the other, and then a resident sleeper bottom side matchup. Wow, we actually get a pause. I feel like we don't often get these. Hopefully we'll have this one ironed out very quickly, but as we were saying, solo lanes there on the side of EDG, looking to definitely be very proactive. You would have to expect you've got a winning matchup in theory and on paper in both the solo lanes and a Sejuani. You're looking to push that lead, right? I think you've got the bottom side to kind of sit there and scale and kind of just soak up the pressure from this Nami Lucian, and then on the opposite end, I feel like you want to just try and shut down, if you're BLG, you know, to the best of your ability, the Zeriyumi, and try and push your lead through this Lucian. He's always going to have targets to hit, right? Fortunately, because of the very short range, generally, of the top side. So trying to get him ahead, Elkin on, see what you can work with that. However, of course, when you've got such a potential volatile top side, it's also just going to be the focus. So we'll see what the resource, you know, basket is going to be looking like for both of these teams, I guess, as we get into it.
And I'm very much looking forward to see how On and Mako get out onto the map. I mean, maybe a little bit more so this lane focus for them, but it has been crucial in connecting with JJ and Shun. So we'll keep a little side eye on what this bottom lane gets us. Elk obviously getting his comfort. Now this is the 7th game of Lucian for him, so definitely a prevalence on that duo. But we are getting those top side starts for both junglers, and could see those wraparound paths.
Mazel, is it comfort or is it stagnation of the meta? You decide. Open your
comfort
eyes,
or
brother.
meta. I mean, we have had some different... Okay, come on. Cut the bot lane some breaks. You have Leave, who's played 6 champions. And even Elk has played 5, right? But, like, come on. There's some differences. You can play Ashe. You can play Varus. You can play Sivir. Caitlyn. Got a lot of... Okay, you know, I know we only see these two, but come on, man. Come on.
I
know chat can't really see this. I believe our faces come up and we get to look at the stats down. And as soon as we're talking about this, a graphic comes up to like how many games have been played for both of these, and it's 10 to 18, Lucian, Zeri respectively. So, you know, it is what it is.
You know, sometimes it does really feel like the Chinese side can hear us, and they're just like, it sounds like they're talking about Zeri Lucian. Let's throw that up. Of course, not the case. I think, like you say, I think on the English feed, I think our faces pop up as the casters. But yeah, look, like I said, I'm bottom lane here, number 1. The role didn't need to be buffed again. It's been buffed again. Why? Why was that?
Go on your soapbox, King. So,
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
So I will say here, it is interesting. We're seeing kind of darts down bot lane for both junglers. So we aren't going to necessarily see resources given to the solo lanes. Obviously, resources can still be taken, but should be at least first looks of jungle pressure on bottom side.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
Oh my god, he just barely missed that probably projectile. Don't you love it when it just spins around in circles there?
Yeah. Ben's gonna have to be careful because he's starting to approach.
Got these procs coming up here.
Yeah, starting to approach a position where he could just like awkwardly get run down, but also Cassante is always gonna be able to answer around the damage, as you can see. But Sustain War is gonna be won by Arla. Naturally, over time with the Vital procs plus the Grasp, it's just gonna outdo what Bin has available to him. He definitely wants to be careful there, not to give over a lead. It's just one of those matchups where, you know, theoretically Fiora has the counter because you can always riposte basically all of Cassante's kit. But Cassante can always win it, especially level 6. That's where things can get threatening. You always have to be quite careful with that spike. We'll see how that one pans out though, of course. Very volatile lane in general. And the solo lanes are very volatile lanes with these matchups, and hopefully again we see Shun and Jie impact these lanes more than they impact the bottom side of the map as I say this.
Yeah, so they went away from bot lane.
Yeah.
Ala might be in some trouble here. Does get that trade back. The knockback coming up here though. Bin not able to connect it. Ala gets out. We'll have to TP back to lane.
Yeah, it's just the frustrating part about the fact that Fiora is the top laner though. A lot of very, very predictable CC from both Shun and Bin means that the riposte, a very well-timed riposte, can save you. However, there is so much CC, especially once level 6 comes in, that perhaps it won't even save you as the Fiora. So we'll track that as Shun makes now his second appearance in the mid lane. See how the setup goes.
Fofo barely out of that vault breaker, dodges out of the abduct as well.
Oh, no.
Now Ala looking for the solo bolo top side.
He's got it.
And the duelist is successful.
Yeah, it looks like we came up here, panned up, Bin was stunned, so it looks like he Q3'd and got riposted. Solo kill goes over to Arla, and this is one of those things, you just kind of have to survive this matchup until level 6. As soon as you hit level 6, you've got all the agency you need to win a 1v1. Yeah, it's just Q3, QW, yeah, excellent stuff.
Oh,
really, really well played. Nothing more to say, get run down, get punished. Can't throw out your Q3s willy-nilly like that.
And all I'm saying, I know it's been a while, Ala, a little bit of BLG kryptonite last summer in the playoffs, had those incredible moments, game-changing Gnar ultimates and big flanks and big team fights. I'm not saying it has any mental factors here, but Ala able to come out on top on Bin. And now we're looking at what this unlocks on the rest of the map here, especially for EDG, who are now looking at this dragon.
Yeah, they know they've got the winning topside matchup for now. Pick up the dragon, get it going. Got bottom side shove as well. Mako just gonna provide a little bit of extra information, a little bit of extra damage. And you can see Leave more than comfortable on the bottom side for now. Elkanon not able to really pressure him off the wave by any means, just shoving back in. Say that pan down is keying a bit of a trade. The response, however, not gonna be too bad. That piercing light, I think, actually missed Leave. Unfortunately. Not Elk's fault, it's just one of those kind of skill shots which can very gracefully be sidestepped from time to time. And that dragon will go over to EDG.
Now we look back at these jungle paths, potentially with Shun heading down towards the bottom side. We do get a little bit of hover around this mid lane, which in its own right is no slouch of a matchup as Yagao and Fofo Two storied names in the LPL going at it. EDG's Fofo, now obviously newly acquired this year, but was on the BLG failed experiment last year, the would-be super team. Maybe a little revenge stoking the fire here against Yagao, the newly acquired BLG mid laner. And, you know, summer champion, no big deal.
No big deal. And of course, BLG kind of another attempt at a super team S roster. Definitely want to be. Definitely all the components there. And to me, you know, I feel like super teams kind of get defined as, you know, 4 or 5 very strong players. I prefer it when you've got it like this. You've got 2 or 3 very strong names, especially, of course, in Yagao and Bin. Definitely should. And you've also got names who should be reliable, in theory, right? In Elk and On. But they're not necessarily bringing you what you would maybe consider like traditional star power. And I feel like that kind of balances out. You get too much, you get your TLs, your Vitalities of the world now. BLG should tick 6. He should have it. Yeah, he's got 6 now and he's going to go for it now.
Nice. The flashes are out everywhere, but the bubble connects. Leave tanking up, though. He gets finally taken down by Elk. The burn not enough to get a trade pack kill into Shun.
Yeah, really nice. Shun was also waiting on the previous wave, trying to soak up a little bit of XP and bring it up, but he finally ticks over in the brush and just sends it, finds the kill. He will be traded, however, by EDG. They will likely find themselves this Herald uncontested. Fofo is going to come over, clear out this ward, and secure this one. I'm very curious to see where this will go. I expect probably into the top side. Arla now looking for a plate as he is trading in on Bin. And Bin, just off the back of that solo kill, it's just going to feel really rough, maybe, to find a window to try and cede a little bit of control back, have to be said. And I want to see EDG just try and keep Bin in the floor, really. Bin usually is one of the big carries for BLG. So if you can ensure that not only you're giving Arla a platform to stand on, but you're taking that platform away from Bin, all the better. So we'll see how they use this Herald. They're stealing away the blue buff for now, trying to get a little bit of extra pressure down on the side of the map.
Gao not able to connect on the Fofo. Fofo, though, in some trouble now. Does get the hit back. JJ comes in as well as Mako has joined the fight. The cohesion starting to come alive, but BLG have gotten a flank with Bin. Over the wall, though, Shun is down. Allah has picking off the kill. Now EDG. They almost find 2 more. Fofo playing so aggressively against his former team. You gotta love it.
And dude, it looks like On was basically 1 creep away from leveling up in XP. If the tidal wave is there as the entirety of EDG come through this choke, this fight looks so much different. But unfortunately, that's just how it is. On was level 5 throughout the entire fight. And EDG very happily walk away with the kill. Almost finds Fofo as well.
That's a cleanse. That's another big summoner spell in bottom lane gone. As Allah actually being able to collapse this with no TP response from Ben. So EDG getting a lot of gold around the map and having found themselves almost a 3,000 gold lead this early on.
Yeah, and that tower's basically in default range now of Herald too. So EDG want it, they can give that gold to Allah. It starts off with Yagao and Fofo. On top of each other, but the knockback comes on top of Shun, and the flank engage from JJ is good onto Yagao. And they try to tie back at this point. Shun has nowhere to go. Flash of the wall, gets chased down by Allah. And as you can see, look at On as he retreats back to the mid lane because a minion dies when he gets 6. If he has tidal wave when EDG are coming from that choke, the turnaround potential is real for BLG. I feel it has to be said. Not saying it would have won the fight, but the fight looks different. Probably a little more BLG favored at the very least. So kind of unfortunate on that front. But EDG win out, and the Herald. Oh, this Herald go? Okay, it was getting dropped in the mid lane. I was looking at the inventory. I was like, where is it? Why is it? It was getting dropped in the mid lane. So Herald will charge in the mid side. Won't get that tower in the top side for Arla. I feel like maybe they just want to keep the laning phase going, perhaps. So they'll just give the gold to Fofo. Still feels good to leave as well on the bottom side. It's just everywhere, man. It's
we got
a
3 top, 3 mid,
1 kill difference, but it's a 2.5k gold lead, pretty much, for the side of EDG. It's massive.
That is a first mythic item completed for both sides, though, as Elk has gotten that Gale Force. We also have Allah completing that Divine Sunderer. EDG in front of the Dragon Pit, starting it up here with contest possible from BLG.
Yeah, possible, but how likely? Seems like just kind of twiddling their thumbs. I'm gonna be honest, BLG. EDG just pick up that dragon for free, and it's an Infernal Rift. All right. Feels like we've had quite utility-based souls today, so getting our first combat one will feel quite nice. Now BLG waiting around here, but I feel like EDG smell this one out. I don't think they're falling victim to this at all.
Gonna take the tower here. My God.
Yeah, see, he's got Divine Sunder. He will win the 1v1 after the fact as well.
Oh, he's going in. Doesn't hit the riposte. He does hit the grand challenge. Ben, you're in some trouble here. He needs to play against the wall. Bot lane, though. There's a tidal wave coming the way, but EDG pull it back. Their Sailors in a storm, and BLG lose out. We got the top side still fighting, though.
I don't know if Arla wanted to go for the wall. Maybe he wanted to get away from the all-out Cassante. He was looking for the vital at the same time. But we didn't get a look at how the entirety of that bot side play unfolded.
That's Ghost Pop for both of them.
Oh, no.
This is an all-in. Ben about to get solo killed again. Does not want that to happen. Back the way.
Yeah, just walks out. Not sure how the bottom side play unfolded. Leave was like so aggressively hugging the bush that like surely as BLG you just think, yeah, GG is probably here, right? Like, my only assumption is because of how aggressive Arlo was playing on the top side, they assumed the hover was there, and this is why BLG go in. But GG is here on the bottom side, so the turnaround damage is massive onto Shun. And Elphanon just can't really do anything but watch their jungler die.
Looking like it's going up right for EDG. Some of that communication, some of that veterancy mixed in with the newer members. Working out really well. Leave the call up from EDG. You having found so much success with the LDL roster. Now coming in here to the big leagues, paired up with Mako, who, by the way, has been playing for EDG for 8 years. That veterancy really shining through and letting Leave pop off. But some of that solo lane performance definitely helping that way.
Yeah, feels like a decade, really. More than 8 years. Mako, such a staple name, not only to EDG, LPL, League of Legends in general. There's a big chunk out of Yagao. Arla is very, very strong at this moment in time. And that will continue to grow to be my very big concern on the side lane. Who's going to match Arla? Because right now it feels like Bin's out of the game already in that front. And Yagao, again, all it takes is a riposte onto the abdominal. I can't get the word. The Silasy. Forget the name. Abduct, abscond.
It's abscond, abduct.
Abscond, abduct.
The chain part, the chainy part.
The chainy part. If that gets riposted, it's just a dead 1v1 where Arla comes out top.
Flash
Now,
okay, capitalization onto Mako. They've taken out President Kitty Cat. And now they have to take out the rest of them here. Level 11 has been reached by Arla. He's in the side lane, but it is Rift Herald right now in the crosshair of BLG.
Yeah, seems to be case. Really quick pick onto Mako. Arla, he's hanging around. He's just like,
does not have TP.
Someone check. He doesn't have TP. I think he should just commit onto the tower because EDG should be making the call that this Herald is not being contested. Looks like that call will come to fruition and they should just about... Nope, they don't want to step up for it. I think that's also respectable. As, there you go, Arla gets his tier 2 tower.
The account's like, I just want to stop him. Does not stop the oncoming train that is Arla. A serious bright point for EDG and a welcomed signing for them as we look at that beautiful engage from Shun.
Yeah, Q flash from Shun, and as soon as that CC comes down, Mako just can't reattach to anybody. I think it's 4 or 5 seconds cooldown once you get CC'd.
Oh,
they turn it into a Herald, and we're back down. Short replay. Like that. Arla's got 2 items. We're 16.
Yeah, he's up 3,000 gold on Ben. That ain't pretty. That ain't pretty one bit. It is pretty if you're an EDG fan. And back to my story making.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
A big pain point for EDG last year, when you watched the documentary that came out at the end of the year, was the relationship between Flandre and JJ. And I think Arla, who has so much backing and support from a star mid laner like Doinby, and has shown himself ability to carry and ability to be a big target, is a welcome sight for EDG. He's going to have to find a way to pilot this 2-item Fiora lead into these team fights or even the side lanes.
Yeah, I think side lanes for sure. But EDG really want this dragon. I think they've got the first 2. They want to just secure it with Arla being so strong. He doesn't have to commit to the side lane. He can actually come and be a team fight presence already at 2 items. Just to make sure they can find the target.
Oh, they got Shun. That's a big pick out yet again, going both ways in this game. Dragon on the table here for EDG if they want to turn on it.
Yep, they can. EDG, they'll get the dragon, almost certainly. BLG just kind of asleep at the wheel, looking for some kind of mid lane priority, picked off so easily. Ala, I mean, riposte, run away. Don't have to commit. Like, it's that simple.
He wanted to keep chasing. I can appreciate that. So now Fofo in the side lane will need to be answered to while you have a mid lane push coming out from EDG. You have second item completion starting to come up for BLG. Maybe it's a little too late though. But you got Rift Herald as well, needing to be used by Shun.
Yeah, I think where do you use it? To be honest, you've got about a little over a minute to find somewhere. But for now, I feel like BLG. It's a really oppressive feeling 5k gold deficit. I don't know how to, or 6k really almost. Because what are the win conditions now at this point for BLG when you really sort of take a step back and try and look at these team compositions one-to-one, what they want to do? Because for BLG, it would be, you know, forcing plays, trying to, you know, kind of overbear EDG with momentum with all of the engaged tools they have, specifically through forcing through Shun. But EDG can very happily sit back and poke, can very happily tank up, heal back up that poke, but also disengage so effectively, whilst also winning the side lane. So it feels like
my God, they denied it.
They did. The ball is really in BLG's court to try and get creative here. Otherwise, EDG are probably going to just win this one by default if they play this out as they've been playing it out for the last couple of minutes.
And that's where you look to the likes of Yagao, obviously, a mainstay mid laner, having come over to BLG. You have the likes of Elk as well coming over from Ultra Prime. This transplant team of BLG with the holdover bin, it needs to come together in these kinds of moments. You see, even with Elk having chosen Lucian now 7 times, he's still at 33.5% damage done for his team. So it's not like there's a slouch in damage to potential, but it's mechanically how to position in these fights and not get picked out and not get macro gamed by EDG.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, they are being macro gamed quite hard. EDG, Ala walks away from that side lane attempt, and in the mid lane they just get to tier 2 and they can just very easily rotate up towards the top side, start to take control of the river and of course the jungle vision control, and just look for the tower and then retreat back if they ever feel like that they're overextending. So EDG very happy in this game state. Looks like they're just going to reset now. And BLG again just kind of left wondering what they can actually do about this game state at the moment.
We got Baron coming up about 10 seconds, but Dragon more importantly in 2 minutes and 20 seconds as resets just got completed for EDG. Gold still being scraped up as quickly as possible for BLG. They need to get some vision down around the Baron pit, make sure they can't get duped into a side fight, but it is still about trying to get some space, some real estate onto the map and maybe find one of these picks that have been working out consecutively for Billy.
Can find a forced engage with Shun and very quickly remove, perhaps leave. I mean, ideally, Ala, but that won't happen, so probably leave. Then maybe they can find something positive, but as soon as Ala shows up, they're going to have to start retreating and play very, very defensively. 90 seconds now, I think, takes the back. Look at the items. I think Fofo is resetting probably for that Muramana upgrade. There you go, so he's more than online now. And that's a huge spike in damage, which BLG don't really have an answer to. So we'll see what they can actually look for. It's more or less on Elkin on to try and find some kind of burst damage and, again, have it be followed up by BLG. But, man, EDG, they just kept BLG at arm's length.
And they just really haven't been able to find it in, which I find is so interesting for a team that usually does have a very forward, aggressive stance. And we see here, Elk not afraid to try to get that poke damage in, but gets poked right back. Accelerated shock blast will make Elk think twice. Glacial Prison from Yagao goes wide as Leave is just championing it over here, pushing BLG out of mid lane while you have Ala pushing in the side lane as well.
Yep, and My question from about 5 minutes ago continues to be unanswered because... Oh, answered, really.
My God!
No, oh my God! I mean, it'll be healed up by On, right? But it's still obnoxious to see. And right now, Arla on the top side of the map, probably going to have to wait on the next wave. He has teleport if he has to come down here. But I'll tell you, if Bin is forced to TP to this team fight, Arla will stay in the top side unless he absolutely feels it necessary as Elk eats another shot blast to come down here.
Yes, he has heals, but man, that is not right. That is it's finding its way through 4 members to hit Elk over and over again. And they've committed to this fight over the dragon. They don't want to get EDG, the Infernal Dragon, but they're losing their base. They're going to TP in Ala. Tidal wave across. JJ in the pit. Final chapter on the 3 members. Shun goes out of the pit. BLG don't have anybody left in the pit. And then they got nobody left in the fight. EDG destroy Billy. And that's Infernal Soul to boot.
And it's going to be Baron to boot, surely. It's just Bin and Shun alive. Shun, Bin's being run all the way back home. Fofo in the bottom side shoving. They're just going to get all the cookies out of this jar, it feels like, from one plate. If they really want it. It seems like they definitely do. EDG. It's just such a huge draft gap. I don't know what the answers are.
Man, the LNG Nightmare Ala has come back into the dreams of BLG from summer playoffs last year. He's not on the Gnar, he's not on the Kennen, it's the Fiora this time he's looking real good on, and it is Baron now for EDG.
But it's just so nice to see EDG, despite, you know, again, losing those household names in Scout and Viper, playing so well into what is still fundamentally a very strong BLG roster, as they're just getting absolutely torn apart by the AoE damage. Fofo removes Elk from the equation. Very quickly makes Chagao regret going back in with the chains. Have nowhere to go realistically though with Leaf behind him. And BLG, I think, back to the drawing board for this game number 2. We of course didn't get a look at the draft in terms of, well, we saw its order in the lower third, but in terms of having a little bit of time to digest perhaps what the thought processes were, it's slightly different, right? Watching a draft live in comparison to seeing that lower third just come up, and that is the draft.
That gold difference in top lane, it just hurt my soul. It's like a 5,000 gold right now on Bin.
Yeah, not bad.
That's just a lot. That's a lot. And now they still have Baron for 2 minutes. EDG are pushing in, and I love that you're mentioning kind of that cohesion that's starting to come alive for EDG, it feels like. And you know, there is a big void left when the best ADC in the LPL leaves in Viper and leave an EDG youth prospect who's been in the system since 2021 has to come in and fill his shoes. And it's been incredible to watch EDG, although faltering early on in this season, really coming alive in these late game decision making, the control around the map, Germano.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to see that just continue to grow, and it certainly should do as this engage comes through.
They get the 3-man final chapter here, though, and there's the acceleration and the speed from EDG. Gale Force comes in, but Leave is just popping in the damage. Elk! The Ultra Shock laser, not enough. The bubble comes in, Leave dies. His over-aggression paid for by blood as Elk won't go down. He's still alive, he's so tanky. BLG running away, but their base is in tatters, and EDG have won game number 1 of our 3rd series of the night.
Oh, excuse me, I did a mute as I got myself back into reposition. Sorry for the noise. But EDG, it's a complete slaughter. Absolutely, completely dominated from start to finish. BLG, I don't know, man. This draft. How do you ever answer what EDG have put on the table? Side lane, team fighting, everything just favors EDG. Every facet of what you could potentially play in this meta, it felt like EDG just had the better version of. Back to the drawing board, 100% BLG. You know, you can argue maybe you can like force some plays very early on through Shun, and then of course you try and snowball that with your Gao, but we just never got to see that come to fruition, and EDG never gave them the opportunity to do that. So.
And
where do you even go?
It feels like, obviously, Shun is good at getting set up junglers as well, right? But it's definitely been more of JJ's mantra, it feels like, to get a lot of these facilitation junglers, even the Vi itself, right? do we see Shun kind of try to go for these aggressive picks into this one now and try to up in JJ? Because I feel like you need something in that early game, and not having that kind of confidence to go forward on a lot of those plays and a lot of the hesitancy that we saw from BLG, it can't be there if you're going to go against EDG.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but to me, I mean, hell, the thing is, we've seen BLG go down this route in their previous series against WE, and it didn't even work. So, you know, if we're talking about maybe Shun potentially leaning on and going towards something like the Nidalee, right, as an example, or maybe he brings out something like the Kindred could come out. How you know, how many times out of 10 is that going to bring you to a game 3 here when EDG are playing on this kind of form, right? I think go back to the drawing board. Do we really want to allow Ala on his Fiora? I feel like the answer has to be no. Remove it away. Like
the solo lanes, man. Fofo and Ala.
You know, Fofo, so talented in a lot of these kind of like more leaning into mechanical kind of champions. Your Akalis, your things like Jay Smith, of course. Silas as well, very, very familiar. Plus giving Ala that much comfort with setup from JJ. How do you do it, man? I feel like for BLG, it's too much to handle. And if you're not able to get Elk and On into a position where they can actually carry the game, you can't draft like that. I think you're just giving too many tools over to EDG at basically no cost to them and every cost to you. If you're not snowballing, you're putting yourself in such a big hole from the get-go.
Yeah, I don't expect to see a bunch of change bot lane. I do expect to see a lot of targeted bans towards the solo lanes against EDG, and maybe that, you know, up in some of that stagnation for BLG coming into the next game, because I think that's going to be super, super important if they want to try to push this one, because right now it feels like EDG are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, no, they are. I think we've seen, you know, 2 versions of EDG so far this year, and it's kind of like the EDG with growing pains or the EDG that are kind of, you know, hitting a lot closer to the ceiling that we would hope they would come in to at the very start of the season.
Yeah.
Of course, that ceiling is only going to continue to grow. As I didn't actually get the call out who the MVP was. I know you'd probably be listening a little more keenly.
The MVP here for the first game. So he moves over, takes the place of Flandra, and comes up clutch in the season so far. Really loving that duality between him and JJ, but especially the fact that they're willing to give this man the carries, and he does just that. And there's a reason why he's backed so heartily by DoinB.
Yeah, exactly right. 22% damage, pretty high for a top laner, to be honest with you, for one.
Yeah.
But also, I wonder if that DT stat is damage to towers, in which case he dealt 34% of damage to towers. I don't read Mandarin, so no idea what it means. But if it means that, that's pretty cool. Apparently, that's his first MVP of the season, so good job, Ala. Definitely very well earned. And yeah, not much to say. He was set up for success not only in draft, but just through his own gameplay, and of course the supplementation of getting a little bit of focus in the early stages. And yeah, he just ended up being too big of a hole for BLG to deal with.
Now, I do believe that it's going to be an interesting adaptation to see if they go back to this kind of Cassante versus Fiora matchup in the top lane, what the solo lanes lead to and change to for BLG. But we will be back shortly after a small little break, so don't go anywhere.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng UCal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes UCal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and UCal's come to town. They find Hung, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT!
The play from Qingtian.
They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible flashing over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry him? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
H1 has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. Well, SKM closing the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As UCal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants UCal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The ultimate Guillotine comes into play. Chinkton! TS3! 3v1!
It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleanse out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Shalom out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that boss. Strong going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganavi to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side?
Welcome back to the LPL and to Shanghai. As you see the beautiful starscape in front of you, we also have a beautiful competition in front of us. BLG versus EDG as we come into game number 2. I am Mazel, joined by Jamada yet again. And what a game from EDG in game number 1. Complete control, side lane dominance from Ala, the newly crowned top laner of EDG this year. And also getting himself the MVP in game number 1. But now coming into game number 2, it's about how BLG solve this side lane shenanigans, the side lane problem. They need to find a side lane solution, Jamada.
Yeah, they really do. And it seems like Well, we have
That's
got
because
the
I,
Nidalee.
oh, we got what I wanted. Let's go.
We got the Nidalee. It's a very, very heavy poke composition from BLG, is what seems to be the case. And EDG's overall engage tools aren't, how do I put it? Like, it's not a Vi, it's not, you know, Jarvan, it's not something that's like super easy to like just kind of get going. It's two, you know, solo lane divers plus a Maokai and then like long range engage from Jhin. So it's got an air of you know, sort of complexity to it, but I think definitely BLG have a lot more to work with in that era of, all right, let's just sit back, poke, and just try and make that work. Like, the identity is clearly there. It's not like last game where, goodness me, the draft put them in such a massive hole.
Yeah, I think you have that difference of approach in the side lanes, but especially kind of that cohesion factor when we're getting into those kind of tussles. But I'm especially interested to see how Ala and Fofo kind of go into Ben and Yagao this time around with some of those switch ups, but as well as Shun on a very much more proactive jungler into JJ on the Maokai that we've seen so oppressive.
Yeah, Maokai is a little bit overtuned still. We're on 13-1, don't forget. So Shun with something like this Nidalee. We'll see how this one ends up panning out. Shun and Nidalee, of course, a bit synonymous with one another. But in terms of how the matchup itself should be a bit of an outpacing from Shun in terms of jungle clear, and then we'll see what he can do with that tempo. And again, a lot of poke from all of these lanes, specifically, of course, mid and bot, means that expect to see Shun maybe not even like fully commit to a gank itself, but just kind of show up, throw a couple of spears, and then maybe leave. And of course, if the dive threat is there, then just go for it. And it's a lot on, in my mind, EDG and how they potentially answer some of that pressure coming out.
Love to hear the Gyos coming out to fuel this early game fighting we have on the bottom side of the map. Love to hear the crowds getting into it as we are getting into the last games of the day here. The only games played in Shanghai, though, so the crowd's still fresh and ready to go. Should look like a bit of a different start for BLG. Obviously, the switch up of sides themselves, but again, oh my god, no. No, come on, Jamana. That's just not fair. It's just not fair.
No, it's okay. He's still gonna.
It's okay.
He's still gonna clear the jungle in like 3 minutes and.
True. It
like,
is Italy. Hey, you know what? We fine out here. It does get a little help from Ben as well. Getting this top side to bot side jungle path started. We'll see as JJ on the other side of that pathway. Okay, maybe to at least focus on Ala or Fofo.
I think for GG. Now, I'm trying to break down this draft in my head, right? And what the win conditions want to be. I think for EDG, some very consistent focus in the top side will actually pay off pretty heavy dividends. I think you've got so much poke, and that's kind of what BLG are getting to entirely. If you get Fofo and Ala to a point where they're just unbearable to deal with, there's not really too much BLG can do about it other than kite back and kind of hope. And so we'll see what the focus will be. I think for BLG though, again, and specifically Shun, it's just about supplementing these lanes and ensuring that they're not getting attacked too heavily.
Well, and that's where I want to look into these solo lanes a little bit more. We saw a lot of influence given by the junglers last time, but just in its own right, seeing...
Hello?
Nah, I guess we're not going to get stuck with solo lanes because this is what we wanted to see from Shun. Go for the aggressive style into JJ on the Maokai. We'll be able to press him off of his wolves and take that camp away. Nice stuff for Shun early on BLG.
Yeah, and it's got mid lane priority, so if Shun wants to actually just pass over and go and play nuisance.
Oh my god, hit by that in the little thing. I thought,
yeah,
you know, maybe there was going to be the execution.
That's big for him as well, because I mean, you can already see JJ is protecting it. He's gone all the way down to his Krugs, and actually it was a very interesting path in general from JJ. He started Raptors, went up to his Living Room, and then was going to path back down. And now Shun on top of his red buff. Smite's available for JJ, but he doesn't even want to test me, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to, right? Like, you don't want to give over that fight. You're looking at what's happening bot lane. You're okay with where the state of the game for EDG is. You don't want to give any of those leads over. On with the shield, saves his own life.
Huh. Yeah, very close to disaster there for BLG, but they walk it off. No biggie. Odds alright. Nothing to see down there. We'll just take a reset, return back to the bottom side. Shun, after taking away quite a few camps, still has that full bottom side quadrant to himself. Took the scuttle and now he's here for the bottom side gank.
Shun showing his face. Yeah, he's going to turn right back around. So something here is that we are getting that very aggressive stance from Ala so far in the series. We've had the Fiora, now the Camille. A comfort pick for Ala that's going to be capitalized on by JJ coming towards top side. Bin has that ghost pop. He gets knocked back. The hook shot flash to make sure he gets the kill. And there's first blood for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, really, really strong gank here from EDG. They know they have to get their solo lanes ahead. I think this is the correct call. Just send JJ up here, and there's no flash on Bin because he's running the Ghost. And I will say credit to Bin for actually forcing out any kind of summoner spells in that position, to be honest with you. So getting that out of Ala could mean maybe Shun is vulnerable, or rather Ala is vulnerable to a Shun appearance up in the top side. We'll see whether or not that will end up being played out. As for now, it will be EDG with that 1 kill advantage in a lane where, again, they're going to need it. They're going to want that side lane pressure, and they're going to want a Camille to be super strong to dive in from the side lane and try and get on top of some of these hope champions, which should be scaling up towards the mid game on BLG.
And now for Shun, kind of looking at where this mid lane state is. Yagao having a lot of pressure in mid lane, but their bot lane having some troubles. I do wonder if we see that wrap back around, or if Shun wants to go try to put out a fire that has been started in top side. The grenade does connect, and a little bit of damage back.
Not enough to cause concern though, as Williams getting shoved in. A lot of trading in the top side. Bin has of course had to reset forcefully. Ala has not spent that first blood gold yet, so we have a lot of extra gold to work with. Mid lane heavy trades and junglers.
Junglers, they're just like foaming at the mouth right now. Like, oh my god, there's so much blood in mid lane. The Shuriken flip does make sure Fofo doesn't get impaled by the spear. Bot lane though, we got some more fighting going down. Elk trying to bait out some of these abilities. Both teams just kind of fighting for their lives down here. The root actually connects a little bit more onto Mako. Gets the ignite burst down. The piercing arrow not gonna connect.
Yeah, I think Elk had the empowered one. I didn't actually catch the animation. Would have definitely killed Mako at that much HP. Really nice to just get the sidestep in. But both these bottom laners not really willing to give up any space or pressure, and it means they're trading out quite heavily in their health bars. Shun.
Oh! He can't get it! Oh no! That is doom and gloom.
Wait.
Oh no, leave. Alrighty
Maybe it's not
then.
doom and gloom. Maybe it's not doom and gloom myself.
It was all part of the plan. All part of the plan.
Holding Nikaku as a very free kill handed over by Leave, and it's a Sunday, so the donation's actually on Leave. As let's take a look at this.
Dude, should try so. Oh, Mako, you're too dirty, man.
I mean,
yeah, that's what 8 years on EDG will do for you. That's what a world championship will do for you right there. Oh, that's the difference.
Yeah, exactly, man. Mako had the HP to survive. Really, really good reactions on the flash away from the pounce flash as well. And yeah, Leave just steps up and kind of feels like giving a kill over to Elk. So good stuff, BLG, for capitalizing on that pretty big blunder. But it doesn't really do anything for the game in terms of overarching, you know, things you'd like to see capitalized on. No objective was taken. Herald wasn't on the map to maybe rotate over to. It's just the flat kill. And Leave didn't even burn some spells.
So we have the early tier here for Leave, and we have seen this build from Jin, but not as often, it feels like. But he's not even like the Dark Harvest build or anything. He's got the fleet footwork here. So now Shun back to the other side of the map, back to what really matters. The Shun versus JJ matchup, and JJ's saplings just kind of doing work right now for him. But that's the difference that I feel like from game 1 to game 2 that we needed to see from Shun. And get him on comfort, get him on something that can be proactive, and he's doing just that on the Italy. It's night and day.
Yeah, definitely. He feels a lot more comfortable, doesn't he? I think that's the important thing. Doesn't have a massive CS lead by any means, but he's doing what he needs to be doing. He's where he needs to be. It's a lot of hook damage.
Ouchies.
But yeah, what else can you really expect from a time Jin lane? Top side, Herald is secured. We've had
open up.
Now that's curtain. Open up.
Oh, blast out. Change. No on. Oh, gets in the way at the last second. That's a, hey, you know, I got you, bro. That's what Elk said. Don't worry. Not even for a moment was that going to kill you.
Never. But you can see
Lee has flash. He was waiting for that fourth shot auto. I love that. I love baiting out that little moment, but not going to find it. It is BLG on the up and up here as they use Rift Herald in mid lane to push in. This almost 30 CS advantage that Yagao has gotten, but Shun gets pushed back into the tower. Perfect execution for Fofo, and he gets the kill back. Yagao gets pushed away, and EDG make them pay, and it's with their lives. As Yagao tries to get out of here, he does indeed after the flash. Very close, but EDG nowhere to capitalize.
Yeah, a Bramble Smash just tickles Yagao on the way out. If that connects, he's definitely dead. But Shun is punished for dropping the Herald mid. They want to just get the plates. And EDG are there to answer out. Really, really nice from them. We'll get a replay of it all. Herald's down. They're just looking for Fofo. JJ's haven't done me. Flash forward with that twisted advance and not Shun back. Too much EC, even a tower shot. Maybe if Alpha will come in, there's a little more of an answer, but he's always going to die. And Yagao just gets run down. You can just see, as soon as his flash comes in, Bramble Smash, it must have been off cooldown. Just tickles him on the way out. So it doesn't end up being 2 kills, but still they trade out on the Herald Gold. Smashes in, it's now Bin wants this.
Oh, dodge out. All out has come through for Bin. Ala needs to get out of there, and Hookshot does deliver him to safety. Yagao getting repunished in mid lane. No flash this time, buddy. Where's your toothpaste now? As Fofo gets the kill.
Fofo all of a sudden goes from being no kills to 2 kills very quickly as JJ just immediately runs back to the mid lane and punishes the flashless Jace. And even though Shun's there, there's just not much he can do. He already eats too much damage. And now Fofo is, again, you know, we said, the focus we wanted from EDG is get the solo laners ahead. Ala got his first blood very early on. JJ goes to the mid lane, punishes the overextension from BLG the first time, and then just immediately runs back to mid and punishes Yagao a second time. Nothing he can do about this with no flash. As soon as that twist advance comes in, the Shuriken flip just connects. Even though knockback is there, Fofo didn't have to use his flash in the initial engagement.
I think seeing Fofo in these kinds of moments, say what you will about what happened to Fofo last year on BLG, right? Like, this has been such a breath of fresh air for EDG, losing their 2 crucial members in Scout and Viper. But having Fofo, a veteran himself, come in and try to fill that mold of Scout and make his own mold. And against his former team here of last year, against that failed project for BLG, he's stating that I am still that carry.
Yeah, exactly. I think grudge map would be too strong a term. Gets a hook shot interrupted. I think he'll be fine.
Just sidestepping away there.
Yeah, he'll be alright. He's got the Divine Thunder up. The passive soaked up the tower shot, but there is company coming.
Doesn't get hit by, oh no, that's a lady with blades on her legs. I don't think you want to fight that one. Ala does get that trade back with the spear connecting in the end. And EDG were good positioning around this Rift Herald pit, but it's not spawning for another little while for them. So they'll be taking that Scuttle Crab, get back out on the map, leaving Weave down here to try and pick up some of these plates.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this Jhin build will pan in terms of its damage output that we'll get to see. Because I was quite critical the other day of the Kraken's lane. I understand the theory, and I can't recall what series or AD carry I was watching off the top of my head because I'm a little bit tired with 5 games. It was doing a lot of work. So you can see how much damage, because of course Muramana just gives you so much flat AD that yeah, if your champion can leverage lethality, which in Jin's case of course definitely can, he's going to be golden. And there is a lot of switchy members on this side of BLG, so it's going to be a very, very potent build as Mako's probably going to eat a lot of damage.
Oh my might have died! He just destroys Mako. Calm, cool, and collected, charged up that piercing arrow, then let loose the chains of corruption.
And Leave now just going to get forced away by Shun. Shun's just going to stick around, get on top of these Krugs. Leave will do what you can just to dissuade the takedown, but no one on EDG is here to respond to this. The play was so quick from Elk just to find that kill. He will now be rewarded with a play of his own. Leave will Has to just take a step back as Elk does this. Finally finds the confidence. I think the vision, brief amount of vision he had, just lets him know that he has the space to walk back up. And BLG find themselves a bit of an answer on the ball side.
And I really like the difference, I guess, that we're seeing in the execution of BLG in this game. I think last game, again, there was a lot of that hesitancy from Shun to get active on the map. This time, there's not that hesitancy. We'll see if Elk can dodge out of all these abilities. Turns out he can. He's got fast feet of his own. And leave. That's so perfect. He throws up like the confused cat. Or the eye cat. I don't know what emote that is.
It's an emote, which means confusion.
There you go. Hit the nail on the head.
Herald for BLG. Looks like
Hit
Shun,
the Herald
at
on
the
the
very
head?
least. He hit the Herald on the head with a spear.
Ooh,
but
he's
he's
in a
being
1v2. He flashes.
Yeah.
He is just this middle lead. The second activation though, Shun gets away. Fofo going in now, has the perfect execution available. Just waiting, lining up the targets. On is that target. Fofo gets himself another kill. The Nature's Grass connects it. Fofo gets another. No, it actually goes to Mako. Oh no! EDG! They've just taken out BLG completely. Elk! No! You've stepped too far! Elk! It's hunting season and EDG are equipped with all the hunting rifles. They've even got grenades. They've taken out, they've got shurikens. A double kill for Fofo. And that is just another Rift Herald. The EDG in complete control of this game too.
What have BLG just done, man? They've just chained it in one after the other. I mean, all right, cool. Shun's getting picked off. All right, let him die. Oh, give on life for it. That's fine. Then Shun unfortunately misses the dash over the wall, so you'll see it all unfold. It's just a complete. It's a farce, and I'm not sure why it goes on the way it does. You see, Fofo just commits because why couldn't he? He's got the rest of his team coming back up. But at this point, just leave on to die, right? There's no reason to do anything else. This jump, oh, I think he wanted to go over the wall. It feels like he was a bit rough. And then Yagao goes in, and Yagao immediately dies. And then Bin feels like he has to commit, and then Elk just shows up, and I'm just a bit
Oh no!
confused.
Back to life!
Oh,
We got another team fight. Curtain calls open BLG! The curtains are falling on Billy Gaming! Fofo takes out another one, unkilled in the back line, and another! And BLG, they have no hope left!
What just happened? What have BLG just done in the last 100?
They've dug themselves about a 6-foot trench, and it's looking like a grave right now, Tamada.
They just dug themselves a big... I guess they just said, you know what? We want to go on early. I don't know what to say. All right, let's see how this even unfolds. We were still in the replay originally. They're looking for JJ, but unfortunately for them, Father just here, double hook shot, and the response is coming from the curtain call. Why though? 1v5. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you have a poke pump guy. You're not supposed to be fighting. I don't. I'm losing it a bit. I'll take a breath. Lizelle, just hold my hand a little bit.
Goose Ruppa. So we have a 4,000 gold lead, a little bit more so for EDG here. They're on the map with a 7-0 Fofo on the Akali. The Ala Camille looking dirty as ever in the side lane. Even with some of the catches onto JJ, it hasn't mattered enough. And this utility coming out of the bot lane from Leave and Mako is just playing into the strength of solo lanes. That has been the ticket here. We set it up from the beginning, and EDG punched the ticket of the solo lanes being the key to finding these wins. And they'll continue to stack up the gold as Mako might not have enough. The turret's not enough either, but they get Yagao out of the side lane, but BLG have a little bit of reinforcements here, followed up by the Nature's Grass. Oh no, it's looking like another kill going over. On gets it, hook shot out, Ala makes it out. Curtain call coming through, Elk has hit his cleanse as the heal for the Riders. Oh my god, Elk, he has to flash. That fourth shot was available and ready. EDG just putting on the pressure. You thought it was BLG with the poke game.
Well, let's see what EDG can do, because they feel very happy to move forward. BLG Yeah, I'm still a little bit of less Mazel. I'm not gonna lie, but the fight still unfolds positively for EDG after two very interesting approaches from BLG and then two towels for themselves. Very, very happily. I agree with you. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage coming out of
Fofo wants it. Okay, he's like, Ben,
he's so happy
I know
to step
we might have had some conversations last year, but I'm going to take it down this time around, all right? But it is just that strength for Fofo in the side lane. He is on 10 stacks of his Dark Seal. He's got 2 items. He wants to make this advantage known. As the combo of him and Nala is just downright terrifying at this point.
Yeah, I was wondering if Bin hit the ghost button early because he was afraid of getting all in. It was actually because there was Arla rotating down towards the bottom side as well. But Fofo 703, 2 items, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Arla probably basing for his Ravenous Hydra at 20 minutes. We hit on what we wanted the win conditions to be for EDG, and they were very, very simple. Fofo, Arla ahead, dive the poke champions. BLG just had to kind of play at arm's length, as you would with a poke bomb, and they've not managed to do that.
Oh my god, he just gets hit by everything! Oh, you bait him out with it. Oh, okay. So close.
But it's still
So
crazy to think
close.
that leaves force shot dealt 415 damage to a full HP touch. That's how strong it is at the moment.
Just having that union was completed. It's the wait on that second item completion for him. That mirror mana is going to be big. Shun's not able to find the damage with the spears just yet, and that's the finickiness of the Nidalee. They're going all in though with that all out as Ben gets the kill on the leave. But it is just leave, and he's playing the very utility-focused Jhin this game.
Yeah, that was really unlucky for Leave. I'm not sure if you quite caught that. He flashed away, but unfortunately the channel began on Bin's ultimate, so it just dragged him right back. It didn't even, it's worse than getting hit back by a thundering blow from Jace. He just gets removed entirely from where he wanted to be. Look at the replay. It's quite unfortunate actually. It's just one of those things. It's very finicky because the Cassante ultimate had no chance. But Flash Away comes in, but the ultimate starts.
Oh,
yeah. Gotta feel bad about that, to be honest with you. Because Bye-bye.
SpaghettiOs!
Hey, there's a big hole on the floor because of the shroud.
Yeah, see, there you go. It all works out. The script writes itself. Though, Elk is no longer going to have fun in this game. If Fofo could just do that every time he sees him, then this game is going to be an easy win for EDG. They know that, and they're pushing onto the Baron.
I hate to burst your bubble, but I don't know if Elk is going to have fun this game already. So
True.
I don't know if it's fun or when it's supposed to begin. But this is a Baron
Oh
start.
man, such a big nature's grasp. Shun can't get over the pin, and he does too little too late. Ala pulls in the backside over here. Shun is already down, and EDG have come away with everything they wanted and more.
Yeah, and they can just go to the dragon if they want it. They can push in this mid lane tower if they want it.
Oh, it's so heavy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Right now, EDG are just ahead, playing simple. They can smack BLG with their wallets. Get this tower, and they'll likely just go and get the dragon recess, and then make their pressure felt on the rest of the map. BLG, I think we've got the time to talk about it, Mazel. It was just that deep play back to back, which has set them so far behind.
The catastrophic part is they did get some of that productivity we want to see early on, but it's the transition into the mid game that hasn't gone their way. And now that EDG has so much control and so much lead, there's really no hope in a lot of these big team fights. That poke is not nearly going to do as much as you want it to do.
No, it's not. That's the thing with a poke composition. Like, you kind of need to be more or less item parity, otherwise the poke just doesn't matter. And at this point, even though if you're being pedantic, despite the 7k gold pool, take a look at the item completions. They're actually even. Everyone, well, actually, I guess the gap is in the jungle for now. Shun doesn't have a second item, but he's very close to it. I think he's going to get it now. So, in terms of like complete items, the game is not actually in a terrible state. The unfortunate scenario is that Fofo and Arla, when they die, will likely not be able to be stopped, just compositionally. because
Yeah.
of the fact
And
they've got access to these items so early on.
there's no response to Allah. He's literally just free hitting the side lane right now this whole time. Yagal's finally going to go over that side, but now that leaves mid lane exposed. Oh my god, that Nature's Grasp by itself just did so much damage to Elk. They're trying to take down this outer, or this tier 2 tower, at least in the mid lane. Leave will do exactly that. It does fall. Now to the side lanes for EDG.
Yep, very happy to just sit in this 4-1 position, try and allow Yagal to hold on to Arla, but he's got 2 items. Arla might consider diving. It looks like he's going to rotate. Bin was looking for a hold there. Now the Purple's here.
Bin has put on the Chad face as Lee taking a bunch of damage there. That piercing arrow in the end, almost doing enough. Elk trying to get a little bit of answer back. Allah though, he might get answered to himself. Getting chased down, but the rest of EDG were right around the corner to save the day.
Just about. And EDG, it looks like they're just going to burn up the rest of their Baron time. Go for a reset, fast one. Look for what gold they can spend. Third item completed there, leave. The Eclipse, Crit Cloak. Very, very powerful. Fofo looking for the Zonyas, it looks like, as a third item, likely a final if we carry on the pace we're going. But BLG, I guess you can definitely say, successful Baron defense, right? Especially with how the state of the game feels. But again, when you kind of sit back, take a look at the items, the deficit isn't as bad as it certainly could be or feel like. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. If EDG win one more fight, they will probably win the game.
It's on the precipice. We're on a very, very, very tall cliff.
Exactly. But item-wise, BLG can still contest. It's just, it would be wise to not, you know, and just try and sit back and
a lot of the times in these poke situations, you're letting the enemy team get into position around the objectives, and then you're trying to poke them down and then move in once they're a little bit lower. Do you still feel like that's the attempt here for BLG? I mean, is that the only way in against EDG?
I feel like when you're behind, that's how it has to be played. When you're ahead, you can actually press the issue, right? So I guess, yeah, Mazel, you're just right. Like, they have to kind of just let EDG take position and hope that they can land, you know, poke that matters, i.e. poke Rizky onto Leeb, onto Mako, onto Jia, though he is, you know, going into that more tank hybrid build where you got the Radiant Virtue, so you get, at the very least, a couple of baseline resistances to work with. So, yeah, just getting meaningful poke onto the carries of EDG who aren't diving on your face is really critical to your success. The issue is, it just feels like BLG have never been set up for that. Even though they've got the composition for it, when have we seen EDG be in the river on an objective and BLG are all their full HP, full resources to actually poke them off it? Which doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And I think EDG just have a really good read on the fact that that's kind of the only way BLG can play the game. So if we can break that up before it happens, life is just easy. And so far this game has been easy for EDG.
Yeah, and another little point that I feel like might come into the fold a little bit more. Obviously, we put so much focus on the solo lanes, but another interesting fact is that, okay, I guess we're going to fight bot lane. You know, Jim has been a little bit extended here. The Nature's Grasp coming across from JJ, ultimate use. But what I was going to say is we don't have that tried and true traditional late game AD carry scaling, right? We don't have the Zeri in this one. We don't have the Sivir. And it's a very different approach that's working into the favor, I feel like, of both teams at this point. But now EDG with a lot of setup themselves with the lead they've gotten.
Yeah, agreed. No traditional AD carry might make the scaling a little bit wonky, shall we say. As EDG, it feels like they've taken their foot off the gas a little bit. They're not really, well.
It's all gas, no brakes in the top side. Allah is going in. He gets taken out. Oh my God, that was such a zealous flash. And Elk gladly picks up the gold.
Yeah, Elk is going to be very, very happy to pick up that shutdown for sure. As Dragon is slowly being picked up by Gideon on the bottom side, so this is just 3 members of EDG. Mako picks up that kill credit. And they get everything they need. They do lose Ala, who just kind of oversteps. He's bought a stopwatch because he wants to rewind time.
He thought he was bigger with the whole breaker, okay? You know, you buy that item, you see those stats, you're like, yeah, I got this.
Yeah, what actually happened is someone on EDG got too close to Arla. He lost the resistances, so he died. Yes, that's what it was.
That's what it was.
But that's what it was. Anyway, TP should be
Does
back
Shen
here
get
for
this?
Arla. No, he doesn't.
Oh god, Fofo has found it.
Yeah, that's of course back. So,
Baron down to EDG as they get out with that one. BLG were in space to contest, but don't do so, and that'll be an objective secured. Gold lead continued to grow. And we look at the top lane fight.
yeah, so, you know, Arla just kind of knows he can kill Yagao at this stage of the game. Hexacore man keeps Yagao locked down, flash away. Unfortunately, Shun is in the way, and flash. It's muscle memory, so he feels like that's the timing he needs on it, but he's already hit Shun, so it kind of doesn't matter. And he does, so
gets both health bars really low at least, alright?
Yeah, true. But he dies. And alright, you know what? Super optimistic. His death got EDG back. How about that?
There you go. There's that positive spin. I see you've been visiting the Mazelle's Hopium Emporium.
Oh,
we
yeah,
do
actually,
see
it's really good.
It's really nice. Ala on the side though, again, he does have that hold breaker, taking on a 1v3. And On now the target here. Oh my god! On left out, taking out EDG with the opened up curtains. Leave trying to put the lead on this show. We'll see fourth shot hits Shun. Back off is BLG and destroying the base of BLG is EDG.
Lee just said, get the hell off my wall with that fourth shot. 1k into Shun's back, and now they've broken the first Nexus tower. Mazelle, I think they want to end a game. I think they've had enough of this one.
I think they do. They got a minute and 15 on the Baron buffs and not much will for BLG left. One last engage. This is it. Fofo wants to find it, but BLG have no hope left. They have no stake in this game. And a 2-0 smashing victory from Edward Gaming.
Huge win from EDG. 2-0.
That man right there, though. Fofo, with that performance on the Akali, with this performance in this series against his old org last year on BLG, feels good, man.
Exactly. And I was actually saying earlier, I didn't exactly want to call it a grudge match, but it's one of those things, players always feel that pride. They go against their old team, they want to win, you know? Doesn't matter what the circumstances are,
even
why
if it's just
they left the team.
left.
Yeah, you know? Exactly, right? So, always going to feel very, very good for Fofo in particular, but a feel-good win in general for EDG. Just, again, taking out another opponent who should be in and around them come the end of the season. And in that fashion as well. Of course, questions definitely have to be asked about BLG. We'll get to those later on. Right now, it's about celebrating this victory for EDG.
Man,
because it felt like they
lane.
were just in their element. Solo lanes popping off. Arla, Fofo. It feels like they have found their groove with these two in combination.
And it's not
supplementing.
It's not Ala playing the Cassantes, or you know, he does have that in his belt, right? He does go for those traditional like tank style. I mean, he's even played the Scion twice already this split. But he is opting into these Fiora matchups, these Camille matchups, his aggressive style that is his nature. And it's working out real damn well. And again, that cohesion with him and JJ, him and Fofo, it's working so nicely to see that, kind of like I said earlier, that breath of fresh air for EDG. And as they move up and kind of solidify themselves with a 4-1 record, closing out week number 4, the up and up for EDG, that star's starting to shine a little bit brighter.
Yeah, definitely is. And, you know, it's about development for a roster like this, right? No matter what you say, right? The shoes were huge to fill from summer to spring. And so far, Fofo and Leave are not only carrying their weight, but it feels like doing even more than that. And of course, Arla coming in. I feel like we kind of had an idea of what to expect from Arla, but he has stepped up massively on top of not just Fofo and Leave. As EDG, of course, we get the end of game graphic. Everyone pulling their weight in the damage department, I guess. Pretty equal across the board. Really solid looking.
That's a team effort right there, Jamada. That's team effort. But it is just that strength showing through for EDG. And again, I love that we're putting out these solo lanes and stuff, but that quiet reassuration of Leave coming up through the ranks of EDG youth, just like JJ did, and finding that place alongside Mako, who had just spent so much time with Viper, right? And having that veterancy kind of spill over onto this guy. It wasn't just the kind of need carry, get resources picks for Leave. It was also this Jhin that had a lot of influence in those picks in the later parts of the game. So yes, big spotlight on Ala and Fofo, but EDG as a whole deserved that spotlight.
Yeah, definitely. And EDG, I feel like, you know, you look at their schedule now, next week is going to be one of their bigger tests. JDG, top esports, back to back, right? So great to get, you know, this run of games off with a win, because the expectation was this run of schedule is going to be tough regardless, because it was RNG into NIP into today and then JDG and top esports. Doing pretty well. They've taken the scalp of RNG and NIP, BLG just now. If they could do, at the very least, some damage to JDG, even if they don't win the series, you're still going to be feeling good as not just EDG, but even as a fan.
Indeed, and Fofo will be our MVP for game number 2. So incredibly done against, again, his old organization from last year, but the Akali performance was a standout. 8-0-5. He was getting pushed in very heavily early game, but then getting a couple kills. It was a spring forward for this guy.
Yeah, it was those two fights back to back, which, you know, I will be confused until the end of the day about. And off the back of those, I think he left that with like 5 kills or something really, really ridiculous, or 6 kills because he got 2 from the earlier ganks. Again, set up by Jijia. It's an entire machine. It's not just, you know, individuals popping off, which makes this feel so much better. But Fofo being able to leverage all of that so efficiently as well feels great to see so early on in the split.
And against those slouching Gao, man, like he just was able to go up against the summer finals MVP and do what he did. So a lot left on the drawing board for BLG to kind of pick apart. We got to look at what we saw today, as it was a long night of action. We didn't have our 9-game dream. We did get to 8 though, as it was a 2-1 victory from Ninjas in Pajamas as they continue to streak forward, giving LNG their first series loss of the split. RNG took down Team WE and wrote the ship a little bit, and BLG fell to EDG 0-2.
Yeah, really exciting night of games. Series 1, Series 2, really, really fun. This third series, not necessarily unfun, but EDG just kind of giving a shellacking to BLG, and that leaves us with the standings as they are. Look at that tie for second place at the moment as IG have that game, of course, extra played. As man, oh man, actually, it's a 4-way tie. It says a 5th for EDG. I guess they're technically 5th because of the win-loss difference, right? So, yeah, 5th for sure, but so tight at the top of the table right now.
It is indeed, and obviously we are cresting into that halfway mark, right? We're finishing week number 4, and it's been really interesting to see the changes. Obviously, we had a lot of shakeups around the rosters for this year, but it's been really, really interesting to see how the new pieces are fitting into their homes. And especially seeing the likes of RA, TT up in that top 10. Yes, we're still early, but it's still very promising to see this shakeup. And a lot of, you know, chips on shoulders for the rest of the teams down at the bottom, especially RNG. But we got to look at tomorrow's matches as we're kicking off week number 5. Ultra Prime taking on LGD. Which one of them can come away with 2 series wins under their belts? And then OMG versus RA. Can RA be stopped?
Yeah, can RA be stopped? A good question. I think we've got a really, really fun series on the cards tomorrow. Ultra Prime LGD should provide a lot of entertainment, and I think for OMG RA, this is like a battle of, hey, you know, these are 2 teams. OMG a little more kind of expected to maybe just kind of grasp top 10, but RA, you know, performing so well in the early season, you know, a win here could really solidify them as a pretty solid, well, that's a bad way to word it, but, you know, a very solid contender for, you know, making it into that top 10 in general, right? It's a team that we weren't really expecting to give us a lot so far has provided us with much. So yeah, taking down a team like OMG, a team that should be in and around them, sort of fighting for that playoff spot, would be huge for them right now in this point in the season.
Yeah, I think we got to see a lot of very interesting kind of chaos be let loose on the Rift tonight. So crazy definitely was our game. As we are finishing out week number 4, that is going to be it from us, Mazel, Jamada. It's been a pleasure to cast alongside you again, Jamada. Thank you to the production team behind the scenes for making us look good, to the audience, to the players, the reason why we're here and we get to do what we do. Thank you all. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you again tomorrow for more LPL action.